The Divine Romance. How to cultivate divine love. The world as a whole has forgotten the real meaning of the word love. Love has been so abused and crucified by man that very few people know what true love is. Just as oil is present in every part of the olive, so love permeates every part of creation. But to define love is very difficult, for the same reason that words cannot fully describe the flavor of an orange. You have to taste the fruit to know its flavor. So with love. All of you have tasted love in some form in your hearts, therefore you know a little about what it is. But you have not understood how to develop love, how to purify and expand it into divine love. A spark of this divine love exists in most hearts in the beginning of life, but is usually lost, because man does not know how to cultivate it. Many people wouldn't think it even necessary to analyze what love is. They recognize love as the feeling they have for their relatives, friends, and others to whom they are strongly attracted. But there is much more to it than that. The only way I can describe real love to you is to tell you its effect. If you could feel even a particle of divine love, so great would be your joy, so overpowering, you could not contain it. Think deeply about what I am telling you. The satisfaction of love is not in the feeling itself, but in the joy that feeling brings. Love gives joy. We love love because it gives us such intoxicating happiness. So love is not the ultimate is bliss. God is Satchitananda, ever existing, ever conscious, ever new bliss. We, as soul, are individualized Satchitananda. From joy we have come, in joy we live and have our being, and in that sacred joy we will one day melt again. All the divine emotions, love, compassion, courage, self-sacrifice, humility, would be meaningless without joy. Joy means exhilaration, an expression of the ultimate bliss. Man's experience of joy originates in the brain, in the subtle center of God consciousness that the yogis call the Sahasrara, or thousand-petaled lotus. Yet the actual feeling of joy is experienced not in the head but in the heart. From the divine seat of God consciousness in the brain, joy descends into the heart center, and manifests there. That joy comes from God's bliss, the essential and ultimate attribute of spirit. Though joy may be born in conjunction with certain outer conditions, it is not subject to conditions, it often manifests without any material cause. Sometimes you wake up in the morning walking on air with joy, and you don't know why. And when you sit in the silence of deep meditation, joy bubbles up from within, roused by no outer stimulus. The joy of meditation is overwhelming. Those who have not gone into the silence of true meditation do not know what real joy is. We feel much happiness in the satisfaction of a desire, but in youth we often feel in the heart a sudden happiness that comes as if from nowhere. Joy expresses itself under certain conditions, but it is not created by those conditions. Thus, when someone receives $1,000 and exclaims, "Oh, how happy I am," the condition of having received $1,000 has merely served as a pickaxe, releasing a fountain of joy from the hidden reservoir of bliss within. So, in human experience, certain events are usually required to bring forth joy, but the joy itself is the perennial native state of the soul. Love also is native to the soul, but love is secondary to joy. There could be no love without joy. Can you think of love without joy? No. Joy attends love. When we speak of the misery of unrequited love, we are talking of an unfulfilled longing. The actual experience of love is always accompanied by joy. The universal nature of love. In the universal sense, love is the divine power of attraction in creation that harmonizes, unites, binds together. It is opposed by the force of Repulsion, which is the outgoing cosmic energy that materializes creation from the cosmic consciousness of God. Repulsion keeps all forms in the manifested state through Maya, the power of delusion that divides, differentiates, and disharmonizes. The attractive force of love counteracts cosmic repulsion to harmonize all creation and ultimately draw it back to God. Those who live in tune with the attractive force of love achieve harmony with nature and their fellow beings, and are attracted to blissful reunion with God. In this world, love presupposes duality. It springs from a mutual exchange or suggestion of feeling between two or more forms. Even animals express a certain type of love for one another and for their offspring. In many species, when one mate dies, the other usually succumbs soon after. But this love in animals is instinctive, they are not responsible for their love. Human beings, however, have a great deal of conscious self-determination in their exchange of love with others. In man, love expresses itself in various ways. We find love between man and wife, parent and child, brother and sister, friend and friend, master and servant, guru and disciple, as with Jesus and his disciples and the great masters of India and their chalice, and between the devotee and God, soul and spirit. Love is a universal emotion, its expressions are distinguished by the nature of the thought through which it moves. Hence, when love passes through the heart of the Father, fatherly consciousness translates it into fatherly love. When it passes through the heart of the Mother, motherly consciousness translates it into motherly love. When it passes through the heart of the lover, the consciousness of the lover gives that universal love still another quality. It is not the physical instrument, but the consciousness through which the love moves that determines the quality of love expressed. Thus a father may express motherly love, a mother may express friendly love, a lover may express divine love. Every reflection of love comes from the one cosmic love, but when expressed as human love in its various forms, there is always some taint in it. The mother doesn't know why she loves the child knows not why he loves the mother. They do not know whence comes this love they feel for one another. It is the manifestation in them of God's love, and when it is pure and unselfish, it reflects His divine love. Thus, by investigating human love, we can learn something of divine love, for in human love we have glimpses of that love of God's. Fatherly love is based on reason. Fatherly love is wisdom born, and based on reason. Uppermost in the Father's consciousness is the thought, "This is my child to take care of and protect." He does this unselfishly, expressing his love by doing things to please and instruct the child as well as providing for its needs. But fatherly love is partly instinctive, as are all forms of familial love. The father cannot help but love the child. Motherly love is based on feeling and is unconditional. Motherly love is broader. It is based on feeling, rather than on reason. True mother love is unconditional. We can say that in many ways it is more spiritual and therefore greater than most human expressions of love. God implanted in the heart of the mother a love for the child that is unconditional, regardless of the child's merit or behavior. Even if the child in later life becomes a murderer, the mother's love remains steady, unchanged, whereas the father may be more impatient and less inclined to forgive. The unconditional love of the mother is perhaps the human love closest to the perfection of God's love. The true mother forgives her son even when no one else will. That kind of love exemplifies God's love. He forgives his children no matter what sins they have committed. Now who could have placed this love in the mother's heart, save God? In true maternal love God gives us distinct proof that He loves us unconditionally, no matter how wicked we are, or how many times we have sinned. The Divine Spirit is not a tyrant. He knows he has put us in a world of delusion. He knows we are in trouble, he knows of our struggles. Man only increases the inner darkness of his spiritual ignorance when he thinks of himself as a sinner. It is better for him to try to correct himself, appealing to the Divine Mother for help, beholding in her the reflection of God's infinite love and forgiveness. While I was meditating last night, I sang this love song to the Divine. O Divine Mother, I am thy little babe, thy helpless babe, secretly sitting on thy lap of immortality. I shall steal my way to heaven secreted on thy lap. In the shelter of thy lap I shall steal my way to heaven. No karma can touch me, for I am thy babe, thy little babe, thy helpless babe. Secretly on thy lap I shall steal my way to heaven. That is the relationship to have with God, for the love of the Mother is the all-forgiving love of the Divine. Conjugal love. At its most idealistic, conjugal love can be one of the greatest expressions of human love. Jesus implied this when he said, "For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife." When man and woman genuinely and purely love one another, there is complete harmony between them in body, mind, and soul. When their love is expressed in its highest form, it results in a perfect unity. But this love, too, has its flaw. It can be tainted by the abuse of sex, which eclipses divine love. Nature has made the sex impulse very strong so that creation might go on, therefore, sex has its place in the marital relationship between man and woman. But if it becomes the supreme factor in that relationship, love flies out the door and disappears completely. In its place come possessiveness, overfamiliarity, and the abuse and loss of friendship and understanding. Though sexual attraction is one of the conditions under which love is born, sex in itself is not love. Sex and love are as far apart as the moon and the sun. It is only when the transmuting quality of true love is uppermost in the relationship that sex becomes a means of expressing love. Those who live too much on the sex plane lose their way and fail to find a satisfying marital relationship. It is by self-control, in which sex is not the ruling emotion, but only incidental to love, that husband and wife can know what real love is. In this modern world, unfortunately, love is too often destroyed by overemphasis on sex experience. Those who practice a natural, not forced, moderation in their sex life develop other enduring qualities in the husband-wife relationship: friendship, companionship, understanding, mutual love. For example, Madame Amelita Gali Kersey and her husband, Homer Samuels, are the greatest lovers I have met in the West. Their love is beautiful because they practice these ideals of which I speak. When parted even for a short time, they eagerly look forward to seeing each other again, to being in each other's company, to sharing their thoughts and love. They live for each other. The relationship between Ella Wheeler Wilcox and her husband is another beautiful example of conjugal love. Mr. John Larkin, a student of mine who knew them, told me that he had never seen anything like their love. He said, each time they met, it was as if they experienced again the joy of the first time. They were utterly devoted to each other. For 3 years after his death, her constant thought was of reunion with him. Then she passed on, his name on her lips. I met a man of similarly unselfish devotion in this country. He deeply loved his wife, so much so that his love for her became transmuted into divine love. After she died, he wandered for years, seeking a way to find her again. At last he did succeed. In the end, he found God through his love for her. This is the story as he told it to me. In his wanderings after her death, he sought out a great saint in the Himalayas. He persuaded the holy man to promise to give spiritual initiation to him and his wife together. After assuring him of his promise, the saint asked, "Where is your wife?" The husband then told him that she was dead. The saint nevertheless kept his promise to give initiation to the two together. He instructed the man to sit in meditation, and began to invoke the presence of the wife. Suddenly she appeared. For a long time she talked with her husband. Then the two sat together and received initiation from the saint. Afterward, the Holy One blessed them, and the wife departed. From that moment, the husband realized that the beloved form he had known as his wife was in reality an individualized manifestation of the consciousness of God, as is every human being. The true meaning of divine love, which is behind and responsible for every ideal human relationship, was revealed to him. His was a unique and true experience. But conjugal love is tricky, and most people leave this world with an unsatisfied heart. They have not sought marital love in the right way. Attracted mostly by pleasing appearance, they look for their soul mate in a graveyard of beautiful, nicely dressed forms, unmindful that a devil may be housed within. I am not condemning man and woman for responding to the God-created law of attraction, I am condemning the perversion of that attraction through lustfulness. Every man who looks upon a woman as an object of lust, and who abuses woman to satisfy his lust, commits self-destruction. Continued sex abuse impairs the nervous system and affects the heart, eventually destroying peace and happiness. Mankind must realize that the basic nature of the soul is spiritual. For man and woman to look upon each other only as a means to satisfy lust is to court the destruction of happiness. Slowly, bit by bit, peace of mind will go. The abuse of sex is comparable to running a car without oil, the body cannot stand it. Each drop of vital essence lost is equivalent to the loss of 8 drops of blood. But the important point to remember is to learn self-control. This comes with control and purification of the mind, and is far superior to abstaining outwardly from sex when the mind is yet dwelling on it. Mere suppression can be harmful. Man and woman should look upon one another as reflections of the divine. I find it very sweet when a husband calls the wife mother, or when she calls him father. Every woman should look upon man as a father. My attitude toward woman is as toward a mother. In my eyes she is not merely a woman, but an expression of the Divine Mother. It is Divine Mother I behold speaking to me through woman. Women should not strive to attract men with it. One should always look neat, and it is not wrong to make oneself attractive, if it is done with good taste. But it is wrong to strive purposely to attract the opposite sex through sex appeal. Attraction between man and woman should come from the soul. Those who have sex control and do not flaunt themselves as sex symbols have a much better chance of attracting the right kind of mate. So many young girls have come to me and complained that the boys want sex first or they won't take them out. Sex experience is ruinous to youthful lives. In India, young people never touch or kiss until they are married. Love comes first. That must be the ideal. When two people feel an unconditional attraction for each other, and are ready to sacrifice for one another, they are truly in love. Then only are they ready for an intimate relationship in marriage. Mere possessiveness won't do. When one marriage partner tries to control the other, it shows a lack of real love. But when they express their love in continual thoughtfulness for the true happiness of the other, it becomes divine love. In such a relationship we have a glimpse of the divine. Many wives come to me and say, "My husband doesn't want me to become interested in spiritual matters." This is extremely selfish. If the wife is trying to make herself more spiritual, the husband should cooperate with her. He won't lose her, on the contrary, he will receive a part of her virtue. This same principle applies to a woman's attitude toward her husband. The greatest thing a husband or wife can wish for the spouse is spirituality, for soul unfoldment brings out the divine qualities of understanding, patience, thoughtfulness, love. But each should remember that the desire for spiritual growth cannot be forced on the other. Live love yourself, and your goodness will inspire all your loved ones. After a few years of marriage, thousands of husbands and wives ask themselves, where has our love gone? It has been burned on the altar of sex abuse, selfishness, and lack of respect. When these qualities enter the relationship, love turns to ashes. Woman nags man when he strives to enslave her, or when she feels he has neglected her. However, tongue lashing is one of the worst treatments one can inflict on another. It is said that a woman's 3-inch tongue can kill a man 6 feet tall. When man and woman mistreat each other, they destroy forever their happiness together. Man should strive to see the God in woman, and to help her realize her spiritual nature. He should make her feel that she is with him not merely to satisfy his sensual appetite, but as a companion whom he respects and regards as an expression of the divine. And woman should look upon man in the same way. Another wrong attitude is fear of the opposite sex. Abnormal aversion, like abnormal attraction, is an unhealthy attitude. From my master, Swami Sri Yukteswarji, I learned to regard woman, not as an instrument created for the entrapment and moral destruction of man, but as a representative of the Divine Mother of the universe. If and when man begins to look upon woman as a mother symbol, he will find in her a loving protection he has never seen before. Through God's grace, I have been able to change the consciousness of many men and women with this spiritual thought. Every man should look upon woman as a symbol of the Mother of the universe, and every woman should look upon man as a symbol of the Father of the universe. When those persons left my presence, they felt that the Divine Mother and the Heavenly Father had spoken through me, because I addressed them from that divine consciousness. I wonder if there would be any conjugal love at all, if there were no such thing as sex attraction. Ordinary persons would not have the capacity to feel such love, but those who are spiritually developed would, because they are not attracted on the basis of sex. Those who have cultivated their soul qualities know that sex has nothing to do with true love. If you develop the perfect love of your soul, you will begin to get a glimpse of the divine. Jesus Christ manifested that love, which is pure and grand and wonderful. This love found expression also in the lives of many great saints. Love between master and servant. The tie of love between master and servant is based on mutual benefit. The more money and kindness given by the master, the more the servant loves him. The greater the service rendered by the servant, the more warmly the master regards him. This can be a relationship of love, but its basic motivation is the security each gives to the other. Friendship, grandest relationship of human loves. The relationship that exists between friends is the grandest of human loves. Friendly love is pure, because it is without compulsion. One freely chooses to love his friends, he is not bound by instinct. The love that manifests in friendship can exist between man and woman, woman and woman, man and man. But in the love of friendship, there is no sexual attraction. One must practice celibacy and absolutely forget sex if one wants to know divine love through friendship, then friendship nurtures the cultivation of divine love. Such pure friendship has existed between saints and between others who truly love God. If you once know divine love, you will never part with it, for there is nothing else like it in the whole universe. Love gives without expecting anything in return. I never think of anyone in terms of what he can do for me. And I never profess love to someone because he has done something for me. If I didn't actually feel love, I wouldn't pretend to give it, and since I feel it, I give it. I learned that sincerity from my master. There may be some who do not feel friendly toward me, but I am a friend to all, including my enemies, for in my heart I have no enemies. Love cannot be had for the asking, it comes only as a gift from the heart of another. Be certain of your feeling before you say to anyone, I love you. Once you give your love, it must be forever. Not because you want to be near that person, but because you want perfection for that soul. To wish for perfection for the loved one, and to feel pure joy in thinking of that soul, is divine love, and that is the love of true friendship. The unconditional divine friendship of Guru and disciple. The relationship between Guru and disciple is the greatest expression of love and friendship. It is unconditional divine friendship, based on a shared, singular goal, the desire to love God above all else. The disciple bears his soul to the master, and the master bears his heart to the disciple. There is nothing hidden between them. Even in other noble forms of friendship there is sometimes diplomacy. But the friendship of the guru-disciple relationship is taintless. I can think of no relationship in this world greater than that which I had with my master. The guru-disciple relationship is love in its supreme form. I once left his ashram, thinking I could more successfully seek God in the Himalayas. I was mistaken, and I soon knew I had done wrong. Yet when I came back, he treated me as if I had never left. His greeting was so casual, instead of rebuking me, he calmly remarked, "Let us see what we have to eat this morning." "But master," I said, "aren't you angry with me for leaving?" "Why should I be?" he replied. "I do not expect anything from others, so their actions cannot be in opposition to wishes of mine. I would not use you for my own ends, I am happy only in your own true happiness." When he said that, I fell at his feet and cried, "For the first time there is someone who truly loves me." If I had been looking after the business of my earthly father and had run away, father would have been very angry with me. When I had refused to accept a lucrative position offered to me, he wouldn't speak to me for 7 days. He gave me the most sincere fatherly love, but still it was blind. He thought money would make me happy, money would have been the grave of my happiness. Only later, after I had started my school at Ranchi, did father relent and say, "I am glad you didn't take that job." But look at my master's attitude, even though I ran away from the ashram to seek God, his love for me remained unchanged. He didn't even rebuke me. Yet at other times he always told me clearly when I was wrong. He said, "If my love can be bribed to compromise itself, then it is not love. If I have to alter my behavior toward you for fear of your reaction, then my feeling for you is not true love. I must be able to speak to you honestly. You can walk out anytime, but so long as you are with me I will remind you, for your own highest good, when you are going wrong." I had never imagined anyone could be so interested in me. He loved me for myself. He wanted perfection for me. He wanted me to be supremely happy. That was his happiness. He wanted me to know God, to be with the Divine Mother for whom my heart longed. Was that not divine love he expressed? To wish constantly to guide me in the path of goodness and love? When that love is developed between the guru and disciple, the disciple has no desire to manipulate the master, nor does the master seek control of the disciple. Supreme reason and judgment govern their relationship. There is no love like this. And I tasted of that love from my master. God's love sublimely manifest in Bhagavan Krishna. Lord Krishna expressed in his life pure love in its highest form. He has shown to the world that a love without any impurity can exist between man and woman. It is impossible to describe adequately his life for the general public, because it was unique and transcended mundane laws and standards. Someday I hope to put in print the true significance of Krishna's life, for it has been much misunderstood and misinterpreted. His expression of divine love was unique in this world. Krishna had many women disciples, but one favorite, Radha. Each disciple said to herself, "Krishna loves me more than anyone else." Still, because Krishna often talked of Radha, the others were envious of her. Noticing their jealousy, he wanted to teach them a lesson. So one day Krishna feigned a terrible headache. The anxious disciples expressed their great concern over the master's distress. At last Krishna said, "The headache will go away if one of you will stand on my head and massage it with your feet." The horrified devotees exclaimed, "We cannot do this. You are God, the Lord of the universe. It would be highest sacrilege to dare to desecrate your form by touching your sacred head with our feet." The master was pretending an increase of his pain when Radha came on the scene. She ran to her lord, saying, "What can I do for you?" Krishna made the same request of her that he had made of the other devotees. Radha immediately stood on his head, the master's pain disappeared, and he fell asleep. The other disciples angrily dragged Radha away from the sleeping form. "We will kill you," they threatened. "But why? You dare to step on the head of the master. What of it?" Radha protested. "Did it not free him from his pain? For such a sacrilegious act you will go to the lowest stratum of Hades." "Oh, is that what you are worrying about?" Radha smiled. "I would gladly live there forever if it would make him happy for a second." Then they all bowed down to Radha. They understood why Krishna favored her, for Radha alone had no thought for herself, but only for her Lord's comfort. Nevertheless, because she received much special attention, Radha became filled with pride. So one day the Lord Krishna said to her, "Let us steal away together." He played on her vanity, making her think he wanted to be alone with her. She was feeling very happy and favored. They walked some distance, and Krishna wasn't at all inclined to stop for rest. Finally the weary Radha suggested, "Here is a nice place to sit for a while." Krishna looked disinterested and replied, "Let us find a better spot." They walked and walked. At last the exhausted Radha complained, "I cannot walk any further." Krishna said, "All right, do you want me to carry you?" This very much pleased Radha's vanity. But even as she sprang to his back, lo! Krishna was gone, she fell in a heap on the ground. Her pride shattered, on her knees she humbly cried, "My beloved Lord, I was wrong in wanting to possess and control you. Please forgive me." Krishna reappeared and blessed her. Radha had learned a great lesson that day. It was a grievous error to look upon the master as an ordinary man, to be ensnared and controlled by feminine wiles. She realized that the master was interested not in her form, but in her soul. The perfect love between soul and spirit. The greatest love you can experience is in communion with God in meditation. The love between the soul and spirit is the perfect love, the love you are all seeking. When you meditate, love grows. Millions of thrills pass through your heart. If you learn to control sex attraction and attachment to human beings, and if you strive to love all and to meditate more deeply, there will come into your life such love as you never dreamed possible. That is the love that Krishna gave, and that Jesus Christ expressed for all of his disciples. It is the love Jesus had for Mary. Martha worked hard for the Master, but her mind was on the chores, not on him. Mary thought more of the Master himself than of her work. Because of Mary's greater love, Jesus said of her, Mary hath chosen that good part, which shall not be taken away from her. And on another occasion, when Mary had brought ointment to anoint the feet of Jesus, and Judas said, Why was not this ointment sold for 300 pence, and given to the poor? Christ answered, The poor always ye have with you, but me ye have not always. He accepted Mary's devotion, not for himself personally, but for the Spirit within him. And Mary, by anointing Jesus' feet, was expressing her love for God. That Mary thought first to offer her love to him who is Master of the universe, and then to others, shows her good judgment. There is no one to whom we owe love more than to God. And there is no love sweeter than the love he gives to those who seek him. So why spend all your time pursuing temporary human love? Conjugal, familial, fraternal, all forms of human love have blind alleys. Divine love is the only perfect love. It is God who is playing hide and seek in the corridors of hearts, that perchance behind lesser human loves you may find his all-satisfying love. Therefore love God, not for his gifts, but because he is your own, and because he made you in his image, and you will find him. If you meditate deeply, a love will come over you such as no human tongue can describe. You will know his divine love, and you will be able to give that pure love to others. That divine love of God came over me last night. I had only a wink of sleep, so overwhelming it was. In that great flame of love I am beholding you all. Such is the love I feel for you. In your faces I see what is in your hearts. In the consciousness of one who is immersed in the divine love of God, there is no deception, no narrowness of caste or creed, no boundaries of any kind. When you experience that divine love, you will see no difference between flower and beast, between one human being and another. You will commune with all nature, and you will love equally all mankind. Beholding but one race, the children of God, your brothers and sisters in him, you will say to yourself, God is my Father. I am part of his vast family of human beings. I love them, for they are all mine. I love, too, my brother sun and my sister moon, and all creatures my Father has created and in whom his life flows. True love is divine, and divine love is joy. The more you meditate, seeking God with a burning desire, the more you will feel that love in your heart. Then you will know that love is joy, and joy is God. A new look at the origin and nature of cosmic creation. Today I shall explain the origin and nature of cosmic creation in a new light. The picture I shall give will be different from any you have had from textbooks. It is coming to me from the infinite as I speak. All the knowledge there is to be known in every branch of science and art, including the mystery of the atoms and the history of the universe and of human beings, is already existing in the ether as vibrations of truth. These vibrations are all around us, and there is a way to contact them directly. That way is through the all-knowing intuitive power of the soul. To discover any truth, we have only to turn our consciousness inward to the soul, whose omniscience is one with God. When those who are receptive hear someone speak truth, it seems so familiar. Their first reaction is I thought so. The mind has simply recognized a truth already known intuitively by the soul. From that source come all the lectures I give. If I had to read in order to gather facts and ideas for my talks to you, I don't know what I would do. I read very little, because it is not necessary. By the time I get through a few pages of a book, I know from its vibrations whatever truth it contains. Great souls who reveal to mankind deep spiritual truths receive their knowledge through direct attunement with the vibrations of those truths. Also vibrating in the ether are the concepts for every invention man has created, or will create in the future. When an inventor's concentration is right, he is attuned to receive intuitively the idea vibration for the creation of his invention. The discoverers of these ideas may say that they have invented this or that, but they haven't really invented anything. They have only uncovered what was already there, the vibratory blueprint hidden in the ether. The beginning of the cosmic dream. To create a mental picture of how it was when God caused the universe to come into being, imagine that you are asleep and calmly dreaming of a vast space. Wherever you look, you behold endless space, naught else. You feel it as an infinite, blissful peace, permeated by an omniscient intelligence. So it was, when that supreme intelligence began to muse, long have I remained thus, alone, very peaceful, absorbed in my own bliss, consciousness, and wisdom. But now I am going to dream a cosmos. Then this divine intelligence, which is spirit, began to create, consciously willing his ideas into being as dream manifestations. He divided his consciousness, differentiating his power from his absolute nature. His consciousness thus became separated into his unmanifest nature as vibrationless spirit and his manifest nature as cosmic energy, consisting of infinite numbers of different vibratory perceptions or processes of his thought. We know how thought works. When we think of a horse, we do not see the object of our thought, but if we dream about a horse, we behold its image, because our thought is more condensed. And when we see a horse with our physical eyes, our thought is still more condensed, attuned to the grossest vibrations of God's thought, those which manifest in forms tangible to the senses. As soon as spirit started his conscious dream, dividing his intelligence, his power of thought, into many things, the law of duality or Maya came into being. When by the creation of duality the consciousness of spirit separated itself, a portion of that consciousness went out from spirit as an active intelligent force, restless to express its power. We have many illustrations of this in nature. When a maple seed is put into fertile soil, it begins to germinate, growing and spreading until it assumes the form of a mighty tree. So when the seed of God's consciousness was planted in the soil of activity by His will, it sprouted into a vast creation. But it must be remembered that God is dreaming it all, that this cosmic creation is nothing more than a dream condensation of God's thoughts. The first differentiation of spirit was the manifestation of pure thought. Then, projected out of the thought seed of his consciousness, came light, cosmic light. Consciousness and light are the same, except that light is of greater density. The thought of light is finer than the dream of light, in the same way that the thought of fire is purely a mental concept, but the dream of fire is a perceptible image. After God had willed light into dream existence, he contemplated what he had created. Well, he thought, this is not exactly what I want, just light spread all over cosmic space. There should be something more tangible. So he empowered that dream cosmic light to become definite forms. Now here again, do not forget the word dream in connection with creation. If you take away the dream concept, you will find this creation hopelessly mystifying. So God's dream light began to play over the spatial territory of the universe. This light is the tissue of all creation, which God began to think or will into a specific system, the finer light of life force, which I call lifetrons, and a condensation of lifetrons into the grosser atomic light of protons and electrons. God gave these protons and electrons a further strength by which they arranged themselves into atoms and molecules. With a still stronger thought, he caused the atoms and molecules to condense into gases, heat, liquids, and solids, all creations of his thought. The nebulas, or gases, came first. Then he began to dream into those nebulas a very strong force, and he willed, let these gases be condensed to produce heat, liquids, and solids. And according to his dream idea, it was so. God had worked out a process of Maya or delusion by which air, fire, water, and earth would appear to be different, though no difference really existed except in the thoughts of his dreaming consciousness. Then he said, let us now begin to enjoy this dream creation of mine. The evolution of intelligence. God didn't want matter to become something different from himself, so he had imbued it with a dreaming intelligence which, by a process of evolution, would gradually awaken and realize that matter and mind, the idea vibrations of God, are one. The first expression of this innate intelligence in material creation is the first door through which matter passes to escape from this delusion or Maya into the freedom of God consciousness again. Locked in the elements and minerals, intelligence sleeps, so plant life came into being to provide freer expression. Out of scum that formed on the sea, living creatures appeared in the water, and some gradually evolved the capability to live on land. What had looked like inert matter began to take living form. The weaker forms of life were helpless before aggressive stronger ones, and out of the struggle to survive came the process of evolution to higher, more efficient forms. Survival of the fittest seems to us a terrible law, but in the final analysis it is not. The animals that are killing each other are only different manifestations of God's thought. While encased in those forms they do not understand that they are images of mind. But when the little fish has been killed by the big fish, its dream form dissolves back into God's consciousness, and the individualized spark of God within it incarnates in another form of life of higher evolutionary value than that of its previous existence as a fish, giving the soul a greater potential for expression. So death is the means by which dream matter changes back into the consciousness of God, releasing the soul within it for the next step in its progressive return journey to God. Thus death is a part of the process of salvation. The upward cycle of evolving intelligence in potentially more efficient instruments of expression continues until it reaches the ultimate form in man. Only a human being has the ability to express his innate divinity and to consciously realize God and transcend his Maya dream. Reincarnation is a series of dreams within a dream. When you reflect that this world is filled with death, and that your body, too, has to be relinquished, God's plan seems very cruel. You can't imagine that he is merciful. But when you look at the process of death with the eye of wisdom, you see that after all it is merely a thought of God passing through a nightmare of change into blissful freedom in him again. Saint and sinner alike are given freedom at death, to a greater or lesser degree according to merit. In the Lord's dream astral world, the land to which souls go at death, they enjoy a freedom such as they never knew during their earthly life. So don't pity the person who is passing through the delusion of death, for in a little while he will be free. Once he gets out of that delusion, he sees that death was not so bad after all. He realizes his mortality was only a dream and rejoices that now no fire can burn him, no water can drown him, he is free and safe. But such is the delusion of desire for material things that, after a time of freedom from the body, he wants to come back to earth. Even though the soul knows that the body is subject to disease and troubles, these delusive desires for earthly experience veil that knowledge and deceive his consciousness. So after a karmically predetermined time in the astral world, he is reborn on earth. When death comes, he goes forth once more from the gross dream of this earth experience to the finer dream of the astral plane, only to be drawn back to this world. And again he returns. until he is no longer desirous of an earthly life. Birth and death are doors through which you pass from one dream to another. All you are doing is going back and forth between this gross dream world and the finer astral dream world, between these two chambers of dream nightmares and dream pleasures. Thus reincarnation is a series of dreams within a dream, man's individual dreams within the greater dream of God. Someone is born on earth in France as a powerful king, rules for a time, then dies. He may be reborn in India, and travel in a bullock cart into the forest to meditate. He may next find rebirth in America as a successful businessman, and when he dreams death again, reincarnate perhaps in Tibet as a devotee of Buddha and spend his life in a lamasery. Therefore hate none and be attached to no nationality, for sometimes you are a Hindu, sometimes a Frenchman, sometimes an Englishman, or an American, or a Tibetan. What is the difference? Each existence is a dream within a dream, is it not? Will you continue helplessly to go through all these delusions and the difficulties they create? Each nation thinks its ways are justified, its customs the best. Are you going to go on with this delusion? I am not. For unless wisdom is supreme, reincarnation is a very troublesome experience. One should avoid forced reincarnation because it is a painful continuation of this dream delusion. For how long will you pass through these changes called life and death? Until you realize fully the dream nature of creation, and awaken in God from its nightmares. Life is a dream unworthy of our tears. The more I see of life, the more I realize it is a dream. I have found the greatest assurance in this philosophy I am giving to you now. Realize that you live solely by the grace of God. If he were to withdraw his thought, the physical manifestation would cease to exist. This world is a dream place, and we are all dreaming here. This life is not real, you are laughing and crying in the greatest delusion, and it is not worth shedding tears over. To give reality to our earth experiences is to invite untold misery. By identification of our consciousness with this world we see it as a place of suffering. What is going to free us from suffering? Will money do so? Nothing material can. Knowledge of God, and realization that we are forever one with Him, is the only way to freedom. Remember this always. God would be very cruel indeed if this world were real. But He knows that when we have gone through the furnace of suffering and death enough times, we shall awaken and overcome delusion, we shall realize this earth as His dream, and reincarnate no more. In the Bhagavad Gita God speaks through Krishna, giving this promise, my noble devotees, having obtained me, Spirit, have reached supreme success, they incur no further rebirths in this abode of grief and transitoriness. Suppose a man is struck by a bomb and killed instantly. On the battlefield he was filled with fear, but after death he joyously realizes he is free from fear and from the tomb of the body. One need not go through some ordeal to attain this knowledge. It is better to acquire wisdom through conscious spiritual effort. And if we have to endure trials it should be with the right attitude. Think what Jesus went through as an example to us. He was nailed to the cross and had to pass through that dream of suffering. Yet before his crucifixion he had said, destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. He knew that the body, and the nails with which it was to be held to the cross, and even the process of death were but dreams. Because he realized this, he knew he could recreate life in his dream body again. Isn't that a wonderful way to view the delusion of life and death? It is the only way. Krishna began his revelatory discourse to Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita with an exhortation to remember the transitory nature of matter and the eternal nature of that which dwells within it. We dream our own limitations. Life teaches you to believe that it is real. You feel you must have your food and sleep every day, that you will die without them. Your habits compel you to eat all kinds of foods that are harmful to you, such as meat, and to smoke and drink, and to think you can't do without these things. We are all crazily dreaming different limitations on our consciousness, and when we slip into the rut of a bad dream of wrong behavior, we have a hard time to pull ourselves out of it. Think how much time and effort you spend catering to the body. And what does it get you? Do you know that the more solicitous you are of your body, the more suffering you will have? If you are too much identified with this dream form, you become hopelessly immersed in delusion. As soon as you ascribe reality to the dream thoughts out of which God created all things, that dream reality begins to punish you with dream suffering. But when you realize that God is everything in this universe, nothing hurts you anymore. If you realize that both water and the body are dreams of God, you can walk on the water as did Jesus. One dream form can walk on another dream form. There is no longer a barrier of difference between solids and liquids, or any other form of matter. But you have to realize this: such power does not come to you by mere imagining. There are cases in India where people have walked on fire without a single blister. Some of the foremost scientists of England observed one young boy as he walked through 27 feet of fire. A newspaperman who was present thought the fire a fake. He tried the same experiment and was badly burned. The young boy, by certain processes of thought, had convinced his mind of the truth that the fire was nothing but consciousness, and therefore could not harm the body, which was also consciousness. When you believe that cold weather won't hurt you, you won't be affected by it. But if you feel you are going to catch a cold from the chill, you will. The thing is this: you don't practice mind control. By controlling your mind you can experience the truth that this universe is a delusion. This is why the saints require their disciples to discipline the body and not give it too much attention. The purpose is not to torture the body, but to save the disciple from all the troubles that will beset him if he believes that comfort comes from material things. Comfort comes from the mind. Change your mental attitude and you will not feel discomfort. It is best to simplify life. I have seen saints in India who eat hardly anything and live under the most rigorous conditions, yet they have wonderfully strong bodies, far better than those of the average well-fed, well-cared-for American. They have trained their minds not to be dependent on externals for health and contentment. The world trains our minds in a different way. It gets us accustomed to too many things, and then we think we can't be happy without them. Make your life more simple. And simplify the lives of your children as well. If you don't do it, life's experiences will teach them through bitter disillusionment. Self-realization is a philosophy of living, right meditation, right thinking, and right living. Bring up your children in this philosophy. Don't pamper them, or teach them by wrong example to cater to their bodies and harmful desires. Give them good training. Why enslave them in delusion? Give them true freedom by keeping their lives simple and cultivating in them inner peace and happiness. Do the same with your own life. Don't be bound by anything. That philosophy will save you. If I am sitting in a chair and it breaks, I am not going to be distressed about the broken chair. I will sit in another chair. It makes no difference. Whenever you are attached to something, that possessiveness deepens your delusion. You will be rudely awakened one day to find that nothing belongs to you. Isn't it silly, therefore, to be attached to things that were never yours in the first place? Your attitude should be that you are looking after these things only for the time being, like a housekeeper who lives in her employer's home and devotedly, loyally, faithfully looks after it, but knows that her own home is elsewhere. Don't take life so seriously. This world is a terrible place, there is no safety here. But what are we to do? We must stop taking life so seriously. Delusion can be overcome by holding steadfast to one philosophy: everything here is nothing more than God's motion picture. We are the players. We must play our parts well, but we must not identify ourselves too intensely with the drama. Meditation shows us the way to this inner freedom. It is the only way by which we can realize that this world is a dream, that the Lord has created the entire cosmos out of his thought. So, though he created this dream earth, he has also shown the way to get out of it. Nothing terrible could happen in this world that we could not duplicate in a nightmare. You have had such experiences. If in a dream you feel your leg crushed under a car, your suffering seems just as real as if your limb were actually injured. But when you wake up, you laugh and say, "Oh, how silly. It was only a nightmare." This is exactly what will happen when you wake up in God. He will shake you out of this nightmare, saying, "What is the matter? You were only dreaming suffering and death." And he will show you reality. That experience he gives ultimately to all mankind. It is wonderful. God's dream creation was not meant to frighten you, but to prod you to realize finally that it has no reality. So why be afraid of anything? Jesus said, "Is it not written in your law?" I said, "Ye are God's." Yet even Jesus for a little while forgot his immutable divine nature and cried out, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" But quickly he realized again that he was a son of God and could never be destroyed, which he proved by his resurrection. His whole life showed he had risen truly from the sepulchre of delusion. If you know intellectually that life is a dream, but still have not realized it completely, and still haven't found God either, you are neither in this world nor out of it. That is a sad state. Don't remain trapped in that delusion. Make a supreme effort to get to God. I am speaking practical truth to you, practical sense, and giving you a philosophy that will take away all of your consciousness of hurt. Be afraid of nothing. If death comes, all right. What is going to happen, will happen. Refuse to be intimidated by this dream. Affirm, I will not be frightened by ill health, poverty, and accidents. Bless me, O Lord, that when you put me through trials, I realize their delusive nature and become victorious over them by positive action and by remaining inwardly united to you. In meditation, delusive dreams vanish. Meditation is the effort to realize and express that pure consciousness which is the reflection, or image, of God within you. Do away with the delusion of body consciousness, and the concomitant demands of body and mind for unnecessary necessities. Be as simple as you can be, you will be astonished to see how uncomplicated and happy your life can become. So free yourself. Otherwise, death will surprise you and you will painfully learn how attached you are, how unprepared for your departure from this world. But if by right living, right thinking, and meditation you can raise to the infinite, the dreams of life and death will vanish in the ever-new joy of his eternal being. Therefore meditation is a dying to the world without dying. This is a new explanation the Lord has given me. In meditation you do consciously what you do unconsciously every night in sleep. When you look at the body and think of its pains and sorrows, you say, "What is this? Surely I shall wake up and find this is all a bad dream." The answer comes every night when you sleep. This dream world and this dream body with its pains and aches disappear from the screen of your consciousness. If life were not a dream, you couldn't get away from it even in sleep. Every night your consciousness leaves the body to remind you that you are not the body. And what you experience unconsciously at night in sleep, you can experience consciously in meditation. Without falling asleep or losing consciousness, keep your mind calm and peaceful in deep meditation, just as it is in dreamless subconscious sleep, and enter the finer world of the superconscious. There the body is forgotten and you enjoy the peace and bliss of your soul, your true self, and of the soul's oneness with God. In Samadhi meditation I experience this joyous freedom. And meditation is the way by which you also must strive to rise above delusion and know your true nature. If you can hold on to that consciousness in activity as well as in meditation, remaining undisturbed by delusive experiences, then you will be above this dream world of gods. The dream will be over for you. This is why Lord Krishna stressed that if you want freedom in spirit, you must be of even mind under all circumstances. He who cannot be ruffled by these contacts of the senses with their objects, who is calm and even-minded during pain and pleasure, he alone is fit to attain everlastingness. Never become mentally ruffled. My master Sri Yukteswar's training in this was wonderful. No matter what happened, he accepted no excuse for my becoming mentally ruffled. I used to go to the ashram and sit at his feet, to meditate and listen to his wisdom. When the time drew near for me to go to catch my train, he would be aware of my mental restlessness, and would just smile at me and say nothing that gave me leave to depart. At first I thought he was very unreasonable. But after a somewhat strained period of this discipline, he explained, I am not grudging your preparing timely to go to the train, but I say there is no need for you to be restless. Why allow nervous excitement to ruffle the mind? You should be naturally calm when you are with me, and when train time comes, calmly get ready to go. He made me miss several trains until I learned how to be calmly active as well as actively calm. This you must learn, likewise. Instead of hurrying in a state of emotional excitement to get some place, and then not enjoying it once you arrive because you are restless, try to be more calm. There is no excuse for being restless within. If you are always calm, you will also be more efficient. And if you want to wake up from this cosmic dream world, you must practice calmness, no matter what happens. As soon as your mind becomes restless, give it a whack with your will and order it to be calm. Don't make a fuss about anything. Whenever you worry, remember, you are deepening the cosmic delusion within you. It is your own dreams that frighten you. In every form of sense experience you must remind yourself, it is a dream. There are 3 dreams that God made strongest in man, the pleasures of sex, gold, and wine. Don't give too much importance to them. Learn to live moderately, and you will be free. The more you give strength to any one of these, the more it will become a demon to keep you away from God. But nothing can keep you away from God, not even the greatest weakness you have, if you want to be free. Remember that habits are nothing but dreams you have nurtured to enslave you. You think you can't do without drink, but it is the mind that is holding you to the thought of drink. Cut out that thought, and that dream will be over, you will be free. No one keeps you deluded but yourself, and no one but yourself can free you. You have no enemy greater than yourself, and no greater friend. God has given you free choice to keep yourself in delusion or to extricate yourself from it. It is your own dreams that are frightening you. A man came to Lahiri Mahasaya, greatly troubled. I keep seeing the hand of a ghost trying to choke me. Lahiri Mahasaya said, you are frightened by your own dream. But it is not a dream, the man said. I see it. Lahiri Mahasaya said, still, it is not real, everything is a dream. The man believed the Guru's words, and was healed. So should you use your mind to change yourself, to heal yourself. Always affirm, nothing can hurt me. Nothing can ruffle me. Realize that you are as good as the best man, as powerful as the strongest man. You must have more faith in yourself. If you make your mind strong, you will be rid of your nightmare. The power of the mind is limitless. Miracles performed by great saints may be miracles to us, but not to them. When you know that mind is the power that creates this universe, there is nothing you cannot do. But don't try in the beginning to do miraculous things. The mind is everything, but until you have learned how to use its power, it is foolish to reason, since all is mind, I will jump off this cliff and be all right. But whatever you can truly convince the mind you can do, you can do. Since everything is made out of mind, it can be controlled by mind. As you develop more and more mental strength, ultimately you will be able to do anything. The great ones have demonstrated this. Jesus could heal the sick, awaken the dead, turn water into wine. Krishna lifted a whole mountain and suspended it over his devotees to protect them from a destructive storm. These avatars proved that all is mind. They didn't merely imagine this, they knew, and could say, I and my Father are one. And as the Father created all things out of his dream, so can those who are one with him. That is how the divine ones perform their miracles. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If you can clarify and expand your mind through meditation, and receive God in your consciousness, you too will be free from the delusion of disease, limitations, and death. This world was not meant to be a haven of peace, but a place of dreams, nightmares with occasional good dreams, from which we would ultimately awaken and return to our mansion in God. Only in God are you safe from delusion. So don't be attached to the passing dreams of life. Life for God and God alone. This is the only way to have freedom and safety in this world. Outside of God there is no security, no matter where you go, delusion can attack you. Be free right now. Be a son of God now, realize you are his child, so that you may be rid of this dream of delusion forever. Meditate deeply and faithfully, and one day you will wake up in ecstasy with God. And see how foolish it is that people think they are suffering. You and I and they are all pure spirit. Krishna said, of the unreal, there is no existence. Of the real, there is no non-existence. The final truth of both of these is known by men of wisdom. I could have meetings here with you every day, but that won't necessarily help you, unless you put into practice what you hear. In these Sunday meetings I have perhaps told you more than you would ever learn elsewhere in a lifetime. By coming to these services you will know how the cords of delusion can be broken. Study your self-realization lessons at home and practice them faithfully. Each human being has to apply his own individual effort to get back to God. Anyone who tells you otherwise is not speaking the truth. God can help you, Guru can help you, but only if you yourself are making the effort to find God. You can't get money by watching someone else work. You have to work for it yourself. And only your working at finding God will take you to God. So make your mightiest effort now. Reserve your nights for meditation. Meditate with undivided attention. Let there be no mockery of mechanical prayer. Give your soul to God. Then you will see that your life, every minute of it, becomes a magic existence. Practicing religion scientifically. It is often said that there is a great conflict between science and religion. It is true that scientists look doubtfully at the scriptural statement that the heaven and the earth were created in a matter of days. From their practical studies of the earth and the heavens, they have proved that creation came into being through a slow evolutionary process, and that the progression of earth alone, from gases to matter, plants, animal life, and man, required millions of years. So there is a great deal of difference between the findings of the scientists and a literal interpretation of the scriptural texts. One of the virtues of the true scientist is that he is open-minded. Working from a little data, he experiments until he uncovers verifiable principles of nature and how they work, then he gives to the world the result of his investigations. And he is willing to consider and to research further any new evidence that comes to light. It is the efforts of such scientists that have resulted in the discovery of all the natural laws that have been harnessed for the benefit of the world today. Gradually we are learning to use these laws in an ever-widening range of practical ways, as for example in the numerous conveniences in our homes. Scientists work in cooperation with God. Scientists are often branded as materially minded because of their questioning of unproved religious beliefs. But God does not condemn them for that. His universal laws operate with impartial justice regardless of man's beliefs. In this sense God is not a respecter of persons but a respecter of law. He has given us free will, and whether we worship Him or not, if we respect His laws, we shall receive the beneficial results of such regard. A doubting scientist might explain his position in this way: even if I don't believe in God, I do try to do what is right. If there is a God, He will reward or punish me according to my respect for His laws. And if there is no God, since I am obeying the laws I find to be true, surely I shall receive any benefit therefrom. So, whether or not they are godless, or making their efforts for material gain, those scientists whose researches are uncovering more and more of God's laws are nonetheless working in cooperation with Him to do some good for the world. Belief is only the first step. Law governs everything in the universe, yet most people have never tried to apply the scientific law of experimentation and research to test religious doctrines. They simply believe, thinking it impossible to investigate and prove the scriptural texts. We have only to believe, they assure themselves and others, and that is to be accepted as all there is to religion. But the Bible tells us that faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Faith is different from belief, which is only the first step. If I were to tell you that behind this building there is a huge lion, you would probably say, we don't see how it could be possible. But if I insisted, yes, there is a lion there, you would believe me to the extent that you would go out and investigate. Belief was necessary in order to make you look into it, and if you didn't see the lion, you would say that I had told you a story. Similarly, if I want to persuade you to make a spiritual experiment, you have to believe me before you will carry it out. You can believe, at least, until you prove differently. Faith, however, cannot be contradicted. It is intuitive conviction of truth, and it cannot be shaken even by contrary evidence. Faith can heal the sick, raise the dead, create new universes. Jesus said, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. Science is reasonable, willing to alter its views in the light of new facts. It is skeptical about religion only because it has not experimented in that field, although it is now beginning such research at Harvard. Experimental psychology has greatly advanced, and is doing its utmost to understand the inner man. Machines have been invented that can record the different kinds of emotion man experiences, it is said that if one lies while being tested on a polygraph, he usually cannot conceal the fact, no matter how hard he tries. Self-realization is necessary to experience God. Scientific knowledge is built upon facts. The medical side is fairly well developed, though the causes and cures of certain ailments are yet to be discovered. But what science does know, it is more or less sure about, because the various factors concerned have been tested, theories have been tried and proven. In religion it is different. People are given certain facts or truths and told to believe them. After a little while, when their belief is not fulfilled, doubt creeps in, and then they go from religion to religion trying to find proof. You hear about God in churches and temples, you can read about Him in books, but you can experience God only through self-realization attained by practicing definite scientific techniques. In India, religion is based upon such scientific methods. Realization is what India specialized in, and those who want to know God should learn her methods. They are not India's sole property. Just as electricity was discovered in the West, and we in India benefit from it, so India has discovered the ways by which God can be known, and the West should profit by them. By experimentation, India has proved the truths in religion. In the future, religion everywhere will be a matter of experimentation, it will not be based solely upon belief. Millions of people are changing from one church to another without truly believing in their hearts what they have heard about God. They say, well, I pray, but most of the time He does not respond. Nevertheless, God is always aware of us. He knows all about us, yet we remain absolutely ignorant of Him. This is the cause of the various kinds of doubts that play upon our minds. If God is, we must be able to know Him. Why should we merely read and hear discussions about Him, and yet know nothing from personal experience? Yet there is a definite way to experience God. And what is that way? It is scientific experimentation with religious truths. And put into practice what you believe. It is possible to put religion into practice, to use it as a science that you can prove by experimenting on yourself. The search for truth is the most marvelous search in the world. Instead of being merely a matter of attending a Sunday service or performing one's puja, religion must have a practical side. Learn how to build your life around spiritual ideals. Without practical application, religion is of little value. A man who used to own a ranch near here was quite materialistic. I urged him to come to Encinitas from time to time, and he did so. After the first few visits, he said, with tears in his eyes, I never realized there was a place whose very atmosphere could speak so much of God's presence. You see, religion must be practical. It must create some change in you, in your consciousness, and in your behavior. All those who have been coming here regularly have changed their lifestyle for the better. They have been spiritually influenced by this environment. So religion must be experimented with, to prove it and make it practical. Many churches do great social good, but they do not show you how you can actually prove God to yourself, and how you can be in tune with Him. The first experiment is silence. The first experiment with religion must begin with silence. Most people never take time to be silent or to sit quietly in meditation. Hours and hours I remain in inner silence. When I am with people, I enjoy them immensely, I am with them fully and wholeheartedly. But when I am away from people, I am entirely alone in that supreme joy of life, the bliss of God. No matter where I am, that joy of God is always with me. Why don't you experiment with silence, so that you can live in this same way? Most of you can't sit still for even 10 minutes without your thoughts running away in all directions. You have not learned to be at peace in your home within, because you are always restlessly chasing about in your mind. My master, Sri Yukteswar, used to say, locking the door of the storehouse of happiness, man runs everywhere else, begging for that happiness. How foolish, when he has the whole store of joy lying within himself. From my childhood I sought God, and communion with Him has given me happiness that no fulfilled material desires could ever give. You have nothing if you have not God. You have everything if you have God, for He is the master of the universe. If you haven't felt any results from religion, experiment in meditation. Shake God out of His silence. You must insist, Lord, speak to me. If you make a supreme effort in the silence of the night and in the early morning, after a little while you will see a glimmer of God's light or feel a ripple of His joy coming over your consciousness. Experimenting to know God in meditation, in silence, brings the most real, most remarkable results. Scientists once thought that water was a single element. But experiments later proved that two invisible elements, hydrogen and oxygen, come together in a certain combination to make up water. Similarly, by religious experiment, wonderful spiritual truths are realized. When you sit quietly in meditation, and your mind is withdrawn within, you will have proof of God and of your own true nature. Experimentation with religious laws is marvelous because the result doesn't take place outside yourself, it is right within you. The end result of truth is always good. Only the application of religious methods can bring lasting happiness. One of the most important spiritual principles to apply is truthfulness. The meaning of truth is not clearly understood by most people. Truth is exact correspondence with reality, hence its end result is always good. Those who develop the habit of telling little lies all the time will find it hard ever to be wholly truthful in any statement. Such chronic liars never think of the importance of speaking truth, they don't even realize they are lying. Their own imagination becomes truth to them, and they can no longer see the real truth in any situation. Many who do not understand the importance of speaking truth rationalize their deceptions by saying, well, if I always tell the truth I am sure to be gypped, because the rest of the world doesn't work that way. A little lie now and then enables me to get along beautifully. How sad. To be always truthful we must understand the difference between fact and truth. If you see a crippled man and, reasoning that his lameness is an obvious fact, you greet him, "How do you do, Mr. Lame Man?" you will offend him. Your truthfully pointing out his defect only hurt, it did no good. Therefore, one should not speak unpleasant facts unnecessarily, even though they be true. There are no harmless lies. However, if for good reason you don't want to speak the truth, at least don't tell a lie. Suppose you are meditating in a corner, believing you are hidden from sight. Your desire is that nobody know what you are doing. But someone discovers you and calls out, "Hello. What are you doing?" And to hide the fact that you were meditating, you reply, "I was eating a banana." To tell such a lie is unnecessary. You could have replied, "I am busy now, and I don't want to be disturbed." This truthful statement is much better than even a little lie to shield from others' curiosity the fact of what you were doing. It is this type of lying that most people get into. Avoid it, because it encourages a habit pattern of being untruthful, even when there is no need to evade the truth. It is also wrong to speak the truth when, by doing so, one betrays another person unnecessarily and to no good purpose. Suppose a man drinks, but tries to hide it from the rest of the world. You know about his weakness, and so in the name of truthfulness you announce to your friends, "You know that so and so drinks, don't you? Such a remark is uncalled for. One should not be busy about other people's business. Be protective about others' personal faults, so long as they harm no one else. Speak privately to an offender about his failings, if you have an opportunity or responsibility to help him, but never, under pretext of helping someone, speak deliberately to hurt him. You will only help him to become your enemy. You may also extinguish any desire that he might have had to become better. Truth is always wholesome, fact can sometimes be harmful. However true it may be, a fact that goes against good is only a fact, it is not truth. Never reveal unpleasant facts that cause meaningless suffering to someone else, such as speaking out unnecessarily against another's character. This is often done to well-known persons by sensation-seeking newspapers or magazines. The motive is to hurt the individual's reputation, or to reap personal gain at his expense. Do not bring upon yourself the bad karma that results from revealing harmful facts against others, when no true or noble purpose is served thereby. When you must evade revealing some unpleasant fact, be sure you also avoid implying what you are trying to hide. After all, God is forgiving, and we, His children, should be forgiving. Why should you be the medium of someone else's harm? Your hurtful action will rebound and harm you, too. We have to live through the results of every experience we put others through. There are men who live in peace, and there are men who live in worry and unhappiness. The latter have not had the wisdom to experiment and discover how it is possible to live in peace. Otherwise, they would have learned not to tell untruths and not to talk against others in a mean and harmful way. The importance to you of others' happiness. Learn also to be unselfish. To find happiness in making others happy is a true goal of one who loves God. Giving happiness to others is tremendously important to our own happiness, and a most satisfying experience. Some people think only of their own family, us four and no more. Others think only of self, how am I going to be happy? But these are the very persons who do not become happy. It is not right to seek personal happiness regardless of others' well-being. If you unscrupulously take away others' dollars for yourself, you may become rich, but you will never be happy, because their thoughts of resentment against you will react upon you. The divine law is that whenever you try to make yourself happy at the cost of others' welfare, everyone will want to make you unhappy. But if you try to make others happy, even at the cost of your own contentment, everyone will think of your welfare. Whenever you think of your own necessities, remember the needs of others, too. As soon as you feel concerned for their well-being, you will want to make them happy. The unselfish person gets along beautifully with his family and with the rest of the world. The selfish person always gets into trouble and loses his peace of mind. Won't power leads to willpower. Religious experimentation will show you that an uncontrolled existence, also, is the way to misery. The individual who lives all the time in an undisciplined manner is constantly filled with restlessness and worries. But he who has learned self-control knows the way to real happiness. Whenever you reason that you cannot do without something, you have become its slave. The secret of happiness is to be master of yourself. Many of the things you shouldn't do, you want to do. But when you have cultivated the power to control your desire to do something, even though you are tempted to do it, you have self-mastery. Most people need to develop won't power, it enables you to avoid doing things you shouldn't do. When you say, I won't give in to this wrong habit, and you don't, that is self-mastery. Won't power develops strength of mind. Man's outer behavior reflects his inner life. External luxuries cannot make the soul happy, it is only by control of one's life that the soul experiences happiness and peace. Every morning when I get up, I make certain resolutions, and then throughout the day I mentally whip myself to be sure that I fulfill them. This develops great willpower, and when I see all my resolutions carried out, I feel I am a conqueror. So practice self-control. If you don't, you will find yourself constantly carried away on the waves of emotion. A practical experiment in religion. Practice religion every day of your life. On Sundays you learn about the divine law of forgiveness. If you are slapped on the left cheek, turn the right cheek also. But do you practice this in everyday life? Or do you think it is foolish to do so? Experiment. When you retaliate by giving the other person a slap, you feel terrible, your action is just as bad as the other person's. Anger and bitterness react not only upon your mind, but upon your physical body. You feel a great heat in your brain, which upsets your nervous system. Why should you take on the contagion of the hatred of him who slaps you? Why should you disrupt your mental peace? Isn't it better to be able to say, I am happy within myself because, in spite of your blows, I have done no harm to you and have wished you well. Though it is easier to slap in return for a slap, remember that the after effects of such a reaction, loss of mental peace, and physiological disturbance, are not worth the momentary satisfaction of revenge. When you refrain from retaliating, you will find that you have calmed down your enemy also, whereas if you hit back, you only rouse his emotions more. So to be in control of your emotions is important to happiness. Then no one can get you angry, no one can make you jealous. You stand unchallenged in your own consciousness. You know what you are. You have experimented with your thoughts, and you know what treasure of peace you have within. There is always a way out. Worry doesn't help you, either. Not only does it burn out your nerves, leaving you cranky and cross all the time, it puts an extra strain on the heart. When you leave your work for the day, forget it, do not pick it up mentally and carry it home with you. Worry only clouds your mind so that you cannot think clearly. You should learn to rely more on God. This is a science, a divine law. There is always a way out of your trouble, and if you take the time to think clearly, to think how to get rid of the cause of your anxiety instead of just worrying about it, you become a master. Many people come to me to talk about their worries. I urge them to sit quietly, meditate, and pray, and after feeling calmness within, to think of the alternate ways by which the problem can be solved or eliminated. When the mind is calm in God, when the faith is strong in God, they find a solution to their problem. Merely ignoring problems won't solve them, but neither will worrying about them. Meditate until you become calm, then put your mind on your problem and pray deeply for God's help. Concentrate on the problem and you will find a solution without going through the terrible strain of worry. Know if about the working of God's laws. A prayer that is strong and deep will definitely receive God's answer. But if you do not make any real effort to pray to Him, naturally you will not feel any response. At one time or another, everyone has found some desire fulfilled through prayer. When your will is very strong, it touches the Father, and the Father wills that your desire be fulfilled. When He wills, all nature takes notice. God does respond when you deeply pray to Him with faith and determination. Sometimes He answers by dropping a thought in the mind of another person who can fulfill your desire or need. That individual then serves as God's instrument to bring about the desired result. You don't realize how wonderfully this great power works. It operates mathematically. There is no if about it. And that is what the Bible means by faith. it is proof of things unseen. If you practice the presence of God, you will know that what I am saying is truth. Go to God, pray and cry to Him until He shows the workings of His laws to you and guides you. Remember, greater than a million reasonings of the mind is to sit and meditate upon God until you feel calmness within. Then say to the Lord, I can't solve my problem alone, even if I thought a zillion different thoughts, but I can solve it by placing it in your hands, asking first for your guidance, and then following through by thinking out the various angles for a possible solution. God does help those who help themselves. When your mind is calm and filled with faith after praying to God in meditation, you are able to see various answers to your problems, and because your mind is calm, you are capable of picking out the best solution. Follow that solution, and you will meet with success. This is applying the science of religion in your daily life. Seeing is believing, the science of religion. Everything that is visible is the result of the invisible. Because you do not see God, you do not believe He is here. Yet every tree and every blade of grass is controlled by the power of God within it. That power is not visible externally. What you see are merely the results coming from the power in the seeds planted in the earth, which emerge as the tree and the blades of grass. You do not see what is going on within, in the factory of the infinite. Every object in this universe, and every potential therein, has been produced first in the factory of the mind of God, and God sublets that power to the factory of the mind of man. From that little factory of man's mind comes everything he accomplishes, great books, intricate machines, outstanding achievements in any walk of life. Above all, in that mind factory lies man's unique ability to find God. The mind is a perfect instrument of knowledge when you have learned to base your life on truth. Then you see everything in a clear, undistorted way, exactly as it is. Therefore, learn to experiment with this mind. Learn to follow the science of religion and you can become the greatest kind of scientist, the greatest kind of inventor, the master of your own fate. If you can just remember and apply the truths I have told you, there is nothing you cannot accomplish in life. And the greatest of all achievements is to find God. By the application of science and religion, your uncertain belief in spiritual possibilities can become realization of their highest fulfillment. Then you will be the most successful of all human beings, greater than all the scientists on earth. The great ones who have discovered Him never live in doubt, they experience the truth. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. You have everything when you have found God. Finding the joy in life. Have you ever tried to catch that will-o'-the-wisp of something else which still dances in the background of your feelings at the end of all accomplished desires? Analyze it. You hanker after something as long as you are not able to get it, but when it is secured, sooner or later you tire of it, and want something else. Even if life gave you at one time everything you wanted, wealth, power, friends, after a while you would again become dissatisfied and need something more. But there is one thing that can never become stale to you, joy itself. In all your seeking among different things, directly or indirectly, you are in reality seeking happiness through the fulfillment of your desires. You do not want those things that bring sorrow. Neither do you want those that provide a little pleasure in the beginning but sink you deep in remorse and suffering in the end. No matter what your goal, you seek it with eagerness, in expectation of fulfillment by possessing it, and you ought to feel joyous when you actually get it. Then why not seek joy directly? Why seek it through the intermediary of material pleasures and objects? When you supplicate the favor of short-lasting material things, your happiness depends on their short-lasting pleasures. Material objects and the satisfaction of material desires are temporal, therefore all happiness deriving from them is temporal. Eating, smelling fragrances, listening to music, beholding beautiful objects, touching pleasing things, these are evanescent pleasures, lasting only as long as the sensations of tasting, smelling, hearing, seeing, and touching last, or until the mind becomes bored with a sensation and is tempted by a new stimulus. You do not want a transitory joy that leaves sorrow in its trail when it vanishes. You crave joy that is not merely tantalizing, disappearing like the sudden flicker of gossamer wings beneath a flash of lightning. You should look for joy that will shine forever steadily, like the ever-luminous radium. Yet you do not want enjoyment that has too much sameness, you want a joy that changes and dances, enthralling your mind in many ways, keeping your attention perpetually occupied and interested. Happiness that comes by fits and starts is only tantalizing, pleasures that become monotonous are tiresome, mirth that lasts just a little while and brings sorrow in the end is undesirable, joy that comes momentarily and then flits away, sinking you in a state of deepening indifference by contrast, is torturing. Joy that rhythmically changes all the time and yet in itself remains unchangeable, like an actor who entertains with different roles and poses, is what all of us are seeking. Such joy can be found only through regular, deep meditation. The inner fountain of unchangeable ever-new joy alone can quench our thirst. By its very nature, this divine bliss is the only enchantment that can never tire the mind or make us want to exchange it for something else. In the pursuit of evil or of good, it is happiness you are always seeking. The former promises happiness and gives sorrow, the latter may seem to offer sorrow by its requisite of discipline and willpower, but will surely give lasting joy in the end. God is everlasting, ever new joy, and when you have found Him, you need no longer pursue the eternally elusive will-o'-the-wisp something else that has always eluded you in all fulfilled desires. God is that something else. Finding Him, you will need seek no further. In ever new joy, you will have everything you ever sought. Material objects that give pleasure remain outside the mind. They, and the gratification they give, gain entry into the mind only through imagination. Joy, by its very nature, being the blissful consciousness of spirit in man's soul, lives closest to the mind, and is born in it when the mind is inwardly tuned. When external objects of sense pleasure are destroyed, the happiness they give is destroyed with them. But the ever-new joy of God inherent in the soul is indestructible. So also, its expression in the mind can never be destroyed if one knows how to hold on to it, and if he does not deliberately change his mind and become sorrowful by nurturing moods. So do not seek fulfillment through material mediums, or through desires born of such contact. Seek the unconditioned, indestructible pure bliss within yourself, and you will have found the ever-existing, ever-conscious, ever-new joy, God. Unlike material pleasures, this joy is not an abstract quality of mind, it is the conscious, self-born, self-expressing quality of spirit. Seek it and be comforted forever. When you have attained this ever-new joy, you will never become a cynic, hating the world and condemning its human inhabitants. Rather, you will then be in a position to appreciate God's creation rightly. As His immortal child, you are supposed to enjoy the good and the beauty of His handiwork with the lasting blissful attitude of your eternal nature, which is perpetual joy. But people who delight in material things without knowing the superlative inner joy of God become materialistically minded. It is a disgrace to behave like a discontented mortal, chasing one desire after another, when you are made in God's immortal image of all desire quenching ever new joy. When immortals behave like mortals, they experience the alternations of pleasure, sorrow, and indifference in their natures. That is why you must destroy this changeable nature grafted to your unchangeable, immortal nature. When you have found your true soul nature of everlasting joy, that indestructible bliss will remain with you throughout all experiences of life, whether they be pleasant or disagreeable. Your joy will stand unshaken amidst the crash of breaking earthly pleasures. You will enjoy everything with the joy that is God. Unattracted to the sensory world, the yogi experiences the ever-new joy inherent in the self. Engaged in divine union of the soul with spirit, he attains bliss indestructible. What is fate? Is fate a mysterious, implacable outside force that governs human destiny? This concept has influenced many to believe that what is to be will be, and nothing can be done about it. Fate does mean something ordained, but it is ordained by you yourself, through the operation of the law of causation, or karma. God gave you the freedom to choose how you will act, but the law of causation governs the outcome according to the nature of the action. Thus every act becomes a cause that will produce a certain kind of effect. When you have set in motion a particular cause, the effect will inevitably correspond to that cause. Whether you do good or evil, you must reap the result of that action. So day by day you are creating the causes that determine your own fate. Perhaps daily at the dinner table you say, "I will have a little bit more, please." After you have finished, you say, "I shouldn't have eaten so much." This is human nature. We are the funniest of all God's creatures. We call ourselves intelligent human beings, but we are slaves to our desires. Because you eat that little bit extra every day, you suddenly find you have heart trouble or stomach pains. Then sadly you ask, "Why did this have to happen to me? I must have been fated to be sick." But that is not so. You forgot about having eaten that little bit more, when you should have used self-control and taken a little bit less. If a motor is overloaded, and you add to that load, naturally it will be hard on the motor. It may give up. In the same way, you overworked your motor of digestion. That was the cause, and it was created by you. Your stomach pains from ulcers or indigestion are merely the result. Why we are all different from one another. Behind the light in every little bulb is a great dynamic current, beneath every little wave is the vast ocean, which has become the many waves. So it is with human beings. God made every man in his image, and gave each one freedom. But you forget the source of your being and the unequaled power of God that is an inherent part of you. The possibilities of this world are limitless, the potential progress of man is limitless. Yet it appears that each individual is born with definite limitations. These are the results of the operation of the law of karma. All the causes of ill health or sudden financial failure or other troubles that come upon you without warning, and without your knowing why, were created by you in the past, in this or in previous incarnations, and have been silently germinating in your consciousness. If you had the wisdom, you could have lessened the effects by right thinking and right living, but you lead a life that is generally unconscious of the possible results of your thoughts and actions, so when anything upsetting happens without apparent reason, you say, "Well, it was fate." Your failure or sickness or other troubles started with unwise actions in past lives, and the effects of those causes have been brewing within, waiting for the right time to bubble over. Disease, health, failure, success, inequalities, equality, early death, long life, all these are outgrowths of the seeds of actions we have sown in the past. They cause us to come into this world with varying degrees of goodness or evil within us. So even though God made us in His image, no two people are alike, each has used his God-given free choice to make something different of himself. This is why some people suffer for the slightest reason. Others become angry at the least provocation. And there are those who eat endlessly without any self-control. Did God make them that way? No. Each person has made himself the way he is. There would be no justice in this world if God had arbitrarily made us the way we are. I sometimes think God must be watching in amazement this big zoo of human beings here, blaming him because they have a headache or a stomach ache, or are always getting into trouble. Don't blame God or anyone else if you are suffering from disease, financial problems, emotional upsets. You created the cause of the problem in the past and must make a greater determination to uproot it now. 3 ways to deal with the effects of actions. Fate means that a cause has operated to produce an effect. You can change it, if you know the way. However, it is not always easy. 1. You can minimize the effect of an action. 2. You can resist the effect. 3. You can completely stop it. Why do people go to doctors? Because that is one way to minimize the effects of wrong actions. The physical way to lessen an illness or overcome it may be found in such remedies as proper diet, exercise, or medication. One self-realization student was recently healed of ulcers by a diet of bread and milk. But lessening or removing effects may not necessarily eliminate the cause. Under favorable circumstances, the cause may send forth new effects in the same or a different form. To resist the effects of karma is to use common sense remedies, but rely more on the power of the mind. Refuse to accept any limiting condition. Affirm and believe in health, strength, success, even in the face of contradictory evidence. The effects of your actions have much less power to hurt you when you do not allow the mind to give in to them. Remember that. You can also resist by counteracting the bad effects of past wrong actions with good effects set in motion by present right actions, thus preventing the creation of an environment favorable to the fruition of your bad karma. But how are you going to completely break the hold that fate has on you? The only way that you can permanently stop the undesirable effects of past wrong actions is by removing the cause of those effects. Harmful past life seed tendencies must be cauterized from the brain, then there will be no recurrence of any type of illness or other troubles arising from them. Roast them in the fire of wisdom. Man suffers because of his errors, and the root cause of error is ignorance. Therefore seek the wisdom born of meditation, which removes forever from within you the darkness of ignorance. Krishna said, O Arjuna, as enkindled flame converts firewood into ashes, so does the fire of wisdom consume to ashes all karma. When you meditate deeply, God's light of divine wisdom cauterizes the seeds of undesirable karma stored in the deep recesses of consciousness in the brain. Even the fate of death can be changed. Jesus demonstrated in a most dramatic way that there is no such thing as an unalterable fate. According to Lazarus' karma, he was destined to die on a certain day. The law was fulfilled, and Lazarus died. That was fated to be. But not even death is a fate irrevocable. Jesus satisfied the karmic law and brought Lazarus back to life again. How did he do it? He didn't just say, "Come forth." Jesus saw where the soul of Lazarus had gone, after it had left the physical form, and he first contacted that soul, encased in its astral, heavenly, body, in order to call it back again. But he didn't call Lazarus back to a body that had already begun to rot. Jesus had to make that body whole again. He had to revive and restore the body of Lazarus before the soul and life could enter in. Only after the form had been made livable could he invoke Lazarus to come forth in it. So Jesus did 2 things. First, he put himself, his life and divine power, in the body of Lazarus. Thus he could work out Lazarus' karma, he took that karma on himself. Then, having freed the body of the cause of death, he renewed the bodily cells so that they would live again. This is how Jesus could wake up Lazarus from the dead, even though there was no way of reviving him according to natural law. If the bulb in a lamp is broken, the light will go out. Unless you replace the broken bulb with a new one, you cannot bring the light back again. Similarly, once the light of the soul leaves the body at death, it can't come back again except in a new body bulb in a new incarnation. But great sages of old knew, as did Jesus, that when a body is fated to be destroyed by death, that same body can be revived again by one who knows how to do it. Of course, raising the dead is an extreme case of altering fate, but it does show that man potentially has power even over death, the so-called inevitable fate. Mahavadar Babaji also demonstrated the power of restoring life. A would-be disciple once sought out Babaji in the Himalayas, where this great master lives with a few highly advanced disciples. The stranger asked to be received into the sacred band, vowing to jump from the mountain if his plea was refused. Babaji said he could not accept him in his present state of development. The distraught devotee hurled himself over the cliff, while the other disciples looked on in horror. Babaji then told them to retrieve the body. The disciples obeyed, and laid the lifeless form at the Mahavadar's feet. He touched the broken body, healed it, and brought the devotee back to life. By his act of total faith and devotion, the disciple had worked out the last vestiges of bad karma that had made him theretofore unready to join Babaji's exalted company of devotees. The great Guru then accepted him as a disciple. On another occasion, however, Babaji satisfied the karmic law by taking a devotee's karma on himself, thus mitigating the destined fate of death, which only a true Guru has the power to do. The Mahavadar was sitting with Lahiri Mahasaya and some other disciples. Before them a ceremonial fire was burning. Suddenly Babaji picked up a white-hot brand and hit the bare shoulder of one of the disciples. Lahiri Mahasaya spoke up in astonishment, questioning why the Guru had done such a terrible thing. Babaji looked at him and said, "Would you rather have seen him burn to ashes before your eyes? It was his karma to die a painful death by fire today. By hitting him with a burning ember and taking his karma, I have saved him." Such are the blessings that can be bestowed on those who are in tune with a true Guru, a God-realized master. Those who are with God-like souls, in spirit and in truth, become God-like themselves. Avoid wrong behavior to prevent unpleasant results. Let us talk about preventable causes now. You should control all impulses to behave wrongly, overcome chronic greed, chronic jealousy, chronic anger, and other such tendencies that keep coming back all the time. All harmful emotions inside you must be brought under your control. These states are remediable. But you don't try to rid yourself of them. Materialists concentrate on treating the symptoms and secondary causes. They don't believe in any deeper law or cause. They reason that when you start to break the laws of right behavior, there must be two causes: the influence of bad company or environment that affects you adversely, and lack of self-control. This is true. But those who go deeper, seeing into the real causes of man's suffering, say in addition that the degree of your susceptibility to these present causes is in direct proportion to the real causes, the seed tendencies within you that have come from your past life behavior. Even if a doctor heals you of an ailment, other diseases may come in its stead unless you have overcome the habit that caused it in the first place. If someone is healed of ulcers by the doctor, but continues to eat the wrong food, he will get ulcers again, or perhaps something worse. The metaphysician would see the cause, which in this case is greed, the habit from the past, and the present uncontrolled desire to eat what he likes rather than what is good for him. The metaphysician would then advise removal of the cause. At the right time, and in the right environment, all good and bad actions of the past come to fruition, just as seeds sprout under the right conditions. This explains why it is important always to mix with good company. You don't know what kinds of seeds, whether of disease or other negative happenings, are dormant within you. Suppose you have in your consciousness from the past the seeds of craving for drink. You have never drunk in this life, but one day you take a drink at a party, and suddenly you are caught up in the desire for liquor. Eventually you become addicted to it again. The tendencies were already buried within you as a result of past living, your present actions provided the necessary conditions for their resurrection. So it is very unwise to mix with people who encourage any bad habit in you. You don't know what latent seeds of wrong action you carry within your consciousness. It is best not to give those seeds any chance to grow. Do you see how deep these principles are? This subject of overcoming fate or karma is the most wonderful philosophy. It proves that man can fully govern his own life. And that life is a beautiful experience when you are not its slave, but its master. Your greatest enemies are your bad habits. They will follow you from one incarnation to another until you overcome them. In order to free yourself from fate, you must cure yourself of bad habits. How? Good company is one of the best medicines. If you have a tendency to drink, mix with people who do not. If you are suffering from ill health, be with people who have positive minds, who don't think about sickness. If you have the consciousness of failure, associate with those who have the consciousness of success. Then you will begin to change. Each of your habits creates a specific groove, or pathway, in the brain. These patterns make you behave in a certain way, often against your wish. Your life follows those grooves that you yourself have created in the brain. In that sense you are not a free person, you are more or less a victim of the habits you have formed. Depending on how set those patterns are, to that degree you are a puppet. But you can neutralize the dictates of those bad habits. How? By creating brain patterns of opposite good habits. And you can completely erase the grooves of bad habits by meditation. There is no other way. However, you can't cultivate good habits without good company and good environment. And you can't free yourself from bad habits without good company and meditation. Even if you were to flee to the jungle, your old habits would be with you still. You can't run away from them, so you may as well strive to overcome them. Clear out the jungle of your wrong habits. Then you will be free. A quarrelsome family says, "Oh, if only we had a nice home in the country, we would be so happy." Eventually they move into such a place, but having never learned how to get along with one another, they continue their disagreeable habit of quarreling, and make life in that home a nightmare too. So don't wait. Change yourself by yourself. It can be the easiest thing to do, or the hardest thing to do, easy if you meditate and keep good company, difficult if you don't meditate and if you mix with people who wrongly influence you. Never give up your good efforts. Let nobody say that you are finished, all washed up. Why should you give up? Why should you think, "I can't change, I am old, I am finished"? You can change every day, anytime you want to. I have noticed that some people remain the same year after year. I call them psychological antiques. And I have seen others who, no matter what comes, are always filled with ambition, doing something to improve themselves. That is the right kind of living. I used to know the elderly wife of a senator. She was a fanatic about liquor, and when her husband died, she threw it all out of the house. This woman was a live wire. She exercised regularly, took up dancing, and was very active in useful projects. According to her view, being old was no reason for her to give up all her interests and prepare for death. She kept on this way for quite a few years, and remained enthusiastic, healthy, and happy. She was no ordinary person, and I very much admired her spirit. Many people grow old before their time. You don't have to give up just because you are 75 or 80. Never tell your age, nor let anyone pity you that you are getting old. Keep yourself youthfully erect and alert. Feel young. It is the spirit within that keeps you young. Be enthusiastic. There are lots of young people who are already psychologically old and as good as dead. They have no ambition, no enthusiasm. They don't try to change. You are finished only when you say or think you are. No matter how others judge you, your own decree of defeat is the worst of all. You give up. The moment you say, I have tried, but I can't contact God, you are through. You won't get to Him. Some teachers say that if one doesn't start his search for God before he is 30 years old, he cannot find Him. This is not true. God will come to you anytime you are willing to make the effort. It is true, however, that the earlier one starts to seek God or truth earnestly, the easier it is, because habits have not yet become thoroughly formed. But Krishna taught that in spite of negative habits, one can find God if he earnestly seeks Him. Even a consummate evildoer who turns away from all else to worship me exclusively may be counted among the good, because of his righteous resolve. He will fast become a virtuous man and obtain unending peace. Tell all assuredly, O Arjuna, that my devotee never perishes. So if you make the determination, I will keep on seeking God, even if I drop dead while trying, then know that you will feel God's presence, you will find that He responds. Angels are made on earth, not in heaven. Don't depend on death to liberate you from your imperfections. You are exactly the same after death as you were before. Nothing changes, you only give up the body. If you are a thief or a liar or a cheater before death, you don't become an angel merely by dying. If such were possible, then let us all go and jump in the ocean now and become angels at once. Whatever you have made of yourself thus far, so will you be hereafter. And when you reincarnate, you will bring that same nature with you. To change, you have to make the effort. This world is the place to do it. Man comes here for the sole purpose of learning to break the cords that bind his soul. Disease, failure, negation, greed, jealousy, break these bonds now. You are in a cocoon of your own bad habits, and you must get out of it by self-effort. The butterfly of the soul must be freed to spread its wings of beautiful divine qualities. If the silkworm is still in its cocoon when the silkman comes, it gets caught in a trap of its own making, and dies there. So do you weave silken threads of bad habits about you, and you die still bound in them. To the last day of your life, be positive, try to be cheerful. Even at the very end, don't think, I am finished. Instead of pitying yourself, you should be thinking, O ye who are left on this desolate shore still to mourn and deplore, it is I who pity you. Death will not give you any trouble if you have a clear conscience, and if you go with this thought, Lord, I am in thy hands. How meditation changes your fate. If you really want to rid yourself of present bad habits and to escape those decrees of fate that have caused you suffering, you have no greater recourse than meditation. Every time you meditate deeply on God, beneficial changes take place in the patterns of your brain. Suppose you are a financial failure or a moral failure or a spiritual failure. Through deep meditation, affirming, "I and my Father are one," you will know that you are the child of God. Hold on to that ideal. Meditate until you feel a great joy. When joy strikes your heart, God has answered your broadcast to Him. He is responding to your prayers and positive thinking. This is a distinct and definite method. First, meditate upon the thought, "I and my Father are one," trying to feel a great peace, and then a great joy in your heart. When that joy comes, say, "Father, Thou art with me. I command Thy power within me to cauterize my brain cells of wrong habits and past seed tendencies." The power of God in meditation will do it. Rid yourself of the limiting consciousness that you are a man or a woman. Know that you are the child of God. Then mentally affirm and pray to God, "I command my brain cells to change, to destroy the grooves of bad habits that have made a puppet out of me. Lord, burn them up in Thy divine light." And when you will practice the self-realization techniques of meditation, especially Kriya Yoga, you will actually see that light of God baptizing you. But you must concentrate, you must deeply commune with God. Night is the best time for this. How wonderful it is to try to commune with God then, when the world around you is quiet. I have received my greatest experiences with God at night before I go to sleep. I never even think of sleep if I don't want to. I want to be with the Lord at night, and He takes care of me. The most important consideration is to be with God. I never worry about the future or the past. I just live each day for God, that is all. I will do my best, whatever I can, but I don't worry about anything. I am working only for God in this world, and I don't care what happens to me. What can happen that I will not still be with the Lord? When I was in India, I wrote to those at MT Washington, "I never miss you all because I am with you evermore. And when this wave shall be gone from the surface of the ocean of life, somewhere else I will be, but whether here or there, we will all be in the same ocean of life in God." So when you shall know God, you will never grieve for your friends and loved ones when you are parted from them. Many friends that I knew in the past I have found again in this life. And many who know me now shall know me again hereafter. When I first came to America, I saw the faces of some of you in vision. That is why I wrote, "Sleeping memories of friends once more to be did greet me, sailing o'er the sea." I was feeling very sad as the ship came into the harbor of this strange land. I was apprehensive, and my India was hushed in the distant darkness of thousands of miles. But then I saw in vision the faces of many here whom I had known before in previous lives, and a great joy came over me. I know that I knew Madame Golly Kersey and her husband before. One day, a record was playing, and I asked, "Whose record is it? Play it again." The voice was Golly Kersey's. "I am going to meet her," I said. Later, one night in Chicago, a friend came and told me, "You know, Madame Golly Kersey is here in the city. I feel you should meet her." I was given a letter of introduction, and others tried to approach her on my behalf. But the tickets for all her concerts were sold out. At last the manager himself gave me his son's ticket. When Madame Golly Kersey and I met after the concert, she greeted me and said, "I scolded them for not making a ticket available to you sooner. We have been friends ever since, and she and her husband follow this path faithfully. Be a jailbreaker from the prison of fate." Although life seems capricious, uncertain, and full of all kinds of troubles, still we are always under the guiding, loving protection of God. We are in a sort of jail, imprisoned by the consequences of our wrong actions. But we can break out of this prison and be one with God again. Though we are surrounded by the bars of fate, evil, moral troubles, weaknesses, sickness, financial difficulties, we have the power within us to sunder them. In your youth you feel you have the power to conquer the world, but as you get older you feel you have lost it. Day after day, you prove that you are a slave to your environment and habits. Instead, day after day you should affirm, I am the conqueror of all. I may die, but I will die free in the bosom of God. I will not remain behind the bars of bad habits, the bars of fate. This freedom will come if you meditate every day and strengthen your willpower. Not God, but you created the jail. You forged those bars, and so you must break them. You must be jailbreakers, breaking out of this prison of flesh. Escape from every jail cell of bad habits, attachment, emotion, desires, life, and death. The bars of this jail in which your soul is imprisoned can be severed with the saw of wisdom. The more you will saw at them in meditation, the freer you will become through the power of God. In Him you will know that this life is like a dream, it is just a drama. Dear ones, I very much enjoy these meetings with you, because I don't come here to give a lecture, I talk to you only with the consciousness of spirit, and not in a mechanical way. I speak to you what comes from my soul. I seek only those who are deeply interested in finding God. Such lovely souls I meet here, and such wonderful souls live here in our MT Washington ashram. Years and years, one peace and harmony. I give thanks to the Lord, for all is His glory. It is not always easy to do good. But the greatest thing in life is to live in the castle of your own clear conscience, knowing you are pleasing God. He is the only answer, for in God lies the greatest happiness. Over and above performing faithfully all one's duties, taking shelter in me, it is by my pleasure a devotee obtains the eternal, unchangeable state. You should love and bless all, and try to see God in everyone, even the error-stricken. And no matter how hard it seems at times, you must follow the path of truth, then you will break the bars of fate. The end of the world. Considering present world conditions, you can well appreciate why I have taken for my subject, the end of the world. My talk today will help you to understand many things that are yet to come. When we study current events, or those that have passed, our view of these happenings is determined by how clearly or distortedly they are reflected in our consciousness. People judge what happens according to the way they live, and by the measure of their own mind and intelligence. Self-interest, prejudices, hatred, and anger prevent true understanding of the events and mysteries of life. Only by communion with God can we comprehend His divine laws, which are working everywhere. In spite of all the ruthless, desecrating ways in which man has wrought destruction in God's creation, still we will find that evil destroys itself, and that the power of God marches on in the face of every opposition. The end of the world has various connotations, as I shall show you. First of all, there is the literal meaning. In this sense, the end of the world is of two kinds, partial dissolution and complete dissolution. It will be a long, long time before we can expect complete dissolution. Yet periodically some fanatical group predicts that the world is coming to an end. A few years ago we read in the papers about a sect in New York whose leader, misguided by mental phobia, or imagination, had frightened many of his followers by such a prediction. Those who seek to hold their followers by instilling fear in them are not true teachers. We should always be actuated by wisdom, never by fear. To get back to my story, the members of this sect made ready for the coming Holocaust. They gave their property away and went with their teacher to a mountaintop to await the end of the world. They waited and waited. Several days passed, and their hunger pangs were increasing. Still nothing happened, and they finally gave up. Eventually, they had to institute lawsuits in order to get back their property. This is just one instance in which people have been alarmed by predictions of war or some other major disaster. More often than not, these proved to be false predictions. But in any case, we need not be frightened. After all, what is life? It is a temporary dream. Death is nothing but a sleep and another dream. When the dream is over, it is gone. Viewing it from that consciousness, I am not sorry for those who die on the battlefields, because for them the dream of torture is over. But I grieve for the wounded, because pain is a dreadful nightmare. Much of the time my mind is not here, I am roaming on the battlefields of Europe. You might think as I tell you this, or if I were to tell you of other unusual experiences, that I am suffering from an overwrought imagination, but that is not so. Naturally, it is hard to believe that others can have realizations that we ourselves do not. But if you live for years in the mental world, whence God is sending forth these dreams of creation, and if you continuously work with the divine powers of the mind, you can see, as I do, all the mysteries of God's creation unfold before you. The good and evil actions of man affect the harmonious balance of the earth. Partial dissolution of the world is brought on by the evil activities of people in general. If we all begin to fight with explosives, by this direct action we can reduce drastically the extent of civilization. And maybe if we work hard enough, we can dissolve this world, too. God has given man the power of destruction as well as the power of creation. We have made the world beautiful, and we have the power to destroy it. When we desecrate the world, the environment undergoes a violent change, which is called partial dissolution. Such upheavals have occurred many times. One example is Noah's flood. These partial dissolutions are due to the wrong actions and ignorant errors of mankind. Don't think the happenings of this world are going on automatically without God's knowledge. And don't think that man's actions have no effect on the operation of his cosmic laws. Everything that has happened throughout the ages is recorded in the ether. The vibrations of evil that mankind leaves in the ether upset the normal harmonious balance of the earth. When the earth becomes very heavy with disease and evil, these etheric disturbances cause the world to give way to earthquakes, floods, and other natural disasters. It is the same as when you live wrongly for a long time, various inharmonies begin to manifest in your body, as well as certain diseases. Disease is not a punishment. It is a poison that you yourself create in the body, and the Lord wants you to get rid of it. But all too often, by the time you try to throw it off, the body has become completely deranged, and you die. So, just like the human body, the earth suffers from inharmonies and disease. And it is because the combined actions of all people all over the world affect the planet on which we live. There is no question about that. The good and bad karmic conditions created by man determine and influence the climate, they affect the wind and the ocean, even the very structure of the earth, sometimes causing earthquakes. All the hatred, the anger, the evil we send out into the world, and the agony and rebellion they cause, all these are disturbing the magnetic force of the earth, like static in the ether. In the destruction caused by this war we are seeing a partial dissolution of the world, dissolution of lives, money, homes. In many ways it is worse than Noah's flood, it is a flood of fire and bloodshed. But one thing is encouraging, the good karma of mankind is greater than the evil karma. If this were not so, the earth would explode from the negative vibrations. Contrary to appearances, the earth is in an ascending cycle, and good will triumph. The life cycles of the earth. The world is a sort of living being, with a predetermined age. We are the children of this great Mother Earth. We suckle her breast to partake of the food she produces. She also nurtures us through the circulating currents of oxygen, the sunshine, and the water of her atmosphere. Just as we go through youth, middle age, old age, death, and reincarnation, so also does the Mother Earth. There is the young Mother Earth, the middle-aged Mother Earth, and the old-aged Mother Earth. The Earth dies through partial dissolution, then reincarnates again to give human beings new life, new strength, a new habitat in which to work out their karma. Many times the Earth has undergone partial dissolution and reincarnation. But complete death will come to the Earth only when it dissolves back again into God. I will explain briefly about the life cycles of the Earth. These cycles consist of years, divided into 4 yugas or ages, years of ascending through these yugas to increasing enlightenment, and then, years of descending through the yugas to increasing ignorance and materialism. Each of these half cycles is called a Deva Yuga. The Earth has already passed through many complete cycles since the dawn of creation. The 4 ages of each Deva Yuga are Kali Yuga, the dark or materialistic age, Dwapara Yuga, the electrical or atomic age, Treta Yuga, the mental age, and Satya Yuga, the age of truth or enlightenment. Dwapara Yuga, the present cycle. The Earth has already passed through Kali Yuga, the materialistic age of years duration. According to the calculations of my guru, Swami Sri Yukteswar, we are about years into Dwapara Yuga, the second age, which consists of years. Now in its ascendancy, this is the electrical age, even though it may yet seem very materialistic. If you think about it, you will see how man has progressed from comprehending only gross matter to understanding and harnessing the energy in matter. In this age, man will make great headway in the electrical or electromagnetic field of science. As Dwapara Yuga progresses, diseases will be treated and healed more and more by rays. Vibratory energy can reach the electronic factors of the atoms, the building blocks of matter, where gross chemicals cannot penetrate. After this war, you will see a great surge of development in electrical science. Aviation will develop tremendously also. Travel will be much more by air. Planes are still viewed with doubt by many today, just as trains were once looked upon with fear, but planes are already taking over, and trains have become almost a thing of the past. Gradually, automobiles will come to be considered as carts. The trouble in this second age is that there is not enough security, because science plays the part of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Man uses science not only to create and do good, but to destroy as well. Therefore scientific development is not yet safe. The present world war shows how the technology of science is being used to destroy mankind. Out of the conflict we will learn how to employ more scientific devices for human comfort. But unless we develop spiritual forces, we will also continue to use scientific knowledge to destroy. People will learn from this war the devastating consequences of the misuse of technology. In the First World War, and in earlier times, it was considered chivalrous to fight. But the idea of chivalry has gone. In this war, no one wants to fight. After it is over, there will be so much fear of world devastation that if anybody tries to start a war, the rest of the world will fall upon that nation. I am telling you things far ahead of my time. Armament is necessary now. A defensive plan is good, but it will not bring ultimate peace. So long as anyone will use brute force, there will always be someone else who will be more brutal. As Christ said truly, if you use the sword you will perish by the sword. Brute force will be subdued only by making mankind understand the eternal message of Christ and the great ones. Only by spiritual force will wars be stopped. Ultimate peace will come when by mutual agreement all nations of the earth will have continued peace conferences, and will scrap their weapons and instead help to destroy the earth's slums. Think how much better it would have been if all the nations and their leaders had gotten together to use the money they are spending in war to do away with the poverty of the world. Instead, even when war is over and one nation surrenders to the other, people will continue to live in fear, and there will still be poverty. These present armaments will be junked, and billions of dollars will be wasted. By believing in brute force, man is engaging in great folly. How long will it go on? How can this be changed? Only when nations have had their brains battered by war will they begin to realize their short-sightedness. But I tell you, though it may not seem so, this war is being fought for the freedom of all downtrodden nations. The karmic forces are at work to give India and other foreign-dominated countries their independence. Spirituality must be kept strong in all nations. What is to be dreaded even more than this present war is the godlessness of Bolshevism, the greatest enemy. There is a story that when a lion and a bear fought over the carcass of a stag, the bear was killed, and the lion had a broken back and couldn't get to the deer. A fox, who had been watching and waiting on the sidelines, came forth and claimed the prey. Godless communism is waiting to spread. We must, above all, strive to keep spirituality strong in all lands. What prevents people from taking from others? The sharing of others with them, so that they too have what they need, and the knowledge that God is our Father and we are all His children, brothers of one universal family. National patriotism is not enough. If the ideal of God and brotherhood is taken away, there will be no reason to live anymore. Who created this world? Who created us? We know that there is a God. Let nothing take away that idea. The doctrine of belief in God is the only one that will ultimately bring peace on earth. No other ideology will be able to do so. Loyalty to one's country. So long as you live in any country, you must be loyal to it. We must not allow subversive elements in this country. Treachery, I think, is the most terrible of all crimes, the most dreadful of all evils in this world. Never be treacherous to your family, your neighbors, or your friends. And never be treacherous to your country. Those who cannot be faithful to their country cannot be faithful to God. Remember the story of the bat. When the birds and the beasts were fighting, the bat sided first with one and then the other, depending on who was winning at the time. After a truce was signed by the birds and the beasts, both made a resolution: let us destroy the bat. So remember, it is of utmost importance to be loyal to your country. If you don't like its ideals, give it your blessing and go somewhere else. There is too much lack of patriotism in this country. I don't mean that you should love America with the kind of patriotism that tries to destroy other nations. Rather, love America and her ideals so that you may in turn love the whole world. Remember, you are living in America for just a little while. In other incarnations you may live in other countries. If everyone first loves his own country and then expands that love to include all other countries as his own, there will be no more wars. So never tolerate anyone who is not a true patriot. No one has a right to live in this country who doesn't love it. It is wrong to bite the hand that feeds you. I would rather that people beat me up or kill me than be treacherous to me. Treachery I abhor. I have never betrayed anyone. The love I have given to all, I have given sincerely. There is no one who can stand before me and truthfully say I have been treacherous. When I give my love, I give it wholeheartedly. That doesn't mean I am not aware of those who are insincere with me. Before the searchlight of divine love, everything is revealed. So, dear ones, never be treacherous to anyone, and whenever you see treachery, correct that person and refuse him cooperation or support in his wrongdoing. God knows who is wrong and who is right. Let us all be united in everything that is noble. Uphold the ideals of this country. If ever aggressive war came to destroy this country and America needed my help, I would give it, for the love of the people, and to defend the nation on whose land I live. We should do our part to help protect America and all those we love, but at the same time we must not allow ourselves to be filled with hatred. Never has the world needed love so much as now. Love will be a potent factor in eradicating war. Let us all resolve that no matter what happens, we will make God the pole star of our love, and that we will send that love to all. Mentally pray with me, Heavenly Father, Thou art love, I am made in Thine image. I am a sphere of love. I expand this sphere to include all mankind in the kingdom of my love. This war will not be the war to end all wars. Whoever wins and then uses that power to penalize other nations, those nations will try to strike back with greater force someday. Man's destructive potential has grown much greater than his constructive power. There will be no safety in the electrical age. Methods of war on a greater and greater scale will come. So thank God that Dwapara Yuga, the electrical age, is only years. Treta Yuga. Next we will come to Treta Yuga, the third era or age, of years duration. That is the mental age, when most people will use mind power. The power of the mind will be much more highly developed than it is now. To a great extent, everything will be accomplished by that power. There will be an increase of wisdom, and therefore more safety in that age. People will make a stronger effort to use peaceful means for settling their problems. There will be less use of electricity, and growing use of the power of the mind. This is not to say that everyone will be able to know others' minds. But just as there are powerful radios that can tune in even weak stations, and weak radios that can pick up only strong stations, so some people will have stronger mental powers than others in the age of the mind. In that mental age, by the power of the mind we will be able to know our fellow beings better, so that it will be difficult for anyone to be wicked. There will be very little hypocrisy, because people are hypocritical only when they think others do not know their real feelings. As a result of greater understanding, humanity will learn to live more peacefully with one another. Mind power will be used for healing and as food for the body. Satya Yuga. After the third age will come Satya Yuga, or the age of truth, when the mind of man will be able to comprehend all mysteries of creation, and to live in communion with God. People of this age will find no barrier between the material world and the astral heaven. They will be able to enter the astral world and commune with those souls who have gone on to that sphere. The ascending Satya Yuga will last 4 years. Many fully evolved souls will find liberation in that yuga, more than in any of the other ages. But even the end of Satya Yuga will not signal the end of the world. The cycle will be continuous, descending and reascending through all 4 ages again and again. Intermittently, cataclysms will occur, in which the world will die and then begin anew its continuous cycle. The earth was created to bring souls to their divine destiny. It is carrying a heavy burden. Until all our work is done, until our souls evolve back to God, this earth will never totally dissolve. It is only when God no longer needs it for the evolution of souls that the world will be no more. Then will come the real end of the world. So don't be afraid that our earth will tumble into the oven of the sun, which is so hot that all things would melt and vaporize in just a few seconds. The ultimate end of the world is far off. It has a lot of work to do yet. Rise above the age in which you are born. You do not have to wait for the end of the world in order to be free. There is another way: rise above the age in which you are born. In the material age, the majority of mankind is materially minded. But you will also find those who are living ahead of their times, Christ-like souls. In the mental and electrical ages, you will find predominant the mentalities characteristic of those yugas. At the same time, there are other mentalities, some that are more highly evolved, and others not yet as highly evolved. Thus in this electrical age you can find people who are still living in the Stone Age. There is always a balance, some who are living ahead and some who are living behind the age of civilization in which they are born. Through repeated incarnations, those of lesser development will gradually advance until they express the mentality of the age in which they reincarnate, and eventually, the qualities characteristic of the higher ages yet to come. The cycles of this world are like a seesaw going up and down. But when we hasten our evolution through right living and a spiritual technique such as Kriya Yoga, we live ahead of our time and can find freedom in God within this or only a few lifetimes. The world ends for us when our minds are detached. Another way in which we experience the end of the world is in the detachment that is felt in sleep, in dreams, in losing one's mind, and in death. These conditions are forced on us, so it seems that the experience of the end of the world is necessary to us. Its purpose is to teach us the delusive nature of the world and the true nature of ourself, the soul. The soul comes on earth and becomes entangled in the mesh of delusion. Through the suffering that comes to us then, the Lord wants us to see that the world is not perfect. In this way He helps us to break our attachment to it. God is trying to make us realize, through non-identification with it, how delusive our existence here is. The more I saw of the world and its defects, the greater became my determination to know God. The world ends for us when we are free from desires. In a metaphysical sense, the end of all earthly desires is the end of the world. For your own happiness, you must strive to live free of worldly desires. If there is anything you can't do without, you still have a terrible lesson to learn. Imagine yourself taken away from this earth with all of your desires unfulfilled. They are like cankers in your soul. You would have to return here many times, enduring heartaches and disappointments again and again, to cure yourself of those desires. It is far better to say to God, Lord, I didn't ask you to create me. I am here because you put me here. I will do the best I can, but I have no desires except to do your will. I don't want to be sent back here to suffer anymore. I don't want to go on endlessly returning, sometimes as a rich man, sometimes as a poor man, sometimes with ill health and disease, sometimes with sorrows, sometimes with snatches of happiness. I am not a mortal being. I am the immortal soul. Don't worry that by freeing yourself of desires you will become petrified, like a stone. Desirelessness is a most marvelous state of consciousness. I enjoy everything, but I have no desire for anything, so there is never any pain or disappointment from unfulfillment. Whatever I do, wherever I go, I enjoy myself. So the way to true happiness is to do your best in the role in which God has placed you, without creating further desires. Then you can be a king within, no matter what your outer conditions. You can be happier than a millionaire. In fact, if you knew the troubles of millionaires, you wouldn't want to be one. The fear of losing all that money, the fear of disease, the feeling of insecurity, never knowing who one's real friends are. These are some of the struggles and sufferings of those who have too much. I wouldn't want anyone to like me just because I had money. What kind of love is that? To me, true friendship is the greatest of all treasures. I love friendship that is given without any demand, friendship for the sake of friendship, without expectation of anything in return. That is one thing that you can never buy, not with money, show, fear, or power. It must be given freely. If sometimes you fail to receive that kind of friendship, don't be discouraged. If you are sincere, you will find those true souls who will appreciate you. Live without being attached. Wherever you are, carry within your bosom a portable heaven of joy. Remember that you are here in this world to be entertained. When you go to a movie, whether you see a tragedy, or a comedy, or a drama, you say afterward, "Oh, it was a good movie." So must you look upon life. Have no fear. If you live in fear, health will go. Rise above disease and troubles. While you try to remedy your condition, inwardly be untouched by it. Be strong inside, with full faith in God. Then you will conquer all the limitations of the world, you will be a king of peace and happiness. That is what I want you to be. The Lord gives you that freedom every night, in sleep. When you retire, say to Him, "Lord, the world has ended for me. I am resting in thine arms. Thou hast put me here to watch thy movies of life, tragedy and laughter, health and disease, life and death, wealth and poverty, war and peace. These are not but dreams to entertain me. Untouched, I rest in the thought of Thee, the only reality. The end of the world is realized in samadhi. Last of all, the end of the world is realized in samadhi, or divine ecstasy. There are two kinds of samadhi. When at first you try to sit and meditate, your mind runs away in all directions. You think it is impossible to go deep. But if you sit still and persist long enough, you will begin to feel that wonderful silence of God. When your mind is withdrawn, centered in Him, the world is forgotten and you find in that silence a happiness greater than any worldly pleasure. That state, when you are totally absorbed in inner awareness of God, no longer conscious of the world, is called Sabhikalpa Samadhi. It is partial dissolution of the world because, when you return to ordinary consciousness, the delusions of the world will again somewhat affect you, unless you are highly evolved and free of all desires and attachments. The second and highest state of samadhi is when you are in the world but not of it, carrying on your duties, but every moment conscious of God. That is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is the end of all limiting desires and attachments. Delusion is vanquished, and that is the true end of the world. I would urge you to commit to memory my poem, Samadhi, because that state of soul freedom is the goal of every human life roaming this earth. Many people fear that if they go off into samadhi they may not return to consciousness of this world. Yet they do not fear dropping off to sleep at night, when identification with the body and the world is forgotten in subconsciousness. It is nonsense to think this way about samadhi. It is not cessation of consciousness, but expansion of consciousness. End your dream delusions in God. End the world for yourself now, by being with God. Don't desecrate the temple of your soul with restless desires and boisterous worldly pleasures. Stand immaculate in the light of your conscience, and in the light of love for God. Reach that stage now. Then, perhaps during war in this electrical age, or in the mental age, or in the truth age, you will come like a Christ to give peace on earth and to say to mankind, I learned the lessons God wanted me to learn. Troubles, diseases, and death mean nothing to me. I am one with the eternal light. The world has ended for me. Come, my brothers and sisters who are still suffering from the nightmare of this world of life and death and endless rounds of incarnations, come with me. I will show you that the end of the world means the end of your dream delusions of this earth. Learn this lesson so that your soul may shine forever, an eternal star, in the bosom of the great Lord. Remember, you are here on earth for only a little while, but you are God's child for eternity. Don't rally with the forces of ignorance. First get to know God. Whatever He tells you to do then is all right, whether it is fighting for your country, or being a businessman, an artist, or a spiritual teacher. When you will truly know Him, you will be guided aright in life. That is why the scripture says, "Seek ye the kingdom of God first." If you can live by even a few of the truths I have given, you will be a different person. You will know God if you follow the teachings of self-realization. When I am with you, I don't want to give you just intellectual satisfaction about truth, I want you to perceive God for yourself. I have told you how to end your imperfections so that you can go beyond, to Him. The why and how of religion. Aphorisms are tabloids, summarizing in concise statements some law or principle. The Yoga Sutras or aphorisms of the sage Patanjali are tabloids of truth. He begins by saying, "Now I speak of the discipline of yoga," which sets the theme for his exposition of the Eightfold Path of Yoga. Of the 6 principal systems of Hindu philosophy, Sankhya expounds the why of religion, Vedanta describes the end to be attained, and Yoga provides the method for that attainment. Together, these concepts constitute true religion, whose twofold purpose is to show man how to avoid suffering and how to contact the bliss of the Supreme One, that lasting happiness which is not conditioned by either painful or pleasant experiences. Thus religion has 2 phases. Sankhya philosophy has to do with the first phase, pointing out that the primary goal of everyone is the avoidance of spiritual, mental, and physical suffering. However, we can live in a painless state and still not be happy. There are a lot of people who are suffering, and a few who are not, but it doesn't necessarily follow that those who are for the moment unafflicted are happy. The state of painlessness is agreeable, but is not itself happiness producing. To attain true and lasting happiness, which Vedanta describes as the end or second phase of religion, a full understanding and application of the principles of religion are necessary. This is yoga. People who are not suffering often take the attitude, "Well, I am perfectly happy without religion." By such rationalization, many are convinced that religion is a course which those who are thus inclined may follow, and others need not. But you don't know what is coming tomorrow. The possibility of suffering is there. The ordinary human being is not free from that possibility. This is why Sankhya says that you should follow those divine laws by which you will be freed permanently from the causes of physical, mental, and spiritual suffering, so there is no possibility of their recurrence. But Vedanta philosophy explains that this is not enough, this is not the whole end of religion. If you experience only the peace of mere absence of pain, sorrow, or excitement, you will eventually say, "Knock me on the head to relieve this boredom." You don't want to be merely peaceful. A person who has had too much of peace, without positive happiness, is willing to accept even sorrow in order to have a little change in his life. Beyond peace is the state of divine consciousness, ever new bliss that will never grow stale. Religion not only frees you from all suffering, but binds you to this eternal happiness, to cosmic happiness in God. Religion kills the germs of sorrow, so they can't infect your happiness. It destroys the roots of suffering, and ensures attainment of positive bliss. Yoga fulfills the purpose of religion. How to reach that state? Patanjali says that after studying Sankhya, you should study yoga. That is, once you understand why you should be religious, you must learn how. You have to know the way to remove whatever suffering is already present in your body, mind, and soul, and to avoid that which might arise in the future. So long as you are still in the domain of suffering, so long you cannot be free from sorrow. You may be thinking, is that freedom possible? Well, it was possible for Jesus, wasn't it? What was the purpose of Jesus' life unless to demonstrate what you too can do? That purpose is not fulfilled in just worshipping Jesus. His life was meant to inspire every one of us to be like him. Salvation is for all. Freedom from this jail of life is for all. Babaji is free. Lahiri Mahasaya and my great master, Swami Sri Yukteswar, are free. Saint Francis is free. Patanjali is free. Free souls. That is what this teaching of self-realization is for, to free your soul from all possibility of suffering. So yoga shows you the way and gives the method. And Vedanta describes the end, that after freeing yourself from suffering by finding God, you will have eternal happiness, eternal joy, eternal wisdom, eternal existence. That state is so desirable. You will be conscious of your blissful existence, and you will know that you are immortal. This experience is indescribable. If you tell people that you are following a Hindu religion, or for that matter, any religion other than their own, prejudice immediately arises in their minds. But Patanjali goes beyond all personalities and dogmas. He states that yoga is the heart of all religions, it is the science of religion, by which the true principles of religion can be proven with exact and known results. Yoga fulfills the purpose of religion, achievement of oneness, or union, with God, the ultimate necessity of every soul. The universal science of religion. India's rishis, her great sages, regarded religion as a science, the practice of which severs the bonds of human suffering and reunites the consciousness with the cosmic joy of God, in whose image we are made. Yet many people hesitate, oh, I am not ready for spirituality. This is the greatest untruth one can speak. Why? Because the soul is like a round peg that will not fit into the square hole of delusion. The one thing that everyone is seeking, unalloyed happiness, the world cannot give. Hence there are thousands of unhappy people throughout the world. Some whom I have met have everything I once thought I wanted, yet they have not found happiness in the fulfillment of those desires. I sought God first, and I found that His joy is all-satisfying, ever new, more tempting than any temptation. Since everyone's ultimate desire is to be happy and to have the joy of making others happy, and since God is the source of all happiness, there is no way you can avoid Him. And why should you? All else will betray you with lies and false promises, for naught but God can give you true and lasting joy. In the beginning of life, in the middle of life, at the end of life, seek the happiness of God, because that alone will free you forever from all sorrows. If you think money will give you happiness, you are wasting your time, it will never do so. If you are seeking human love, you will find in God a love that is a multimillion times greater. To find God is to receive everything the heart craves. And whatever you think you need you will find fulfilled in God. To be spiritual is to open doors to health, happiness, and success. Therefore a study of the scientific conduct of life is really important. To learn how to banish suffering and attain the joy that cannot be taken away is something practical. If I had not had this study from my childhood, I would have made a horrible failure of my life. The age of logic is here. Man lives in the grip of limitation. How does he know that in the next instant he is not going to be hurt, or that someone is not going to break his heart? The only true security is that which the great ones such as Jesus found. To have that security, and to be able to give it to every other human being, is the only real freedom, and the highest wisdom. The age of commandments has passed. The age of logic is here. You must look in the face of every experience with intelligent discrimination until you understand it, then you will not be deluded anymore. There is a reason for everything. And in this age of analysis, you must seek that understanding. The little boy who is forced to go to Sunday school doesn't get much out of that discipline, because he hasn't been properly trained to understand why it will be helpful to him. I remember observing the Sunday schools in a Christian community in India. Instead of devotional study, there was a lot of noise and restlessness. The children had no idea how much they could have gotten out of that class. Modern religion has divorced itself from life. It has become a Sunday morning habit, with a little prayer and singing and a message, then it is all over with for the rest of the week. On other days, it is all right to fight with one's wife, to abuse the senses, to kill one's enemies. The very foundation of religion has been forgotten. Religion must be felt as a practical personal necessity. When the scriptures or the saints advise you not to do a thing, use your logic and you will see that it is in your highest interest not to do it. For instance, thou shalt not commit adultery. Why? Because a host of troubles comes from misuse of the powerful creative force. Abuse of this sacred power is destructive to the nervous system and general health. Secondly, the emotional complications upset the heart, which is the center of feeling. One should never toy with the heart of another. It is unwise and unkind to marry unless you are absolutely sure that the person you have chosen is someone you will want to live with the rest of your life. Never marry with the idea that if it doesn't work out you can always separate. When two people marry and want to get out of it after a few months or a few years, there was no real bond of love holding them, only sex, which quickly palls without love. If marriage is based only on sensual satisfaction, rather than on love and higher principles, then even that relationship is adultery, and the end result will be misery. If love is absent in the sexual experience between husband and wife, gradually they will seek other sex relationships. Such mistakes can and should be avoided by using discrimination before marriage. Find joyous fulfillment in divine love. Loyalty and love between husband and wife gradually free the mind from limitation to the sex plane and uplift it to the plane of divine love. When divine love grows out of sex, that supreme love sublimates the sexual appetite into a beautiful human relationship. Sexual gratification alone does not satisfy the heart. Without real love, the heart will remain hollow. But if man and woman sincerely share in the marital state the love that rests in the soul, they will find a joyous fulfillment. One can find this fulfillment in the perfect love of God as well, and to a greater degree. Jesus didn't marry. Many of the greatest saints didn't marry, because they found a higher bliss in communion with God. He who realizes that happiness is the highest goal, and who seeks happiness in God, follows the path of wisdom. Human beings are the cause of thousands of evils in this world, yet I don't like to refer to man as evil. To say he is in error is better. It is the senses that lead one astray into bad habits. Don't be bound by your senses. What is the use of abusing them until your health and peace are gone? To help you prevent this, religion teaches the eternal principles of self-control and moderation, by which you can master sensual instincts. Take the sense of taste, for example. Why should you not give in to greed? Because overeating will harm your system, Some people eat any time they are near food, but all kinds of diseases arise from overeating and wrong habits of eating. Evil is a boomerang. I am speaking now of the philosophy of Sankhya, which explains the whys. I am showing you the necessity of following the laws of religion in your daily life, and not just on Sundays. Why should you not bear false witness against another? Because it develops an insincere attitude. Treachery is the highest sin before God. To lie about someone for personal gain or retaliation is to perjure one's soul. If everyone were insincere with everyone else, what pandemonium there would be. Suppose you tell someone that you are going to meditate, but instead your intention is to slip off to do some wrong against him. That is treachery, insincerity in its worst form. Also, to bear false witness against another in support of a wrongdoer is to participate in his wrong conduct. It will cause serious emotional and mental conflict within. Even if temporarily rationalized, it will eventually boomerang and create great distress in the consciousness. To covet another's property is also to draw suffering to oneself, for what you give forth you will attract to yourself again. Give love and unselfishness, and you will receive love and unselfishness. But express greed, selfishness, jealousy, and you will attract in kind. And why shouldn't you steal? Think what the world would be like if everyone lived by robbery. The greatest crimes would be perpetrated. There would be vicious fighting and killing to protect property and to regain stolen articles. Stealing is an anti-social action that deprives another of his rights. It is against the very laws of existence. And society hasn't the proper facilities and know how to deal with wrongdoers. When thieves are put in jail they may be strengthened in their bad habits, and also acquire new ones, by association with other criminals. If this happens, they are worse than ever when they come out. Errors in judgment make us do wrong. There was a young man, the son of one of my students, who was imprisoned for stealing. When I went to see him, he said scornfully, "Oh, another preacher. Go on, preach to me." "Don't be too sure," I said. "Why can't we just have a heart-to-heart talk?" "All right," he agreed. "I will tell you my side of the story. My father was quite wealthy. But by clever manipulation, another man got all his money away from him. I went to that man and asked him to help me so I could help my family. He knew he really stole that money from my father, but even so, he wouldn't help me or give me a job. So I decided I didn't want to be a part of that kind of honest society. In 2 weeks I had accomplished 17 hold-ups. But every robbery was committed with the intention that I would pay it back. Because of that, I figured there was no real wrong in what I was doing. Well, I said, if there are 20 people in a room, and if one person says, "I will meditate," the second says, "I will play music," the third says, "I will recite poetry," another says, "I will write," another says, "I will sleep," and so on, everyone would be hindered by everyone else. Would any one of them be successful in doing what he wanted? No, the boy admitted. There are many cases like yours, I continued, but if everyone who is in need started robbing in order to get his necessities, how would it be? From the viewpoint of your reasoning, your actions do not seem wrong. But they are certainly wrong from the broader perspective of fundamental laws of existence. That struck him. I went on. Your desire to help your family was worthy. But instead of doing good, you have caused them much unhappiness. You failed in your effort because you used the wrong methods. He began to weep. Later, fortunately, he was able to get a parole. So you see, it is error in judgment that makes us do wrong. This is why wisdom is so important. There is nothing more pure, and more purifying, than wisdom. A reason for every law. There is a reason behind every spiritual injunction. And the exposition of these reasons is the purpose of Sankhya. Honor thy father and mother. Why? Father and mother are representatives of God. They are but masks for the divine parent. Never insult the divine parent behind those father and mother forms. Honor them because God is in them. He gave them to look after you. But if father and mother urge the child to forsake God and righteous ways, then another law comes into play. No parent has the right to dissuade a child from seeking God and following truth. That is the one time the father and mother may be disobeyed, for our loyalty is to God, who loves us through our parents. Thou shalt not kill. Why? Some interpret this to mean we should not kill animals. Others say it means we should not kill human beings. And if you take the position that we should not kill anything, then we will not be able to eat at all, because eating vegetables is also taking life. Wanton destruction of any form of life is wrong, and especially so in the case of its higher expressions in animals and man. Life is a manifestation of God and rightfully commands our reverence. Thou shalt not kill was intended mainly as a commandment against killing one's own kind, humankind. It is wrong to take the life of another human being, because you have no right to deprive someone else of the same privilege of existence that you enjoy. You shouldn't take from anyone else something you yourself don't want to part with. The greatest love man has is for himself, so killing is wrong, because you wrest from another the very thing that you love most. A second reason is that every individual is created by God, in His image. Since you are not the maker of life, since you cannot create life, it is not your prerogative to destroy it. And a third reason is that God has built this school of life on earth where souls can come and learn. You do wrong if you deprive a soul of his schooling here. When you kill, you transgress the laws of society and the laws of God. War is killing. It is against the principles of God. It is also against the principles of Christianity and other religions. Yet see how many wars have been fought in the name of religion, as well as of politics. War never settles anything. The First World War was said to be the war to end all wars. But that war was nothing compared to this one. This war will be a crusade. The world has evolved, and you will see a better world. This war means the beginning of freedom for all downtrodden nations. But this could have been accomplished without war. In the earlier days of history, kings and leaders went to the battlefield with their men, but today, those who determine that a nation will go to war remain safely behind. The next time leaders talk of warring, all the people should get together and send those leaders to the front lines. Give them a big arena with wonderfully effective ammunition, and the war will be finished in a day. What man would want to take arms against his brother? Yet he fights and kills men living in other nations because he doesn't know that they are his brothers. Every human being should be taught from his earliest years that we are all children of the one Father. And that if we learn to love others, they will learn to love us too. If everyone were educated to think this way, there could not be any wars. When a man arms himself with a sword, his neighbor will arm himself with a gun. And if the first man gets a gun, his neighbor will get a machine gun, and so on. Man is developing bigger and more violent ways of killing. Militaristic nations will destroy themselves by fighting, but there is a justice, a divine justice, that will settle these differences. There are those mysterious laws of God that will mete out justice as it should be, and not necessarily as man wants it to be. The real armament, peace and love, There is, of course, a difference between righteous war and aggressive war, but it would have been much better if all nations had put up their swords and said, "Let us get together and unselfishly work out our problems." In unselfish sharing and cooperation, every nation would have everything it needs. Jesus spoke of the real armament, peace and love. This kind of armament will have to come. No matter how far man goes astray in wrong behavior, one day he will have to return to the immortal truths. Sadly, the world is not yet schooled in the eternal verities and their absolute necessity in life. Patanjali's aphorisms show that these laws of righteousness are not for the church only. Politics, social life, moral life, spiritual life, all should be governed by the divine laws. I have analyzed each of the eternal commandments of religion. They are the supreme laws of happiness. The principles of right behavior, and the whys of right conduct should be taught in the home, in the schools, and in Sunday schools, to guide children's lives from the very beginning. Our saints in India say that children should be started on the path of religion, the path of yoga, from the age of 3, because habits begin to form then. Obedience to a true guru is the surest way of wisdom. Ignorance is the archenemy of man. Therefore, to guide yourself and others by wisdom is the greatest wisdom. To all those who are around me, I speak without weighing my words. If I see error in their ways, I tell them so. But I never try in any way to muffle anyone's reason. Obedience to the Guru is the surest way when one is seeking God. Master Swami Sri Yukteswar first told me what to do, and afterwards he gave the reasons. I found him unerring in his wisdom. By listening to him, I saved myself many incarnations of roaming and trying to find out truth by myself. Guru is he who has experienced truth. He serves as a guide in the dark forest of life. If you follow him, he will lead you out of the darkness. If you try to find the way alone, you may needlessly lose yourself in the forest for many incarnations. So follow the Guru, and he will take you through safely. Forms and dogma should not control religion. Religion must be based upon reason, and that reason is supplied by Sankhya philosophy. As prodigal children we have run away from God, and we must reunite our souls with Him. Uniting the soul with spirit is yoga, reunion with that great happiness everyone is seeking. Isn't this a wonderful definition? In the ever-new bliss of spirit you are convinced that the joy you feel is greater than any other happiness, and nothing can get you down. If you are posing as religious and are not living the life as stressed by God, you should wake up. It is wrong to be insincere. The best time to begin a religious life is when you are youthful and well. If you have a short time to live, you must work harder at it. And if you have a long time to live, you should not waste that precious opportunity. You are all alone here on earth. You owe no one but the Divine Spirit. All human relations are real only because the love of the Divine Father is in them. He is more concerned about you than are all those you think of as your loved ones. But remember, there is one thing the Master of the universe doesn't have, and that is your love. He has been waiting throughout incarnations for each one to return home safely and say, "Father, I went a little bit astray. I made a few mistakes, but I found at last that every stream of desire leads to thy great ocean of bliss." What joy I felt when this realization came to me. When I was little I thought it was my father who looked after me, my mother who caressed me, my sister who warned me, my brother who protected me, but I woke from my dream to sweetly hear 'tis thou alone who didst tend me here. It is thou, O God, whom I am seeking. Dear ones, have no illusions that your dream, your goal, your aim, is any different than mine. We are all seeking that eternal, divine happiness, which is God. The spectrum of spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness is a vast subject. It comprises the entire scope of this human consciousness we possess. Consciousness in its essence is ever pure. It engages in all actions, both good and evil, yet remains unaffected and untarnished. A sword may cut a leaf and become stained by it, yet the sword itself is not changed. Such is consciousness. A sword that has been used to kill an innocent man is condemned as evil. A sword that has been used to destroy a wicked enemy is honored as virtuous. Similarly, when consciousness is used to do good things, it is called spiritual consciousness, and when it is used to do wrong, it is called evil consciousness. Just as a river has a source, so the river of consciousness has a source. It descends from cosmic consciousness, the consciousness of God that is beyond all creation. When cosmic consciousness comes into the realm of matter, into each of the atoms that make up the planets and island universes, and the different form of plant, animal, and human life, that consciousness is called Christ consciousness. When Christ consciousness descends into the soul and pure mind of man, it is called superconsciousness. When superconsciousness descends into the realm of imagination, it is called subconsciousness. When subconsciousness descends into the muscular and sensory phase of human life, it is called human or waking consciousness. When waking consciousness becomes attached to the senses and material things, it is called worldly consciousness, and when it is used to harm oneself or others, it is evil consciousness. But when it is used to do good things and to produce attunement with God, then it is called spiritual consciousness. These are the steps by which cosmic consciousness makes its entry into human consciousness, descending from spirit into the body and into our material and spiritual desires. In this way, cosmic consciousness becomes material consciousness as it flows downward and outward. Our souls are like derelicts floating on this river of consciousness, going farther and farther away from their source in spirit toward the rocks of misery. The only way to stop this evolutional floating downward in the stream of consciousness is to swim against that current, back to the source in spirit. Those who are carried on and on with the downward flowing stream of consciousness, toward finite proclivities, are spoken of as having material consciousness, and those who are going upstream, toward the source, the spirit, are spoken of as possessing spiritual consciousness. From time to time, the trend of human thought and consciousness may change, being either predominantly upward toward good, or downward toward matter. The trend can be predominant in these ways in a family, in a nation, or in the world in general, as well as in an individual. For just as individual human beings go through different states of consciousness, so, collectively, do families, nations, and the world. India, in her golden age, had the highest material intelligence and spirituality. America has the highest material efficiency now, and is passing into spiritual development. India is more advanced in the science of spirituality than any other nation on the globe. Her spiritual development is seen in her saints of self-realization. Look at Mahatma Gandhi. This one little man is dictating to the mighty British Empire. You must know that there has to be a great spiritual power behind one who can rule millions, not by a sword, but by the word of truth, by living truth. Real spiritual truth in a nation or an individual is distinguishable as scientific knowledge of life and of the art of living in attunement with cosmic laws, and as greater contact and divine communion with God as spirit. Such spiritual development does not come from swallowing theological ideas, but from assimilating the truth behind theology. One must be able to shave the husk of dogma and theory from the kernels of truth. What is truth? The outstanding feature of self-realization fellowship is that it teaches you how to know the truth through actual experience. Truths are not truths to you unless you realize them within yourself. Without realization, they are just ideas. This is why, before spiritual development comes, individuals, and nations too, go through ruts of spiritual suspicion. What is spirituality? Why is it necessary? Will it really make me happier? What is truth? Doubt is removed only by realization. So the best laboratory in which to test truth is your own self-realization, for spiritual perception, spiritual consciousness, lies not in vague theological ideas, but in the acquisition of self-realization. Individual knowledge and the knowledge of nations should be tested by this criterion. The word truth has been so abused that it has come to mean most anything one wants it to, especially when used to connote spiritual ideas. In everyday living, truth is a consciousness that is guided by spiritual wisdom, which propels us to do certain things, not because anybody says to, but because they are right. Truth cannot be monopolized by any group or individual. Every human being has a right to express truth within his own life. Its expressions may be various, but its substance will ever be one and the same. This is what makes it so interesting. Truth cannot be circumscribed. It is eternal. It will keep on manifesting eternally, through cosmic law and through enlightened human beings, whether or not the majority of the world accepts it. Fortunately, the cosmic absolutes are not dependent on man's belief and sanction. Spiritual consciousness obeys all the rules that make life complete. Spiritual consciousness means the use of super wisdom, truth, to do the things that supremely benefit yourself and others. Dwell on that thought. It includes selfless service to others, right behavior, adherence to hygienic and all other laws of life, and a harmonious performance of all your duties, material and spiritual, without allowing one duty to contradict another. Spiritual consciousness is a perfect internal expression of truth that manifests as a balanced, harmonious life, giving you true happiness, which you in turn share with others. A consciousness that does not obey all the rules that make life complete is not spiritual consciousness. Some people become artists, for example, and in the pursuit of art they forget other practical and spiritual duties. Certainly, art is a beautiful expression, and may well convey spiritual ideas, yet the man who produces it may not be spiritual. To live a contradictory life, to do one duty and use it as an excuse to neglect other duties, is to live unspiritually. When you perform all duties cheerfully, without letting any duty upset your inner calm and happiness, and when you avoid any contradiction of duties that makes your life unbalanced, you will have true spiritual happiness. The trend of all your mind and consciousness will be turned back toward the source, toward God. Spiritual consciousness is the supreme consciousness you must attain in order to have a harmonious and peaceful existence. Without that spiritual balance in life, happiness is impossible. To live a contradictory life is to be unbalanced, and to lead an unbalanced life is a sure way to unhappiness. The inner versus the outer world. The senses are at the root of material consciousness. The ordinary individual is more inclined toward the world and material things than toward spiritual things, because the searchlights of his senses are directed outward. He is playing the 5 searchlights of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch on material objects and pleasures. This is why everything outside seems beautiful and enjoyable. You never behold the inner world unless these searchlights are reversed and concentrated within. Only if you learn not to be carried away by the operation of the senses will you be able to enjoy spiritual consciousness. When you withdraw your mind inward, you will begin to perceive that there are many more wonderful things within than outside. If you think the music of this world is beautiful, you will find the astral music far more enticing. As you enjoy the touch of the cool breeze and the warm sunshine and all other wholesome sensations, so inside, as you interiorize your consciousness, you will feel the supremely enjoyable subtle perceptions of the forces in the spiritual cerebrospinal centers in the body. Everything beautiful in this world is but a gross copy of the radiant grandeur of the astral world. Nothing material can compare with those wondrous visions of the inner world. Spiritual consciousness brings astral perception of the wisdom and beauty that is behind all material phenomena. The beauty of nature is like a fountain. You see the beauty of the spray, but you do not see the wonders inside the droplets. The astral light and color behind each atom are indescribably beautiful. In this fountain of beauty in nature, you see only the gross external, not the subtle inner beauty, nor the power that gives that beauty to nature. O Lord, all things are beautiful because they have borrowed their beauty from Thee. The moon smiles and the stars twinkle because Thou art sparkling there. Because Thou art beautiful, all things are beautiful, without Thee, nothing is beautiful. O infinite beauty, Thou art more beautiful than all things beautiful that come from Thee. The beauties of nature are but waves of Thy beauty, dancing in Thee, O invisible Spirit of beauty. Spirituality embraces a wide field of controlled activity. To be spiritual is not to be an angel with wings, but something infinitely greater, one who is in touch with God. You must live differently than the ordinary man, who is in touch only with sense consciousness. Spiritual consciousness lies in absolute victory over human consciousness. Now, spirituality does not mean only to meditate, it embraces a very wide field of controlled existence. However, meditation is the best foundation. It is the greatest way to be spiritual, the simplest way to spiritualize the consciousness. It will bring into your life all the good you have ever dreamed of acquiring. But to meditate, on the one side, and be angry or lead a desultory life on the other, is like putting your feet in two boats going in opposite directions. You must not only meditate, but also learn to behave. To have spiritual consciousness is to be able to do those things that are in your highest interest. And I can bet that 99% of the people do not know in what lies their own good. A practical way to understand right from wrong behavior is to introspect and criticize ourselves. Every person should keep a mental diary. Mental diaries are much better than material ones, which are objects of curiosity to others. Many people write down nice thoughts and resolutions in their diaries, and then promptly forget about them. It is better to keep a mental diary in which you constantly watch your thoughts and actions. At certain times during the day have a check-up on your physical, mental, and spiritual machines, to see how they are behaving. This will help develop your spiritual consciousness. God alone will look into your mental diary. If you fill it with right thoughts and behavior, it is your passport to heaven. So put into your mental diary only the things that are good. Do not listen to negative things, do not talk negatively, do not think negative thoughts. Let no action of yours cause anything negative in others. Harm to others acts as a boomerang and hurts you most of all. Sin is not like dynamite, which you can explode from a distance without harm to yourself. It has to be diffused within your own soul. Never be mean. Have resentment toward none. I prefer some sinners with good hearts to some so-called good people who are bigoted and uncompassionate. To be spiritual is to be broad, to understand and forgive, and to be a friend to all. If you say you are a friend to all, it should be true. If you proffer friendship, you must mean it. You must not show kindness or cooperation outside, and inside feel the opposite. Spiritual law is very powerful. Don't go against spiritual principles. Never deceive or be treacherous. As a friend, know when to mind your own business, understand your place, know when you should have the willingness to cooperate, and when you should have the will to non-cooperate. If you make people feel you are their friend, if they know you are a friend ready to help, that is a wonderful power to live by. I have always been trusted. My guru, Sri Yukteswar, said to me, if ever I do wrong, take my head on your lap and bless me. Such was his humility and perfect expression of what divine friendship means. I remember a boy in my school in India. He had been a problem child, and his parents brought him to me. We used to take only children under 12, and he was much older. I had a heart-to-heart talk with him. I told him that there were no bars on the school doors, that he could walk out any time. I said he could stay only if he were willing to be good. I reasoned with him, you have made up your mind to smoke, and your parents do not want you to. You have succeeded in defeating your parents, but you have not succeeded in defeating your unhappiness. You are the one who is the most miserable as a result of your misbehavior. My arrow struck home. He began to weep, saying, they are always beating me. I went on, think of what you have done to yourself. Come on, I will take you on condition that I will be your friend but not your detective. As long as you are willing to mend your mistakes, I will be your helper. But if you lie to me, I will do nothing for you. Lying destroys friendship. I added, any time you want to smoke, don't do it behind my back, rather, tell me, and I will get you the cigarettes. One day he came to me and said, I feel a terrible desire to smoke. I gave him money and told him to go and buy the cigarettes. He could not believe his eyes. Take back the money, he said. I was pushing him to go, but he would not go. At last, after this tug-of-war, he said, you will not believe me, but I do not want cigarettes anymore. He became a saintly person. I had roused the spiritual consciousness in him. Sincerity and intensity of effort is what counts. Spiritual consciousness lies in the sincere internal effort to go upstream toward real lasting happiness. Many people say they are following a righteous course, but very few are really making a sincere effort. It isn't demanded of you that you be an angel all at once. Since only the Absolute is perfect, we can say that before God even the best angel is a sinner. But saints are sinners who did not give up. No matter what your difficulties, if you do not give up, you are making progress in your struggle against the stream. To struggle is to win the favor of God. You must make that supreme effort. Do not idly let life float you down the stream. You can't fool God, because He sees your thoughts. He won't measure how long you have worked for spiritual attainment, it is your intensity that counts. No matter how many incarnations of bad karma you might have, if your devotion and sincerity are deep enough to bring into your consciousness the light of God, all darkness of the evil of incarnations will be burned away. So no matter if your sins are as deep as the Atlantic Ocean, make constant mental effort to become good. For a few incarnations you have been a human being, but throughout eternity you have been a child of God. Never think of yourself as a sinner, because sin and ignorance are only mortal nightmares. When we will awaken in God, we will find that we, the soul, the pure consciousness, never did anything wrong. Untainted by mortal experiences, we are and ever have been the sons of God. We are like gold in the mud. When the mud of ignorance is cleansed away, the shining gold of the soul, made in God's image, is seen within. Spiritual consciousness comes from a firm mental resolve. No matter how others are behaving around you or toward you, you yourself have to be good. The greatest enemy of yourself is yourself. You procrastinate about being good. I used to get into mental ruts, and many months would pass when I couldn't meditate deeply. Yet I continued to make the mental effort. Progress came fast when I suddenly realized that I had to be more determined to control all my habits and exercise my spirituality. Similarly, you have to take control of your behavior and consciousness. Do the things you know you should do, and don't do anything that is contrary to spiritual consciousness. The opposite modes of material and spiritual consciousness. Spiritual and material consciousness are opposite in their modes of operation. You can test yourself as to whether you are filled with material or spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness tells you that you must include in your happiness and prosperity the happiness and well-being of others. Material consciousness tells you that you should make $1 any way you can, and keep it for yourself. This depression began out of material consciousness. Material consciousness says to eat your apple and cookies yourself. Spiritual consciousness says to divide and share with someone else. If somebody angers you, know you are in material consciousness. Even if you have been maltreated, still you should be ready to forgive. When you forgive, you are in spiritual consciousness. Forgiving means to give your enemy a chance to gain better understanding. If you become vengeful or angry, you only make your enemy more blind and angry. You may even make more enemies, for an angry person is the target of all. In addition, as soon as you get angry, you also begin to misunderstand. You back up your wrong feelings with the comforting warmth of your anger and false reasoning. Never let anger control you. If you have this tendency, cut it off. It is one of the worst traits that destroy spirituality. Know that it is for your own good that you should not get angry. Anger is destructive to your happiness. Never let your mental thermometer go up. Be calm inside. Control anger from within. Never give it a place in your heart. Material consciousness is quarrelsome, spiritual consciousness gets along with everybody. Make the effort to be good yourself, and you will see that you influence others to be good automatically. That is spiritual consciousness. Be kind in speech and thought. From my childhood I have never knowingly been unkind. Don't be critical, either. When people complain about others, they usually have a grudge. Jesus said, "Judge not, that ye not be judged." If you want to judge someone, judge yourself. If you want to talk about others' faults, talk about your own. Have only love in your heart for others. The more you see the good in them, the more you will establish good in yourself. Hold the consciousness of good. The way to make people good is to see the good in them. Do not nag them. Remain calm, serene, always in command of yourself. You will then find out how easy it is to get along. I am an optimist where people are concerned, because I love them. When you love everyone, you see God in all. If you know that everybody is an expression of God, then to be angry or unkind with anyone is to be angry or unkind with God. When you are angry or mean or uncompassionate, you put a blind between your soul and the souls of others. Arrogance and insolence are also unspiritual traits. They are born out of an inferiority complex. Suppose I am the cook in this ashram, and when somebody gives me a little suggestion about my work, I say that I already know it all. That is insolence. The insolent person advertises the limitation of his knowledge, and also his lack of breeding. If you want to favorably impress others, Why advertise your inferiority by a display of insolence and arrogance? It shows nothing more than a lack of manners and intelligence, and an uncontrolled temperament. Insolence and arrogance are forms of ignorance, unspiritual habits in their primitive state. Your highest good lies in spiritual consciousness. Understand in what lies your highest good. Wherever you are, whatever your responsibilities, your greatest happiness lies in living in harmony with the ideas you are taking from these teachings of self-realization. Good and evil are not the creations of man, but virtue and sin are. They result from your acceptance of either good or evil. In spiritual consciousness, your whole consciousness, no matter what your faults are, is turned toward good, toward God. Remember these simple guidelines. Control the senses. Turn those 5 searchlights inward in meditation. In that inner silence, you will know the beauty and bliss, beyond material imagination, that is God. The senses do not keep their promises of happiness. If you have everything in this world, you will find you still want something else, and your happiness will be a slave to your possessions. To be supremely happy and free, you must be a man of renunciation, one who is master of the senses and is non-attached to possessions. True renunciation means to renounce material consciousness for spiritual consciousness. It is not exclusive, but inclusive, for to have spiritual consciousness is to possess everything that will make you truly and lastingly happy. Control your habits and behavior. A life of spiritual harmony, whether lived in the context of the individual, the ashram, the family, the nation, or the world, requires willing cooperation with the rules of right behavior, and a loving understanding and cooperation with others. The standards and rules of spiritual harmony are higher than those of material harmony. Follow them strictly. Be your own judge, and court-martial yourself. If the verdict is that you have done wrong, correct yourself. Otherwise, your bad habits and wrong behavior will act against you like a boomerang. Better still, guide all your actions by the inner voice of spiritual consciousness, so that you will do no wrong. Live a balanced life. That is, live in harmony with the divine laws governing material and spiritual duty. Let not one responsibility contradict other important duties. Health. Millions need a greater consciousness of health, for diseases are not created by God but by man's breaking God's laws. Prosperity. Include others in your own well-being, and human relationships. Do not leave anybody out of your love. Keep everyone in your heart, and they will keep you in theirs. You will be a king on the throne of all hearts, commanding their love and influencing them to goodness, not by force, but by your love. The mind, repository of infinite power. The Western point of view is that knowledge of God can be received through book learning. But one defect in this approach is that every study should have a practical as well as a theoretical side. You can acquire a mental concept from a story you read in a book, but its practical value in daily life remains to be seen. All too often the intellect becomes satisfied with just a theory about God. Great and glorious is the story of God's presence, but greater and more glorious is the actual perception of the infinite. I speak only of what I have experienced, for personal experience is the practical aspect of religion. If you practice 1/1,000,000th of the things that I tell you in these Thursday night meetings, you will reach God. Success doesn't lie in listening to my sermons, but in practicing what I have told you. Today you will learn how to develop the seeds of your innate God-given faculties of the mind. Our little minds are part of God's omnipotent mind. The mind of God created the stars and all the worlds. Mind is the supreme factor that is working throughout creation, that is keeping the cells of our bodies together. And this wonderful consciousness in every particle of matter is all the work of that divine mind, the mind that needs no instrument to accomplish its object. Our little minds are part of the omnipotent mind of God. Beneath the wave of our consciousness is the infinite ocean of His consciousness. It is because the wave forgets it is a part of the ocean that it becomes isolated from that oceanic power. As a result, our minds have become weakened by our trials and material limitations. The mind has stopped its work. You will be surprised how much it can do if you cast off the limitations you have put on it. The pure mind of the child, which is open and imaginative, free of prejudices and habits, is more attuned to the mind of God. But when the child grows up and experiences the trammels of material life, his mind takes on the limitations of that existence and becomes restricted in its scope. You become your worst enemy when you limit your mental power. To work with your mind is tremendously worthwhile. You haven't tried its powers at all. To break through mental limitations is what you should strive for. I have always done that, because I wanted to be different. And when I met my guru, Swami Sri Yukteswar, I realized how supernally different he was. Most people are copies of someone else, imitating what others do. They have no independent thinking. You should be a different individual, expressing the very best of your own unique nature. Why shouldn't you develop your mind power and use it for any attainment you desire? All around are storms of difficulties, and everyone is after his own, nobody is thinking of you. And in this clash of individualities you are a little mind about to be crushed and swept away. But if you reason this way, God loves me even as He loved Jesus, Krishna, and Buddha. He cannot be partial. He has given me this mind, which contains the germ of infinite power, and I am going to cultivate this power. You will win. The seeds of success are within you. Success doesn't come from outside, it is in your brain. As soon as you think a right thought, work it. Some people have a good idea but they haven't the tenacity to think it through and work it out. You must have courage and perseverance, and think, I am going to see my idea through. It may be that I won't win out in this life, but I will make the effort. Think and act, think and act. That is how to develop your mind power. Every idea is a little seed, but you have to grow it. Suppose you have determined that you are going to make $1,000. You continuously flow that thought through your brain, and you take certain actions, and you earn the $1,000. Essentially, it is the mind that did it. If there had been no thought in the mind that you wanted $1,000, you wouldn't have made it. Seeds look so small, yet in a tiny seed may be a huge tree, with towering trunk and heavy branches. But the potential alone doesn't make the tree. You have to put the seed in the ground, give it water and look after it. Then, when the tree is full grown, you can say that the little seed has produced that mighty tree. So with success, it is a little seed thought and you have to develop it. It won't grow without your help, just as seeds will not grow without your giving them care. All kinds of seeds of power are within you, waiting for you to develop them. Thought can be materialized. Truth is more real than mere thought or imagination, but whatever we think or imagine may sometime come to be true. Years ago, Jules Verne wrote several scientific adventure novels which at the time were regarded merely as fiction, but since then, many of his concepts have become realities. Imagination is a very important factor in creative thought. But imagination has to be ripened into conviction. You can't do that without a strong will. But if you imagine something with all the power of your will, your imagination will be converted into conviction. And when you can hold that conviction against all odds, it will come true. Master Swami Sri Yukteswar used to say that if your will is strong, whatever you imagine will be created for you. It is a fact. You can develop that kind of imagination. You could conceive of a mansion floating in the ether, and if your imagination is strong enough, you might see it, and if your imagination becomes hardened into conviction, you might be able to materialize that building or be the cause of its creation through natural means. This is not a dream, it is possible. In Kashmir, and on several other occasions long before I came to America, I saw and envision this building that is now our MT Washington International Headquarters. I found and chose this place myself, without anyone else's guidance. It was built for this purpose, because that thought was in the ether. Thought works. It is a marvelous force. Believe in the power of thought, which comes from God, and use all the strength of your heart, your will, to try to materialize that thought. Remember, God is with you. You are exercising His power, which you have borrowed from Him, and when you do that He will be nearer to you to help you. Many things that I have thought have come into being. A long time ago I was thinking of our need for a place where we could have a temple closer to Hollywood than is MT Washington. I applied my will to that thought and we got our second temple. I had also wanted a temple by the Ganges in India. It is through the wish and the blessing of Lahiri Mahasaya and Babaji that I have been able to acquire a most beautiful place right on the banks of the Ganges at Dakshineswar, our Yagata Math. It is about 20 minutes from Calcutta, and is a great asset to our work. I am very happy about it. Whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing, ye shall receive. You must believe that. When devotees go to the Terakeswar temple in India, famed for miraculous healings effected there, and think and strongly imagine that God will heal them, He does. Instantaneous cures are the result. When your prayers or wishes are not successful, it is because you have no will, and you have no faith. If with a doubting mind you ask God to heal you, you won't be healed. Or if you meekly ask, Lord, shall I have a hermitage by the Ganges? I know it is impossible, but I would like to have it, God says, you can't have it. But if you say, I am going to have it, I shall be just like a bulldog that won't let go, and then use your will to work toward that goal, you will succeed. To achieve something is to please God. Everyone here has some ideals, that is what I like about America. The American spirit is to try to create something new and better. In Washington, D.C., millions of patents have been registered. Your creative ability is wonderful to see. No one should live without creative effort. If you haven't exercised your willpower to accomplish something difficult in life, you haven't lived up to the standard of a child of God. You have insulted the image of God within. You must exercise your divine gift of creativity in some way. It is never too late. Do you know what old age is? It is when your mind becomes hard-boiled, accepting the limitations imposed by body consciousness and closing its doors to creative thinking. I have had people of all ages, some of them ready to step into the grave, telling me all the things they intend to accomplish, and how much money they are going to make. It is better to try to achieve or to create something worthwhile, for to live idly is to do yourself the worst possible harm. What you don't realize is that in life you cannot stand still. You go either backward or forward. And most of you go backward, because your will is stationary, inert. So you must be watchful not to be physically or mentally lazy, not to imitate others rather than be creative. If you have not achieved anything in life, you may as well consider yourself dead, because like a zombie you are moving toward the valley of death. But every time you make use of your willpower, God says, this person has done rightly, he has used his God-given willpower. Everything you do is recorded within yourself. The effect of each positive action is locked up in your brain, and that mental tabloid tendency becomes a powerful potential to bring about any achievement you are seeking. And to achieve something, whether mental or physical, is to be favored by God. How much better it is to use that power of mind than to let it ossify and become like a fossil. For millions of years it lies in the sunshine and doesn't change. A person with a mind like that is done for. He cannot make a success of life. So don't be a mental fossil, be a living tree, constantly spreading out new growth. The strong-hearted soul says, there is sunshine in my life, and I have every chance to throw out shoots and branches of accomplishment. One day I will be a success, the Lord of the universe shall come to bless and praise the fruits that I have created. So develop your mind, be creative. Work on your progress with God. If you are not accomplishing anything in life, make a start, watch your health, change your diet, if necessary, give up bad eating habits. Change your thinking, give up negative, dark thoughts, and be more positive, so that you can acquire something materially when you wish to. Above all, work on your progress with God. This is the most important of all creative thinking. If your will is being broken in spite of your spiritual resolve, do something about it. Everything will come to tempt you as soon as you want God. You are made to feel that in worldly diversions you will find happiness, but that diversion takes you away from your spiritual pursuits and destroys your willpower. When I started on this path, never did I go to movies or seek other such distractions. I meant business with God, and now, after finding Him, whatever I do is like child's play. He has given me everything, but there is nothing more interesting to me than that constant communion within myself with the beloved of my universe. Complete surrender to God is the only goal in life I could conceive of. It is only through God, and in God, that I can see the perfection I had sought, and so it is to Him alone that I can give my complete allegiance, for everything else disillusions us. When you watch people with the eyes of wisdom, everyone falls short. Only God satisfies. He gave to me more than I ever expected in life. I had refused to think as others were thinking, to act as others were acting, to be like others. I knew there was something more to be sought in life. It is all right to have material things, in their place, but I have no need or desire of my own for these things. For me there is only one, the Lord. The joy of His being is always there. I want you to know that whenever I have told of personal experiences, it is not to extol myself, but to tell the joy of the accomplishment to encourage you, that you might try also. It is because you think you are licked that you are licked, but no matter how many times you are bowed by the bludgeons of circumstances, lift up your head again. Tell yourself, my body may be beaten, but my spirit is not conquered. That is the way to have success. Power of mind, the power of creation, is necessary. Then you know the joy of accomplishment. Make the best of circumstances. 19 years have gone by since I came here to America. When I see what I have been able to achieve, I have no complaint, I have no regrets. But every bit of it has been hard work. This spirit cannot be had by weaklings. It is possessed only by the valiant. So be powerful. Before disease and poverty strike you down, make the most of the opportunity you have now. I am always thinking of what I can create, not that I want to be noticed by the world, but to please God. Each one of you can be like that. You can do good in hundreds of thousands of ways. God doesn't expect you to do spectacular things, but he does want you not to be a lazybones. He wants you to use all the power you have. Otherwise, as his child, you desecrate his name. Whatever your present circumstance, make the best of it. No matter how many times you fall down, get up with the determination to be victorious. Whatever I wanted to accomplish, I made up my mind it was going to be, and it was. Try it. You will see how much power you have. You will see this power work. You will have a lot of fun with it. We get what we merit in life. So if you want to be a success, you must create that success now. There are no limits to your mind. In every kind of work, whether religious or commercial, there are those who have done their utmost to bring a certain status to their lives. When such a person has worked his way up to become the head of a business or spiritual organization, he highly respects those under him who can help in attaining the goals of the organization. But those less successful tend to wonder why that person should hold such a big position, and why they couldn't have had it instead. They forget that he was creative and worked hard. Some may feel that he got the job through pull, but the truth is that a successful individual has created that vibration of success during this life or previous lives. Otherwise, he couldn't have attained his present position. Wherever there is money, the vultures of envy and greed will come. So no matter how unselfish you are, there will be those who will be jealous of your accomplishment. Some people want to live lazily on the efforts of others. Be honorable enough never to hang on anyone else. You are a child of God. You have all the power necessary to take yourself where you want to go. Various ways I have had to try in order to support this work of self-realization on my own initiative. Never beg, I have never done so. Don't think that somebody else should give you a lift. The pleasure is in making a success of your life, not in getting things easily. Never accept failure. You are living in a world of competition. Competition doesn't throttle you if you have determination. It makes you stronger. You have to do your best every day under all circumstances, and then you can be a success. But most people don't apply themselves. Or they are always thinking that everything goes wrong for them, that they always have bad luck. Why shouldn't things go wrong? They don't give time to growing the seeds of success that are within their minds, they are too busy with useless things. Many of you think you don't even have any seeds of success in you, but you do have. You can succeed. You can make it. But if you think, I am done for, you are finished right then, you have already given yourself the decree that you have failed. But if you remain positive and think, all right, I will succeed, and go on trying, you will succeed. Don't brood over past failures. People who do always say that everything they touch ends in failure. Why do they fail? Because their minds have been convinced that they will fail. More than once I have become completely penniless in trying to support this work, but I have always regained the necessary resources. It requires courage, because the mind will say, after all these years, you are right back where you started. But I say to the mind, keep quiet. I will make you work. We will see who is boss. You have to work, you have to make the effort to accomplish. Every failure gives you the privilege of learning something new, you see how to avoid those things that were wrong before. It is only when your mind becomes weak that your body becomes weak and you refuse to work. Then you are done for, you are dead. So never give up. This life is a great game. Make the effort to win it. Thousands of people in this world are suffering, some have no hands, or no feet to walk with. How can you, with all your faculties at your disposal, admit failure. You must not do so. When you go backward, your mental outlook is so dim that you think the whole world is going backward. But you will always advance if you are accomplishing something. Develop your mind power. Let the whole world be at your command. Seek divine guidance. Schedule your life. Don't waste time. If you socialize with people all the time, you can't amount to anything. Be by yourself. Get away from people and dive deep within yourself. Ask, how am I going to succeed? Whatever you want to do, think about it until you are lost in that idea. Think, and make plans. Then take a little time, don't jump into anything at once. Take a step, and then think more. Something within tells you what to do. Do it, and think some more. Some further guidance will come. By learning to go deep within, you will connect your consciousness with the superconsciousness of the soul, so that with infinite willpower, patience, and intuition you can grow those idea seeds of success. While you try to create what you have in mind, always ask the Father to guide you. If your ego is blind and has a strong voice, it may drown out intuition and mislead you. But if you seek only to please God by your efforts to do something worthwhile, He will guide your footsteps from error to good. The right way to work toward success is to try to please God, do your best, and then don't worry about it. In this world, you have to play your part in God's drama, but if you get lost in the drama, you will make a mess of your life. You will know too late that you have wasted your time. Why shouldn't you turn the wheel of life instead of being run over by it? You create your own helplessness or strength. Whatever you make up your mind to do, you must be able to carry out. So many people make themselves helpless by wrong habits. Get away from those persons who influence you to do evil. The helplessness you feel is caused by no one but yourself. Your weak mind is being pulled backward by the very cords that you have tied to bad habits. Most people are self-hypnotized by their environment and wrong habits, and by strong tendencies and moods brought with them from past lives. It is an insult to your mind and to the image of God within to allow yourself to be hypnotized by these limitations. You must break your bad habits and develop the power of mind by which you can command your own life. Begin to live rightly. Exercise, eat wisely, and so on. Don't think you can get away with eating and living wrongly, even though you are not suffering now. All too soon the devastating effects will catch up with you. I remember a student who weighed 200 pounds and looked rather homely and aged. She asked me if she could do anything about her health. Of course you can, I said, provided you have willpower. You have been thinking that you can't do anything with yourself. You have hypnotized your will to accept that thought. I told her to exercise by walking, to eat plenty of fruits, vegetables, and nuts, and to cut out all starchy foods and sweets. I reminded her that in the beginning her mind would urge her to take a little something sweet, and she would be tempted to give in. But you must make up your mind that you are going to lose weight, and then follow through, with willpower, I said. Several months later I saw this woman again and I asked, "Is this you?" "Yes," she answered, "it is so wonderful." She had lost her heaviness and looked so much younger and happier. Have you looked in your mental account book to find out whether your income of good experiences has been greater than the cost of your wrong actions? No. You would see that for the most part, expensive bad habits have eaten up the profits of happiness. I used to introspect like that so that I could make my life the way I wanted it to be. Analyze your own life. In the morning you get up and quickly say a short prayer. Then you eat and go to work. Next comes lunchtime, more work, and then dinner time and some useless diversion, and before long you are off to bed. The same old thing, every day. And every day your will is being broken by the dictates of your habits and environment. Why do you allow this? You excuse yourself and say, someday I will try to do those things I know I should do. But that day may never come. Why limit your capability to the adage, don't bite off more than you can chew? I believe you should bite off more than you can chew, and then chew it. Don't be useless. Make your life worthwhile. Material success becomes empty without God. Everything moves so fast in America. You are always busy doing something. And it is better to reap the harvest of the world than to be a lazy man. But you must also reap the richest harvest of life, God. The only way to attain true happiness is to accomplish something in this world and to achieve success with the Lord. Your most worthwhile activity is daily communion with God. The demands of the world are constantly breaking your willpower to seek Him. But no matter what the world gives you, your heart will still wish for God. You know that when you die, not all the power on earth can do anything for you. Who can help you then? God. And this is why you must always reason that this world is only a stopping place. Your home is with Him. After all you have done, this earth life becomes empty because you are going to have to leave everything eventually. One day you will have to part with all your material possessions. You envy the power and wealth of a Henry Ford, but he too will have to leave everything behind, except that great willpower and success consciousness which he has attained. He will be able to use those in another incarnation to find God more quickly when he begins his search divine. You may say that life is ebbing away and you are going to die anyway, so why try for success? I would answer as the Gita says, that at the moment of death, even 1 second before, if you can leave the body with the conviction that you are victorious in life, so shall it be. If you go with the conviction that you will be with the Lord, so shall it be. But if you go with the consciousness that you are done for, so shall it be. Whatever thoughts predominate as a result of the way you have lived your life, those thoughts determine your after-death state and the pattern of your next life. Can you remember that? There is no excuse to say that you are too old or otherwise unable to succeed materially and spiritually. Jesus demonstrated the ultimate in success. He did what 1,000,000 businessmen would not be able to do. Why? Because he had God. So, let your greatest ambition be to find God, to be with God, to commune with Him, and to use your willpower to do the things in life that you ought to do, for Him. If you see that you are not pleasing God, ask yourself how you can better please Him, how you can be nicer to everyone, how you can meditate deeper. Think, and then act. This is the way to develop. Make God break His vow of silence. No matter what happens, if you are more and more with God, you will find that He is with you always. But will you make that effort? Every day, in the beginning, my mind used to say, you can't know God. Only great ones like Krishna, Jesus, and Buddha could. Then I would reason, if God favored them, He is partial, but I know He is not, He does not favor anyone. Even they had to go through great trials. But they were divinely successful, so I too can realize God. Make the effort to find God by trying to convince Him that you want Him, and by trying to bend His will to speak to you. You have to make God break His vow of silence, then He will speak. That is what makes it difficult to know Him. It requires devotional perseverance. How many years I secretly cried for God. But I know that I can never lose Him now, because He is not apart from me. He is ever with me. When the wave melts into the ocean and becomes one with it, the wave cannot feel lost from the ocean anymore. So are we, when we become one with Spirit, we cannot feel separated from God again. Above all, then, find time for God. No matter how tired you are at the end of the day, as soon as everyone else retires, you get up and throw yourself at His feet. Don't sleep until you have communed with Him. Pray to Him in the language of your heart, my Lord, you come first. I have made up my mind that in the temple of night I shall give myself to loving you. You are my everything, you are my sleep. You are my life. You are my death, if necessary. I want you alone. You are sufficient. I offer all my power, all my inner thought, all my love, to feel you, to be with you, to love you. Lord, don't make me a spiritual clown. Much of the time now I remain secluded from people. I don't mix with those who just waste my time. I found it was the only way I could be with God. As soon as you are too much with people on the social plane, you are not with God anymore. I used to accept all kinds of invitations, but I gave that up. The kings of Europe used to keep a clown in the court to amuse them. Lord, I prayed, don't make me a spiritual clown in this cause of self-realization. I would rather eat dirt than have to bow to some person who would give me money for your work and tell me that I have to do this or that in return. I would prefer to be with the yogis in the jungle, who have renounced everything, and who quietly bless the world with their God communion. Unlike the minister who bows to the rich in order to make his church prosperous, these saints are real kings, great spiritual men, rulers of themselves. You see their joy, such contentment, peace, and bliss. That comes not from material gain, but by using the willpower to develop cosmic consciousness, that consciousness that is one with God. Be inwardly free like those yogis. Be with God, so that you can laugh at life when it tries to strike you down. My life is finished. I have accomplished what I wanted to do. But one thing is never finished, my love for the Lord. It will be an eternal enjoyment within the sanctum of my soul. I couldn't work for myself, but I love to do for God and to help others. It is a lot of fun making success for God. Just think how a little thought in your brain, when put to work, can do something wonderful to make others happy and to leave footprints in the sands of time. Meditate and draw others to this path of self-realization. That is the highest service you can perform. The joy of pleasing God. These are my happiest days. I am happy for two reasons. I have been able to please God, and I have been able to fulfill the pledge that I gave to my Guru, Swami Sri Yukteswar, to build this work of Yogata Satsanga / self-realization to spread the message of Kriya Yoga. The forces of evil have always battled me, but God has destroyed them all. On and on this work is marching. Every day I say, Lord, my dreams are all finished. The only thing I know now is my love for you. Such is the joy of God. There is nothing else to live for. In India, hundreds of young men are crazy for God, as hundreds here are crazy for money and power. It is better to play at hide and seek with God than to play with the will-o'-the-wisp of materialism that leads to death. Death means disillusionment. It is the point when you accept defeat and give up. You have to come out of this ignorance of your divine potential. The Lord says, "Come now. Resurrect yourself from the tomb of ignorance." Finally, when you refuse to be laid beneath the slabs of your weaknesses, you become free. All who have heard this message, make the effort to find God now. Meditate every day and prune out all the weeds of weaknesses, that the garden of your life may be beautiful. The world wants to make a slave of you. You must snatch time away from the world to be alone with God. Suppose you are resting with eyes closed, someone comes and places flowers before you, but you are too sleepy to open your eyes. When you do, those flowers are gone. So it is with people who seek God half-heartedly. He comes to them, but their eyes are closed in dreams of this world, and when they open them again, He is gone. Seek Him sincerely, day and night, in meditation and in all your activities. When the dreams of your desires die away, you will find Him everywhere. Pray with me, Heavenly Father, bless me that I develop all the seeds of spiritual power and success that are within me, and that I use them to please Thee, whom I love more than all Thy gifts. Be Thou mine evermore. Why evil is a part of God's creation. Some say that God doesn't know evil, because they can't explain why a God who is good allows robberies, murders, disease, poverty, and other terrible happenings that are going on constantly on this earth. These misfortunes are certainly evil to us, but are they evil to God? If they are, why would God permit such evil? And if the evil did not come from Him who is the supreme creator of all things, where did it come from? Who created greed? Who created hate? Who created jealousy and anger? Who created harmful bacteria? Who created sex temptation, and the temptation of greed? These were not the invention of human beings. Man could never have experienced them if they had not first been created. Some people try to explain that evil does not exist, or that it is merely a psychological factor. But this is not so. The evidence of evil is here in the world. You cannot deny it. If there is no evil, why would Jesus pray, "Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil"? He is saying plainly that evil does exist. So the truth is, we do find evil in the world. And where did it come from? God. Evil provides the contrast that enables us to recognize and experience goodness. Evil had to be, if there was to be any creation. If you wrote a message with white chalk on a whiteboard, no one would see it. So without the blackboard of evil, the good things in the world could not be magnified at all. For instance, Judas was Jesus' best publicity agent. By his evil act, Judas made Christ eternally famous. Jesus knew the role he had to play, and all that was going to happen to him in order that he might demonstrate the love and greatness of God, and a villain was necessary to this enactment. But it was not good for Judas that he chose to be the one whose dark deed, by contrast, extolled the glories of Christ's triumph over evil. Perfection is not to be found in this world. It is hard to know where the dividing line is between good and evil. Certainly it is terrible that bacteria kill 2 billion people every 100 years. But think of the chaos of overpopulation if there were no death. And if everything here were good and perfect, no one would leave this earth of his own accord, no one would want to go back to God. So in a sense misery is your best friend, because it starts you seeking God. When you begin to see clearly the imperfection of the world, you will begin to seek the perfection of God. The truth is that God is using evil, not to destroy us, but to make us disillusioned with His toys, with the playthings of this world, so that we might seek Him. This is why the Lord Himself permits injustices and evil. But I have said to Him, Lord, you have never suffered. You have always been perfect. How do you know what suffering is? Yet you have put us through these tests, and you had no business doing it. We didn't ask to be born as mortals and to suffer. He doesn't mind that I argue with Him. He is very patient. The Lord answers, you don't have to go on suffering, I have given everyone the free will to choose good instead of evil, and thus come back to me. So evil is the test of God to see if we will choose him or his gifts. He created us in his image and gave us the power to free ourselves. But we don't use that power. At night, when we cease to be active, we all become godlike. But in the daytime we become devils, not all of us, but most of us. Why not live in tune with God in the daytime, for then we shall know no fear, we shall know no evil. It is easy to say this, but hard to practice it. While evil in itself is something we don't want, yet it is like poisoned honey, it is palatable. At the table, we are tempted to eat too much and to eat the wrong things. Then we begin to get fat here and there, just where we don't want it. In response to our wrong actions, nature takes revenge and seems to be poking fun at us all the time. It is indeed a funny world. But the results of our wrong actions don't seem very funny to us. That is why I quarrel with God and scold him. Why have you created all of these terrible temptations that your children succumb to? Why have you made them so pleasurable? Well, that is the trick of God. If you are going to act like an idiot, you deserve to suffer. The Lord says, I made you in my image, and you ought to behave like me. I say, but, Lord, they don't know they are made in your image. His response is, well, my saints are trying to tell them. I am not going to force them to be good. But why did you put us in this mess? You have never been in this quagmire of delusion, why did you put us here? This is where the Lord smiles and answers, that is how it is, and that is the way it is to be. So the thing is this, there is no perfection in this world. Why seek it here? You may find a little short-lived pleasure, but mostly you will find suffering and injustice. Pain was given to make you know when something is wrong with the body. But when the pain of cancer comes, there is no reason in it. The sufferer has no relief from his pain, and he doesn't know why he has to suffer. And there are those who need money and can't get it, and those who don't need it who easily acquire more. Those who have much want still more, and those who have nothing want just a little, but can't get even that. Isn't this true? Why these injustices? Some people are as healthy as can be, and some are always sick. But health or ill health doesn't necessarily determine whether or not you are happy. It is the state of your mind that makes you happy or unhappy. Saint Francis suffered much of the time, and yet he was healing the sick and was filled with the joy of God. Suffering has a different meaning for you when you have attained the freedom of God. But you have to attain that freedom first. You must learn to work without desire, and to live in this world without attachment. As soon as you are caught by desires or attachment, you will have all the evil that is coming to you. This is why the Gita says, O Arjuna, no compelling duty have I to perform, there is naught that I have not acquired, nothing in the three worlds remains for me to gain. Yet I am consciously present in the performance of all actions. Those who want to be liberated must do likewise, engaging in serviceful, joyful, non-attached activity. Most people willingly work hard for money, but they won't make even a little effort for their salvation. We must work for God. The way to do this is to non-cooperate with evil and to behave as God would have us behave. The greatest conquering force is love. Imagine, as a weapon of war they are speaking of releasing vapors filled with germs that will infect whole populations, causing the people to suffer a lingering death. Such are the deadly instruments of destruction they are creating, instead of developing the weapon of love, which can destroy all the hatred, meanness, and selfishness in men's hearts. In war, each side always blames the other's actions as the cause of conflict. But remember, you can't clap with just one hand, you have to have two hands. True, some people or nations are more evil at times than others, but those who are good should conquer evil, not by evil, but by good. You must love people. Sometimes it is hard, I know. I have loved my enemies, and I know that I shall never be an enemy to anyone. By a thought I could destroy them, but I have never done it, and I shall never do it. Jesus had that power. He could have used it when his enemies taunted him to save himself from the cross. He had said, "Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? But how then shall the scriptures be fulfilled, that thus it must be?" He conquered by love. If the ordinary man is slapped, the great desire is to slap back. Therefore, God does not give his divine power to those who are spiritually weak, because they would misuse it. The desire and the strength to forgive come from attunement with God. Someone once asked me, "Why do you go through the struggle of supporting so many people and having to deal with all their problems, when you are free and don't have to?" I responded, "Why does God do it? He is supporting every creature on the whole earth when he could be free from all of this bothersome creation. I do it because I know his will. And because I also find much pleasure in seeing the progress of those who respond, and in being able to build his temple in their hearts. How few you find in this world who are sincere and who want to be your friend for your sake, and not for something they can take from you. Those sincere souls are most enjoyable. Greater than all riches is true friendship. If you can be a true friend to people, you will find God. If you sincerely love people, you can know them, just as when you look through a clear glass, you can see what is in the glass. But your perception of people is unclear unless you love God, and unless you love others with the love of God. I can give my life for a sincere soul. I can give my life for a sincere soul, but insincere souls I stay away from. I am never insincere with anyone, and that is the way we all should live in this world. We must be fearless, sincere, surrounded not only with those whom we can inspire, but with those who can inspire us as well. When we are strong, then we can help those who are evil. But don't try to help them until you yourself are stronger. Otherwise their company may weaken you instead. So many who try to reform others become infected with their evil. If you have a mind that absorbs everything like blotting paper, you must keep that mind free from evil influences. Just as a blotting paper that has become soaked with spilled oil will no longer absorb water, so must your mind first be saturated with good until it becomes impervious to evil. Be strong in your own goodness, and try to be helpful to others. The man who only looks out for himself and his own family won't find much happiness. If he doesn't think of anyone else who might be suffering, he denies himself the joy of helping another, so his own cup of satisfaction will remain small. Money means to me just one thing, that I can use it to do good and help others. The cosmic motion picture. There is another angle about duality, or good and evil, that I want to explain to you. If a movie producer made motion pictures only of angels, and showed them in the film houses morning, noon, and night every day, he would soon have to close up his business. He has to produce variety in order to attract people's attention. The bad man makes the hero look so much better. And we like plots that are filled with action. We don't mind looking at exciting movies about danger and disaster because we know they are only pictures. I remember one time when I was taken to see a movie in which the hero died. It was such a tragedy. So I stayed and watched the next showing of the picture until I saw the hero alive again, then I left the theater. If you could see what is going on behind the screen of this life, you wouldn't suffer at all. It is a cosmic motion picture show. This movie that God is projecting on the screen of this earth has no value to me. I look at the beam of God's light, which is projecting these scenes on the screen of life. I see the pictures of the whole universe coming from this beam. Another time I was sitting in a movie house watching an exciting drama on the screen. And then I looked into the projection booth. I saw that the projectionist was not interested in the picture, because he had seen it over and over again. Instead, he was reading a book. The projection machine was doing its job, there was the sound, and the beam of light was casting the realistic pictures on the screen. And there was the audience, caught up in the drama. I thought, Lord, you are like this man sitting here in the booth, absorbed in your own nature of bliss and love and wisdom. Your machine of cosmic law is throwing on the screen of the universe the scenes of jealousy, of love, of hatred, of wisdom, but you remain uninvolved in your plays. From age to age, from civilization to civilization, the same old pictures are shown over and over again, only with different characters playing the parts. I think God gets a little bit bored with it all. He is tired of it. It is a wonder that he doesn't just pull the plug and stop the show. When I took my gaze from the beam of light that was casting the scenes of action on the screen, I looked at the audience in the motion picture house and I saw that they were going through all the emotions of the actors in the movie. They were suffering with the hero and reacting to the evil of the villain. To the audience it was a tragic experience. To the operator in the projection booth, it was only a picture. And so it is with God. He has created pictures of light and shadows, the hero and the villain, good and evil, and we are the audience and the actors. It is only because we are too much identified with the play that we are in trouble. Without shadows as well as light there could be no picture. Evil is the shadow that converts the one beam of God's light into pictures or forms. Therefore, evil is the shadow of God that makes this play possible. The dark shadows of evil are interspersed with the pure white beam of the virtues of God. He wants you not to take these pictures so seriously. The director of a movie sees the murders and the suffering and the comedy and the drama as means to create interest for the audience. He stands apart from the play and directs and observes it. God wants us to behave with detachment, realizing we are only actors or observers in his cosmic show. Though God has everything, we can still say that he has some desire. He wants to see who will remain unintimidated by this picture, and who will play his part well and come back to him. You can't run away from this universe, but if you act in this play with your thought fixed on God, you will be free. I often say to him, Lord, this is a motion picture to you, but it is terrible to us. And the Lord replies, I make you realize it is a dream every night when you go to sleep. Why don't you remember this in the daytime? One day as I was entering my room, I saw my body lying on the bed, dead. And the Lord said to me, how do you like that? For a moment I was shaken, then I replied, my Lord, it is all right, for I am aware of you, I am talking to you. And I felt completely all right about it. For him who realizes God, there is no evil. The way to supreme happiness will not be found by the scientist nor by material-minded people, but by those who follow the masters who say, go back to the booth of the infinite from which you can see the projection of all these cosmic motion pictures. Then you won't be troubled about God's creation, God's play. My only interest in people is to help them. And as long as breath shall flow in these lungs, so long shall I try to help others and tell them to get away from this motion picture of delusion. Because you are a part of it now, you suffer. You must stand aside and watch it, and then you cannot suffer. When you are an observer, then you can enjoy this play. This is what you must learn. To God, this is only a movie, and when you turn to Him, it will also be a picture show to you. I will tell you a little story. A king fell asleep and dreamed that he was poor. He was crying out in his sleep for just a penny for some food. Finally, the queen woke him and said, "What is the matter with you? Your treasury is full of gold, and yet you are crying for a penny." Then the king said, "Oh, how silly of me! I thought I was a beggar and was starving for lack of that penny." Such is the delusion of every soul who is dreaming he is immortal. Subject to the nightmarish evils of all kinds of disease, suffering, troubles, heartbreaks. The only way to escape this nightmare is by becoming more attached to God and less attached to the dream images of this world. It is because you have put your attention on the wrong things that you suffer. If you give your heart to man, or drink, or greed, or drugs, you will suffer. Your heart will be broken. You must place your heart with God. The more you seek peace in Him, the more that peace will devour your worries and sufferings. You suffer because you have allowed yourself to become so susceptible to the evils of this world. You must learn to be spiritually tough, spiritually strong. Do all the things you have to do, and enjoy what you do, but inwardly say, "Lord, I am thy child, made in thine image. I don't want anything but you." The devotee who follows this principle, and who attains this realization, will find that for him there is no evil in this world. The mystery of Mahatma Gandhi. Toward the end of the medieval era, during which the church had come to rule politics, the state had to divorce itself from religion. From then on, governments have made a tremendous blunder by trying to get along without the guiding principles of religion. Once separated from spiritual principles, which govern all phases of human action, politics began to wander away from truth itself. The word politics has ever since had a connotation of graft or other unscrupulous methods sometimes used by politicians or others to gain their ends. The end does not always justify the means, for all good things should be attained by good methods as well. When evil is employed in the hope of gaining a good end, that evil will remain indelibly associated with the good, even if that end is attained. The belief that religion should stand aloof from all other human activities is impractical. Sermons calculated only to inspire imagination and to give orthodox views do no real good in changing the depraved moral, social, and political aspects of society. Such isolated spirituality can do little practical good to mankind. On the other hand, some religious leaders harangue their friends and followers with misconceived ideas of politics, devoid of real spirituality. Religious principles are the foundation of the art of living. True religion consists of ultimate religious principles that govern all phases of the social, political, and spiritual man. Religious principles are the foundation of the art of living and of every true standard of the best human conduct in all races and nationalities. Jesus said, "Render, therefore, unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God, the things that are God's." Lord Krishna, the great prophet of India, was a supreme example of this principle. He was both a king and a savior of mankind. We can picture a saint in the solitude of the woods, but his saintliness is better proven when his spiritual attainments are consciously tested by applying them to helping depraved human beasts that infest the jungle of civilization. Krishna was not only a prophet, but a saint, with kingly responsibilities to test his saintliness. He was one of the greatest successes as a man of non-attachment, even though he was a king. A man of renunciation harboring secret material desires is a spiritual failure, whereas Krishna, though he had the riches of a king, was a man of the greatest renunciation at heart. Jesus would not have commanded as much attention as he did, if he had lacked the courage to battle prelate and political power with the calm influence of his spiritual realization. By his silence before the prelate, Jesus spoke loudly about the errors of mankind and the evil principles of politics. With the sword of his love and the all-conquering utterance, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do," Jesus not only conquered his contemporary political foes, but stands second to none in showing to people of all times how spirituality can conquer the most formidable enemies. The political power, with vast armies, that condemned an unarmed, innocent Jesus to the cross, and expected thereby to crush his heretic philosophy, found its crowning defeat in its most ignorant act. Jesus willingly gave up his body for his cause, knowing that the temple of spiritual aspirations and divine progress is imperishable. Jesus said, "My kingdom is not of this world." The kingdom of God governed by true principles of spiritual learning must come to reform the malpolitic-laden atmosphere of this earth. Politics must be reformed by application of true religious principles. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna teaches that whenever there is decline of virtue and predominance of sin, man should salvage the sunken religious principles and free the virtuous. God comes on earth using the vehicles of prophetic minds to drive darkness from the souls of men. Mahatma Gandhi, a political savior of all politic-ridden nations. Before Jesus came Krishna, Buddha, and others. After Jesus came Swami Shankara, Babaji, Lahiri Mahasaya, Swami Sri Yukteswarjiraji, and many others. Now comes the great Mahatma Gandhi. He is not only the savior of a few devotees and religious followers, but a political savior of all politic-ridden nations. All great religious leaders and saints have had large followings in their own particular religious sects. Gandhi has not only influenced millions of religious followers, but also thousands of politicians, and almost all races and countries inhabiting this strife-stricken earthly home. Unlike his predecessors, Gandhi left religious leadership to enter the field of politics. Gandhi is in the world but not of the world. The Bhagavad Gita says it does not matter whether you are a family man earning a living, or a politician, or a businessman. You must perform action in the world, not for your own material ends, but to please God. Gandhi is a family man, with children, and had been a lawyer and a rich man. He renounced all his riches, for he believed that to own more than his fellow man was a sin. He eats very little because the people of India are poor, and millions cannot have even one square starch-laden meal a day. Gandhi does not wear the loincloth for publicity or effect, but because millions in India cannot afford to wear more. King George V and his queen had to break their traditional rule of court attire and receive him in his loincloth. The mountain of a king went to the Muhammad of a Gandhi. A living embodiment of scriptural truths. We hear of scriptural rules, but we see them lived and manifested in few people. Mahatma Gandhi lives and practices scriptural truths in all their details. The words of no other prophet or savior have had such an effect on a powerful nation as have those of Gandhi on England. No other prophet ever was invited to join a round-table conference. It is customary for Maharajas to stand and not to speak until the Viceroy of India, Lord Irwin, has spoken, but when Mahatma Gandhi met Lord Irwin, the latter remained standing while the Mahatma spoke to him in a sitting posture. When Gandhi was unconditionally set free from prison the last time, he was heard to say, "I am coming back," which prophecy was fulfilled by his present internment. Gandhi's first thought was not of his own beloved little family and children, but to return to prison to help the 60,000 political prisoners who were still there. He did not want to be free unless they were free. Think of it. When he first met Lord Irwin, after being imprisoned by him, the Mahatma had not the slightest enmity in his heart. Lord Irwin addressed him, "How are you, dear friend?" and presented him with goat's milk and dates. Newspapermen marveled and wrote that Mahatma did not show any trace of anger when he met Lord Irwin. In South Africa, Gandhi was stabbed by a man. When urged to take legal proceedings against him, Gandhi refused, saying, "I will send him my love." Later, when this would-be assassin heard of Gandhi's attitude, he became his follower. The attitude of so many people is, yes, we read in the Bible that we should turn the right cheek if the left one is slapped, but that is nonsense. If you slap me, I will give you in return 12 slaps, a kick, and maybe a bullet, but I still call myself a good Christian. When Gandhi, although so seriously wounded as to be at death's door, kept blessing this man, he gave not only forgiveness but deep love, and won over his adversary. A perfect example to politicians. With all his manifold political activities, Gandhi is a perfect example to all biased, one-sided politicians who use their God-given intelligence for selfish material gain, but have no time for God. He shows that duty to God must be observed first by keeping the Sabbath, or day of silence for communion with God. 1 day a week he remains in silence. Nothing can make him speak. Whenever the time for his silence came, Mahatma cut off conferences about the most vital problems of India and left it to Lord Irwin to continue the talks the next day. When Gandhi was arrested the last time, in the middle of the night, his wife and followers were all crying, but he was unmoved. He blessed them, and since it was his day of silence, he wrote instructions before his departure, but he did not speak. Mahatma has never broken his day of silence. He does not forget that duties cannot be performed intelligently and efficiently without first receiving the power from God. His first duty of all duties is in meditating upon God regularly for a time every day and in communing with God 1 whole day a week in silence. Gandhi is a strict moralist, a man of self-control, a master of his senses. I deem that the greatest of all Gandhi's political and spiritual victories was the conversion of his own wife to his principles. A modern husband cannot fail to appreciate and understand the depth of my statement. In South Africa, Mrs. Gandhi suffered and fasted for weeks in the jail along with Mahatma, fighting for the cause of freedom. No man has been able to collect money from poor India for spiritual and philanthropic causes as has the Mahatma. He has raised millions of rupees by his own personal appeal. He could do this because people trusted him absolutely. A princess gave him a costly silver chair for his own personal use. He put it up for auction instantly and gave the money to the public cause. He is so versatile that he can reply to letters through secretaries, attend to politics, and keep strict account of all public money spent. Each for all and all for each. Mahatma Gandhi believes in the one God and in the universal brotherhood of man. He makes no distinction between Christians and Hindus and outcasts. He says that whoever follows truth and loves India is an Indian. He calls his Christian, Hindu, and Muslim followers Indians. He says, "Down with patriotism that disregards the patriotic love of other nations and the freedom of other nationalities." Patriotism must include international well-being. Gandhi believes in the doctrine, each for all and all for each. His doctrine is fundamentally different from communist principles in that the latter political methods are based on force, whereas Gandhi teaches conquest of inferior powerful brute force by superior spiritual force. He says that hatred increases hatred, it never conquers it. A strong man may tyrannize over his weak victims, but cannot conquer his own hidden hatred. If the weak victim were suddenly to receive help, he would quickly take double revenge on the strong man, but if the spirit of hatred in the weak enemy were destroyed by the fires of love, then that victory would be more permanent, grand, and free from all germs of possible outbursts of hidden hatred and trouble. Gandhi says that if you have a revolver and your powerful enemy has another, and if you are afraid and flee, saying, "I forgive you," then you are a coward. He says that it is better to use the gun than to be a coward, but he advises the use of a superior weapon rather than running away or shooting when confronted by an armed enemy bent on doing wrong. This superior weapon is resistance by love, and non-cooperation with the enemy's evil ways. Practice of this will make you a really victorious, spiritual man. If there are 10 brothers and the youngest becomes crazy with anger and takes a sword to kill the others, but the eldest takes another sword and beheads the youngest brother, and then goes to their mother and says, "Mother, I have killed my youngest brother to save the rest of your children," the mother would cry out, "Oh, my son, how could you slay my youngest boy, your dear brother," and she would sob in frenzy. How much better it would have been if instead the eldest son had come to her and said, "Mother, my youngest brother ran amok and raised a sword to kill all my other brothers, and I stepped in front of him unarmed and said, 'I resist you with my love and implore you not to kill, but if kill you must, kill me first.' Mother, my youngest brother did not realize what he was doing, until he was convinced of my harmless love, which did not retaliate or get angry although his sword plunged into my arm. After the first stroke, conquered by my love, he broke his own sword, bandaged my wound, and asked forgiveness. If God, with all his power, punished man, where would man be? God does not use material force to influence us, he uses the self-reforming power of love to convert us. By his love God makes himself our Father, the dearest object of all our aspirations. What Gandhi's ideals have done for India. Gandhi has succeeded in stopping about 80% of the liquor traffic and the opium trade in India. No nation should derive revenue by degrading people through encouraging the use of drugs and intoxicants. The people of India need thin, finely woven clothes because of the warm climate. The government passed a law forbidding the making of fine thread by the Indians, so that cotton grown in India had to be sent to Lancaster to be manufactured into cloth and then shipped back to India. In this way the Indian people were deprived of their own trade and became dependent on clothing imported from England. Gandhi advised the people of India to make their own clothing with the coarse thread spun on their own cheap spinning wheels. Owing to his example, the importation of cotton goods manufactured in England has fallen off about 80%. This has revived home industries in India. Instead of depending upon making a living in the cities and factories, people have become self-reliant and are now growing their own food, and are making their own clothes from cotton grown in their own fields. Gandhi uses trains and automobiles to go from place to place. By no means is he a man who does not recognize the usefulness of modern machinery, but he warns against the enslaving effects of being used by the machine, involved in the worry of creating and acquiring more material things. Re-establishing the Christian doctrine. By preaching, Gandhi has accomplished what no emperor of India, nor the British government, has been able to accomplish by legislation. Hindus have preached in Muslim mosques and Muslim priests have preached in Hindu temples. In many instances Hindus and Muslims have eaten from the same plate. As there has long existed the Negro problem in America, so the Hindus have had their problem of prejudice against the dark-skinned Aborigines and pariahs and outcasts. The caste and clan systems are almost as strong in America as in India. The Negroes and American Indians are almost outcasts here, and the dark-skinned Santals, Kols, Vihils, and low castes are outcasts in India. India segregates them, calling them untouchables. In the South in America, Negroes have separate waiting rooms in railroad stations, and they have to ride in different sections of the trolley cars and trains. As Negroes for the most part perform menial labor and are social untouchables in America, so the outcasts in India are servants and social untouchables there. In Washington, D.C., the national capital, I had to conduct separate classes for my Negro and my Caucasian brethren. This surprised me very much. Mahatma Gandhi is re-establishing the Christian doctrine. All men, white, brown, yellow, and black, are the descendants of Adam and Eve, our common grandparents, and as such have one blood flowing in their veins. Thus Gandhi has helped the outcasts, who are now coming to claim their rights. Gandhi also believes in freeing young widows from the compulsion of remaining single and dependent. Gandhi believes in equal rights for women, he teaches equality of the sexes. Why condemn women, and say that wine, women, and wealth are delusions? Women have just as much right to say that wine, men, and wealth are temptations that lead to destruction. Gandhi teaches freedom for women. Hence, Saint Gandhi has such women as Madeline Slade, daughter of an English admiral, and Sarojini Naidu as his followers. He freed Indian women from household seclusion, and they are the foremost soldiers in his great spiritual army, battling against political evil. Madeline Slade said, "For all the world I would not go back to my old ways and forget what Mahatma Gandhi has taught me." Gandhi's compassion includes kindness and love for all animals. He does not believe in hurting anything, yet he is not a fanatic on this subject, for he ordered a cow to be killed to relieve it from the suffering of disease. Gandhi has said that Jesus Christ, the Bhagavad Gita, and Tolstoy have been the greatest influences in molding his life. Jesus did not live to see much of the results of his work and suffering. Gandhi has been more fortunate. By his ideal conduct, Gandhi is growing in popularity and will go down through history as a great savior who has changed the destinies not only of individuals and of India, but of other nations. Instead of criticizing him, even his deadliest enemies admit that Gandhi is sincere and that he cannot be bribed by money, flattery, concessions, or political fame. He never compromises his principles. Resisting evil by love. Gandhi's doctrine of resisting evil by the force of love has already proven to be practical. In this machine age when man's destructive power has grown to far exceed his powers of construction, Gandhi has given a universal panacea for the ills of our social system. To conquer all social and political evils, we must use the most formidable spiritual weapon, namely, resistance by love. War breeds war, and it can be prevented only by non-cooperation and the overcoming power of love. When Gandhi went to South Africa as a lawyer, he started his first non-cooperation movement by initiating a period of fasting until redress measures were effected. He, his wife, and about 300 followers, after 21 days of fasting, were released. General Smuts and Bottas were brought to their knees and the Hindus won their cause. That was Gandhi's first victory. During the Boer and Zulu Wars in Africa, Gandhi was a loyalist and won 2 gold medals for raising an ambulance corps and bravely picking up the wounded amidst flying bullets. Later, in India, General Dyer ordered his soldiers to shoot into a harmless, unarmed crowd of 2,000 people until ammunition ran short. The only offense of the people was that they had gathered to protest, which was against the order of the police. This occasion turned Gandhi against the British government and ever since he has said, "I love the British people, but henceforth I am the deadliest enemy of any wrong form of government that the English may impose upon India." Many chivalrous English newspapers severely condemned the action of General Dyer and he was recalled to England. Gandhi stopped the non-cooperation movement when it broke into violence on one occasion. But this last time he was put in prison, he said, the movement must go on, and ever since, thousands of India's most renowned men have courted jail through non-violent non-cooperation in the cause of freedom. Gandhi has also visited jail many times, not as a prisoner but as a saint who has converted prison into a temple of liberty. This will remain in the minds of men forever. Gandhi in prison is dangerous. Gandhi dead in prison will be alive evermore to preach his gospel of liberty and equality. True equality is achieved through love. Gandhi does not believe in creating equality by force, by wresting acquired power from the rich. He believes in spontaneous renunciation and selfless giving from the heart. He tries to unite people by cultivating brotherhood in their hearts. He is preaching love, so that all nations may help one another even as loving, prosperous brothers help a distressed brother. Gandhi's greatest triumphs came when his weaponless army, his spiritual battalion, resisted government orders not to make salt and not to assemble. Eyewitnesses have described how the police, armed with sticks and machine guns, charged the people, how brave men fell with shattered skulls and wounded bodies, and how they stood up again saying, "Kill us, but we will not move." On many occasions the police fled, leaving their instruments of war, tired of killing their unarmed brothers. Gandhi has gained the armistice, and a promise of self-government has been urged upon England. By resisting with spiritual force, Gandhi has accomplished more for India in 3 years than Ireland was able to accomplish in 700 years by using violence. I believe that the way to end war will be demonstrated when India attains her goal without beating or killing English people. Then apolitically, crucified India will be victorious and will be the savior of nations. As Bishop Fisher said, Mahatma Gandhi is the most outstanding figure in all Christendom and is teaching the nations of the world a new way to combat war. If ever there have been practical contributions to the cause of world peace, they are those of Woodrow Wilson and Mahatma Gandhi. President Wilson, by the mere utterance of the plan for the League of Nations, gave the world an ideal of freedom toward which it can work. It does not matter that Mr. Wilson did not live to see the fulfillment of his dreams. His work will go on. Destroy hatred, and peace will come to stay. Mahatma Gandhi has given to the world an intensely practical method, not only to crush war, but to make war impossible. Why must people blow their brains out trying to settle disputes in a manner that has never yet settled anything? No politician except Gandhi has included the interests of the whole world when considering the welfare of his own country. Gandhi wants freedom for India and for all subject nations in order that the world may be a safer and happier place for people of all nations to live in. The secret dynamite of hatred causes war. Destroy hatred, and peace will come to stay on earth. Gandhi is the spokesman of the age, a world reformer, a great political savior who has come on earth to conquer the world with the invincible weapon of love and understanding, and to establish a United States of the world with truth as its president. By his suffering, renunciation, and universal love he is making nations feel that they are brothers and as such they must make up their differences. Politics as spiritualized by Gandhi, and the consecrated altars of the hearts of men God illumined through meditation, can establish the heaven of peace within and without in the family, social, political, and spiritual life of man. Gandhi is bringing a paradise of peace and brotherhood into the hearts of the people of all nations, and in all nations, Yogata Satsanga self. Realization fellowship is bringing the everlasting bliss of God into the souls of men. Let the Western brothers continue to win the Orient with material efficiency, and let the Eastern brothers continue to win the souls of their Western brothers with love. This will make the people of East and West uniformly developed, both materially and spiritually. Mahatma Gandhi is the modern spiritual mystery. His life will show the way to solve the complicated problems of the East and West. Mahatma Gandhi was assassinated on January. On February, Paramahansa Yogananda conducted a memorial service in honor of the martyred saint. Dr. V. M. Nall, a publisher and journalist from Pune, India, an old friend of Paramahansa Yogananda who knew of the spiritual bond between Gandhi and Sri Yogananda, subsequently sent a portion of the Mahatma's ashes to him. After receiving the ashes, Paramahansaji conducted a second memorial service. In closing, he prayed, "Bless the soul of Gandhi, and bless us all, that we may remember his spirit, that we may remember how to fight evil, not by evil means and destroying the world, but by constructive goodness and love, as Christ taught and as Gandhi taught. May Gandhi live forever in our hearts, in God and in India, and in the hearts of all nations." Magnetism. The inherent power of the soul. Why is it that when some people speak, everyone is enthralled, while others can talk about the same thing and no one is interested? Even with all their obvious faults, dictators are able to wield tremendous influence. What is the secret of this power? It is called magnetism. Everyone is divinely endowed with personal magnetism. Then why do some obviously possess it and others seem not to? It is because very few know how to develop that magnetism. It lies dormant in most people. Many of the faculties the Lord has given us remain dormant within for lack of use. Some of you have gone through life without cultivating your health potential through proper exercise. And what is the result? Premature old age and disease. When you think of physical development, you don't mean strengthening one arm and ignoring the rest of the body. Someone with a peanut-sized head and a large body would appear disproportionate. Your development will likewise be disproportionate if you cultivate only some of your God-given mental faculties and not the others. What is magnetism? Hypnotism has been called animal magnetism. It is a sort of mental chloroform administered through the suggestions of the hypnotist. But spiritual magnetism is something different. It is the power of the soul to attract or create whatever it needs for all-round happiness and well-being. The magnetism of most people is not so highly evolved. It is predominantly on the plane of animal or physical magnetism, subject to the cosmic hypnosis of Maya or world delusion, and functions primarily on the level of materialism. The effect of dietary habits on magnetism. There are many factors that affect the development of magnetism. First, consider the kind and quantity of food you eat. Overeating and wrong eating are dangerous to the development of magnetism because of their adverse effects on the vital forces in the body. Those who overload their systems with meat, for example, diminish their magnetism. This is also true of other foods not suited to the body. On the other hand, pure foods such as fresh fruits increase magnetism. As to the quantity of food ingested, it should be just enough that when you leave the table you are still a little hungry. Don't fill yourself to the gills. Overloading the stomach drains the inner life force and causes a loss of magnetism. Those who consistently overeat are not magnetic, whereas those who fast regularly increase their magnetism. Your body should be always under your control. It shouldn't control you. Those who don't fast usually fear that if they go without food for even one day they are surely going to die. Yet when you are on a long fast, you find after a time that your hunger is gone and you lose all desire for food. Unless you know how, it is dangerous to fast for a long period, but when you know what you are doing, it is all right. The body's vital forces are enslaved by overeating, but by regular fasting, for 1 to 3 days at a time, they become revitalized, increasing the body's magnetism. You, the soul, are far more than the perishable body of flesh. In fasting you discover that it is the cosmic energy, or prana, in the body that actually sustains you. This intelligent energy, which has become dependent on food, learns to depend more on itself. By fasting, you train the body to rely more on cosmic energy. Jesus pointed this out when he said, "Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God." The mouth of God is the subtle center in the medulla through which divine life energy, the Word, flows into the body from its cosmic source. During a fast, hold to the consciousness that you are not starving yourself, that cosmic energy is sustaining you. You will be astonished to see how this energy flows into your body directly, not through the agency of food. You haven't known about this power, the real sustainer of life, and that is why you are enslaved by food. Suppose you stuff food into the stomach of a dead man's body. Will it digest the meal and become full of energy again? No. It will remain lifeless. But if you put food in the stomach of a living man, what happens? It will be digested. This shows that it is not the food that gives life. It is the prana or intelligent life force in the body that changes the food into energy. That life force has become so enslaved by identification with the body that it thinks it cannot sustain the body without food. But Jesus reminded us otherwise. Prana enters the body with the soul at the time of conception, and throughout one's life it is constantly replenished, through the mouth of God. Fasting is one way you can develop the self-sustaining power of that inner energy. Fasting cleanses your blood and gives rest to your organs. A revitalized energy begins to flow through your eyes and hands and feet. Thus, when you are fasting, you can transmit more healing energy to others when praying for them and practicing the self-realization healing technique. As soon as you begin to realize you are living on cosmic energy and not on gross substances, your body becomes magnetic. A different quality of magnetism comes into you. These are the great things you learn. The vibrations of the whole world pass through your body. There is a constant exchange of magnetism between you and your surroundings and the people with whom you come in contact. For example, on meeting someone, you may become aware that something is happening to you. You are actually receiving a current from that person. In order to receive another's magnetism, you must be near him. When you shake hands with someone, a magnet is created, and you exchange magnetism. If you are the more powerful or positive one, you will give the other person your vibrations, but if you are the weaker, you will receive his vibrations. This explains why people unconsciously like to shake the hands of famous men and women. All actions, both positive and negative, create vibrations in the ether. These vibrations are everywhere present. When you are in the environment of these vibrations, they pass through your body, just like radio waves. If you live or associate with people who are doing wrong, you will feel the magnetic vibration of their wrongdoing, no matter how you try to avoid it. Weak-minded individuals should by all means shun the company of those with bad habits. Only the strong-minded can mingle with such persons and help them to change without being adversely affected themselves. That is the law. If somebody drinks and the magnetism of his habit is more powerful than your will to refrain from drinking, don't associate with him. When you mix with persons of poor habits, you must be sure that your magnetism for good is greater than their negative magnetism. Self-styled teachers and reformers who don't protect themselves by first developing strong spiritual magnetism are apt to fall victim to the bad vibrations of those they try to help. When I shake hands with anyone, or am with others, I give magnetism, and sometimes when I want to receive their vibrations, I receive. But when I don't want to receive, I don't tune in. I keep myself out of range. Because I have developed a strong magnetism, my current is more powerful, and I can shut out all unwanted vibrations. These mysteries of existence I see all the time. And people think they are just so many pounds of flesh. Calmness protects you from negative vibrations. It has been shown that 6 years of man's life are cut off because he lives in the midst of noisy vibrations, of too much noise. When you are nervous, you are more receptive to disturbing vibrations of all kinds, which further affect the nervous system. When you are calm, irritating vibrations cannot disturb you. They get at you when you are cranky and nervous, but the minute you become calm and strong in mind again, they cannot touch you. Change and strengthen your own vibrations by thinking, I am peaceful, or I am happy. Day after day, affirm that thought, and you will develop that peaceful or happy magnetism. If you find that your environment isn't suited to your goals, find another that will aid you. By changing to the right environment, you help to develop your magnetism and to change yourself for the better. Mix with those people who are models of what you would like to be. If you want business magnetism, mix with businessmen. Keep your clothes and body clean and neat, and wherever you go, conduct yourself with the consciousness that you are the master of yourself. If you want to be a writer, seek those who have a literary vibration. If you want to be saintly, mix with holy people. How to steal magnetism from the saints? Great saints don't waste their time. You have to convince them of the urgency of your heart. Then they will be attracted to you, and you can steal magnetism from them. Automatically you will get their vibration if you are near them. But you can also feel their magnetism thousands of miles away, because their spiritual vibrations are limitless. I receive the vibrations of my Guru Sri Yukteswar all the time, even though he is now reborn on another plane. When he was still living in India, I used to feel his vibration. In this way I came to know intuitively that he was going to leave his body, and then he wrote to me, telling me he was just waiting for my return to India. I told Mr. Lin that I must go to my Guru Deva. He had waited 15 years for me, and I knew if I didn't go then, he would be gone. 3 months after my arrival in India, Master left his body. So it is true that you can receive the magnetism of saints even from a great distance, because it is so powerful. If you want to be an artist, you have to mix with artists, to live among them. But you can receive magnetism from spiritual persons at any distance. Of course, they have to be spiritually developed in order to give that magnetism, and you have to be receptive in order to feel it. To receive magnetism from spiritual people, you should feel that they are with you as you meditate and pray. That thought brings their magnetism to you immediately. The vibrations of my prayers for others are very strong between the hours of 7 and 11 in the morning. Those vibrations are going on all the time, but they may be especially felt if you tune in during this period. While you are praying, visualize that I am praying with you, and you will feel a great reinforcement of power. Also, if you go to a place where masters have lived, the vibrations there will quicken your realization. That is the value of pilgrimages to holy places. When I went to the Holy Land I felt great inspiration and realization. Jesus incarnated in that troubled land in a time of great difficulties to show that his magnetism could outride every evil. His divine vibrations are still there, just as strong as when he was physically present. Those who are in tune when they go there will feel that presence. But first, one has to meditate and prepare himself. Use your time wisely. Most people spend their time on useless things. Try each day to do something worthwhile, so that you feel you have made a contribution, that your life has some meaning. Great magnetism is developed by accomplishing something every day that you thought you couldn't do. Watch your thoughts. All your experiences come percolating through your thoughts. It is the company of your thoughts that uplifts or degrades you. You see, your body is a carriage drawn by 5 horses, the senses. You, the soul, are the owner and driver of this carriage. Unless you use the reins of the mind to control these horses, the carriage will go out of control and run into the ditch of disease, suffering, and ignorance. If you want the carriage to carry you successfully through life, and to take you to God's kingdom, which is your true destination, you must control these 5 sense horses. Through such control you will attain self-mastery, and thus real happiness. Why waste time? Use your time to meditate and to study magazines such as Inner Culture, which inspire you with right thoughts. You can so easily kill time. A whole life can be wasted. You are the master of the moments of your life. Use them wisely, so that they will give you your salvation. Why spend time in cards and useless things? I have seen that people sit and play cards for hours on end in smoke-filled rooms. Such a waste of life is the most vicious thing you can do to your soul. So much time is consumed, and it gives you nothing in return. For relaxation, it is better to get out and walk and have some healthful exercise. Don't be a chatterbox. And if you would have magnetism, don't talk too much. Don't be a chatterbox. Talk, talk, talk. Idle talk dissipates your magnetism. It is also dangerous, because those who talk too much always end up saying the wrong thing. These little words that come out of the cannon of the mouth have the power to explode empires, or, if they come from a man of wisdom, to bring peace. The person who talks too much is a shallow thinker and has very little magnetism. But when a silent man of wisdom talks, people listen. That is how my guru was. When he spoke, his words were full of meaning and power, otherwise he was silent. As soon as 2 or more people get together, each one wants to be heard and no one wants to listen. Learn to listen more, to sit quietly and enjoy the company of others. Edison and one of his friends used to sit together and say hardly a word, and when they parted company, they said, "Goodbye, we have had a wonderful visit." When you do talk, give your whole attention to the person you are talking to, and talk sense. When you speak with your soul, everyone will want to listen. The power of the whole world and the truth of God will be behind your words. You will change others with your words. That is magnetism. If you would develop magnetism, you must also learn to introspect, and keep a daily mental diary of what you have done. You will be surprised at the amount of time wasted in doing nothing. Whoever would be great should analyze himself in this way. Every night, sit still and ask yourself, what have I done today? This will help you to see clearly how you can use your time more wisely. If you remember just this one key, you will become a different person. As soon as you take control of your life and start doing what you should do, your willpower is developing, and so is your magnetism. Our only savior is our willpower. Will is the switch that controls everything in this universe. If you don't exercise your willpower, you will be a weakling, easily influenced by your environment. Development of the will is the secret of magnetism. Men of success are men of great willpower. When you develop will, no matter how you are pounded down by life, you rise again and say, I am successful. I can win. Suppose you tell yourself, now today I will find time to meditate. Do it, sit for at least a few minutes. The next day, resolve to stay a little longer in meditation. And the next day, in spite of obstacles, make a little more effort. Accomplish something by your will. That is how to develop magnetism. The magnetism of unselfish love. Cultivate within yourself that spiritual magnetism which is in Christ and Krishna and the Masters. In order to do this, you have to become unselfish. You must express selfless love for all. Try always to be helpful. Develop your usefulness to your family, to your community, to your friends. Be willing to help wherever you are. That makes you a magnetic person. If you want friends, you must learn to love all unselfishly. To use anyone for selfish ends is wrong. Very few persons love you for your own sake, but if you can love others without any motive, then you can have divine magnetism. Remember that truth. The husband should love the wife out of friendship, not because of her physical beauty. You should think of your friends, not because of their riches, attractiveness, or power, but because you love them. The magnetism of unselfish love for all evolves when you are always ready to help others without any motive but to be a friend. Let God flow through you. Among the people who have come to me there have been some that I immediately told, your motive is not right. Change your motive. A few have not liked it, but others have changed. Nothing is gained from being a hypocrite. The smartest person can't hide what is in his eyes. The whole story of one's life is written there. If you know how to recognize another's nature by his eyes, and you always pray, Lord, I want to know the truth about this person, I don't want to be deceived, you will feel, right in your heart, what his nature is. You will never make a mistake. When you are talking to others, hold the eyes of the one you are talking to, and speak with all the force of truth and the love of God behind your words. And when you shake hands, do so consciously, so that you give the magnetism of your sincere friendship. Try to help that person. Be positive and develop your own spiritual magnetism, and you will have the power to change others. With the eyes you can convey that magnetism. Just look at the one you want to help, and think, God's blessing is flowing through me. Never feel you are the doer. Let God flow through you continuously. Then wherever you go, you will be a magnet. Even at a distance you can change an enemy. Just send him your love. One of my students told me how he had practiced this after hearing one of my lectures. An associate had maligned him and ruined his business, but still, whenever he thought of this man, he kept on giving him love. One day the student met him, and treated him as if nothing had happened. They were coming down in the elevator together, and when they reached the outside the student offered him a lift in his car. All the time he was mentally giving him love. A few weeks later the man came to the student and said, I must talk with you. I haven't been able to get you out of my mind. I wronged you. Now I must go from person to right the wrong I have done. And that he did. So if someone makes himself your enemy, go on trying to be kind to him. Be friendly from your heart, and do something by which he will know you want to be friendly. If that doesn't work, just silently give him love. He will change. Love is powerful. It absolutely will conquer. But it is wrong if your motive is to control that person. Never misuse the power of love, but continuously increase it to help others. It is the ego that keeps God away. From childhood I noticed that people always seemed drawn to me. In this connection I remember one great lesson that my guru taught me. In his ashram there was a boy named Kumar, who was very jealous of me because the others sought me out, and because Master had placed me in charge of the ashram duties. One day Master said to me, without explanation, "You go back to the sweeping from today. I am placing Kumar in charge." I said, "All right, Master." I didn't get angry. I accepted it, for I had faith in Master's great wisdom. This boy then began to tyrannize over me, among other things, asking me to shine his shoes. I did so. But even though he was in charge, the other boys still kept coming to me and not to him. One day I overheard Kumar complain to Master that I was undermining his authority because the ashram devotees still came to me and not to him. Master replied with firmness, "That is what I wanted you to learn." He does his work without complaining and with the right attitude. Even though he was put in the lowest position, his servicefulness and right behavior make him a natural leader, and you see, because you have not learned how to behave, you cannot lead others, even though you were placed in charge. Master relieved him of his position and gave it back to me. Don't be filled with ego. Take the back seat. That will make you magnetic. So long as the ego will be bobbing inside you, God will never be there. He stays away. To the egotist he says, "You are but a little spark and yet you extol yourself so much. I own the whole universe, but I remain silent, in the background." When you are with God, you have everything. The millionaire, the billionaire, cannot make you bow down. My elder brother, Ananta, used to say how hopeless I was, because I would fly school and spend my time in meditation instead. He often told me that my life would be worthless, like dry leaves that fall. But I replied, "Dry leaves can make wonderful fertilizer, brother." Ananta acquired a good position and money, but he lost his life early to illness. The love of God is all-consuming. When I entered this path, everyone thought I was crazy. I used to sing my songs of devotion to God, and some in my family lamented that I had gone wrong. Whenever I sang, they used to hide themselves in sorrow for me. But in time I convinced them that they were mistaken. Then they also began singing my songs of love for God and trying to meditate. They became my students, right in my own home. That is very unusual, for as it is said, a prophet is without honor in his own country. The love of God, the love of the Spirit, is an all-consuming love. Once you have experienced it, it shall lead you on in the eternal realms. That love will never be taken away from your heart. It shall burn there, and in its fire you shall find the great magnetism of spirit that draws others unto you, and attracts whatsoever you truly need or desire. I tell you truthfully that all my questions have been answered, not through man but through God. He is. He is. It is His Spirit that talks to you through me. It is His love that I speak of. Thrill after thrill. Like gentle zephyrs His love comes over the soul. Day and night, week after week, year after year, it goes on increasing, you don't know where the end is. And that is what you are seeking, every one of you. You think you want human love and prosperity, but behind these it is your Father who is calling you. If you realize He is greater than all His gifts, you will find Him. In the science of yoga meditation, India has given the answer to how to find Him. I traveled through that land. I sat at the feet of a true master. I am not only convinced that God is, but I give you my testimony of His presence. If you heed my words, from your own realization you too shall someday say that God is. You shall know I tell you the truth. Every blade of grass, every spark of fire, every thought you think testifies to His presence, his intelligence. He is the source whence all things come, but you are not conscious of him. India specialized in the science of going to that source. God is not partial. Whoever has asked for him and sought him has received him. Everything you have desired in your heart, in this and all former lives, is fulfilled in him. Concentrate on the source of all power. India has shown you the technique by which you can do so, meditation. When you read a wonderful book on science, or study about the body or the mind, you realize how many things you didn't know before about yourself and the world you live in. But if you use that time to meditate, to become attuned to God, He who has created you and all things, you will gain so much more. Scientists do not make discoveries by prayer alone, but by application of the laws of nature. Similarly, God comes to him who follows the law, who applies the science of meditation. People have wandered in the forest of theology and have lost themselves. In vain I went from temple to temple seeking God, but when I found the soul temples in great lovers of God, I saw that He was there. He is not bribed by beautiful edifices. He comes to the tear-washed altar of the heart that is continuously calling unto Him. God is real. The masters who have devoted themselves to meditation for years and years have found Him. Listen to what the Spirit of God has to tell you. It is from my own experience of truth that I talk to you. You don't want to listen to a spiritual Victrola, you want to hear what the Spirit of God has to tell you. Whatever I say to you is from Him, and for your highest welfare. I am not for sale, I cannot be bribed. I came here to serve. When the Lord calls me, I will walk out. I am here only to give you the truth. And those who shall receive, with them I shall be pleased. I have spoken before thousands, but I want you to know that it is for such as this temple and this environment, and for you who are sincere in your wish to seek God, that I stay. I know those who are marching toward God. Great shall be their reward. It is my duty and privilege to be here with you in this garden of souls and to speak to you of God. When you enter these grounds, speak no evil, hear no evil, see nothing negative, and you will feel the sacred vibrations that are always present. I have never talked of anything negative here. That is why the vibrations are so pure. I want you to observe this also, to be only positive and pure-minded, for in such temples of the mind God loves to come and to stay. By study and meditation, each one of you can charge your soul with His power, so that you also will speak with the voice of God. That is the kind of magnetism you want to have. Meditate deeper and deeper every day, and you will acquire tremendous magnetism. I have seen some who come to the ashram and from the beginning try to teach us, when it is they who need to change themselves. Such persons do not belong in the ashram. We look for those who are harmonious and humble, who will cooperate 100% with the work of our line of masters through self-realization. My greatest wish is to change souls, to turn them toward God. For this purpose I used to concentrate on healing, but I found that when the body was made well, the student was satisfied and left. My interest is in those who seek to be healed of ignorance, man's greatest sickness. Those who want God and come to me with receptive hearts shall never be the same again. They shall realize a great truth, when this I shall die, then will I know who am I. In this body it is not Yogananda anymore, but He. Now pray with me, Heavenly Father, charge my body and my mind with Thy magnetism. And be Thou established in my soul, that I may be spiritually magnetic. By my love for Thee I shall attract Thee unto me, and in Thee I shall have all things whatsoever I truly need. Aum, Amen. Psychological furniture. My talk today is based on extensive observation of human behavior. From what I have discerned, you will understand why humanity can be called psychological furniture. This concept came to me years ago in India, as a result of my experience with a very learned professor who was head of a scientific association. The professor's flaw was that he loved flattery, so much so, that he wanted others always to agree with him, regardless of their own opinion. The first thing he expected was that we bow down to him and touch his feet. I did it sincerely, however, because I had a high regard for his learning. Studying with the professor were two young men who were trying to get a scholarship to a university in Japan through his recommendation. One of them had very high qualifications, but he would not bow down to the professor. As a result, the professor denied him the scholarship, but approved it for the other, less qualified student, who had prudently flattered him. So the scholarship was won not so much on merit as on that student's awareness of the set characteristics of the professor, and of how to make use of that particular type of psychological furniture to serve his own purpose. First, we should understand the significance of the expression, psychological furniture. When we think of the different furnishings in a home, rocking chairs, tables, cabinets, and so forth, we see them as distinctive objects, solid and unchanging, each with its own definite uses and typical characteristics. The wood for each one was gathered, cut, chiseled, and polished in order to create that particular piece. Furniture comes in various styles: Spanish, early American, French, and so on. We have antique furniture. There is also today's ultra-modern style, and in some homes it looks good. The design of a piece of furniture expresses a certain personality. When you go into a home, you can tell a lot about the owners by their furniture. You can recognize people of good taste by the way they furnish their houses. It isn't necessarily the money they have put into it, but the taste with which they have selected and arranged everything, that makes their places attractive. The right furnishings can make a home inviting, beautiful, and comfortable. So furniture is more than inert objects. It is living in the sense that each piece has its distinctive purpose and personality. We human beings are a lot like furniture, as I will show you. Even as a wide variety of furniture is made from one material, wood, so are all humans made of the same stuff. When we were first conceived in the mother's body, we were just one little cell. But in 4 days a complete design of what we were to become was present in that embryo. Some intelligent force composed a definite individual pattern, different from all others, of what we were destined to be. Most newborn babies look very much alike. Of course, you can tell a Chinese or an Indian baby from an American baby, but for the most part there is very little difference in their appearance at birth. However, as the baby begins to grow, the unique pattern of what he is to become slowly unfolds. When the furniture maker begins his work, he has a particular pattern in his mind, a chair, for example, which gradually takes shape as he carves the wood. In the same way, out of the first tiny cell of a baby's body a predetermined pattern starts to emerge. That form continues to develop after birth until each individual, each soul, shows the distinctive physical and mental characteristics that uniquely identify that human being, just as the chair was shaped in a certain way from a formless log. What instruments mold us into psychological furniture? What are the instruments that create this bewildering variety of human psychological furniture? There is the influence of heredity and of the family, and more importantly, the influence of our karma, the effects of our actions of past lives. God made us in His image, but we chose to make ourselves into these individualistic pieces of psychological furniture. We fashioned our present bodies and minds by our thoughts, actions, and desires in past lives. It makes no difference whether we believe in karma and reincarnation or not. The law of cause and effect operates with or without our sanction. You have probably wondered why the same parents can give birth to one child of keen intelligence and another who is mentally deficient. If both infants were created in the image of God, and God is just, how could this be? Such enigmas are explained by the karmic law of cause and effect at work in each human life. It is not the chisel of heredity alone that shapes an individual into a particular piece of psychological furniture. His past life actions create their own good or bad effects in this life. It is karma that sets the pattern from which the instruments of present life influences work and shape us as we are today. So, heredity and family, the effects and influences of our environment, climatic conditions, our free will responses to karmic conditions brought on from the past, and the civilization or era in which we are born, all of these serve to mold our bodies and our mentalities. For instance, the intense sunlight and heat peculiar to India and Africa have caused the evolution of a race of people with darker skins than those who dwell in the moderate climate of America or the extremely cold climate of Russia. Babies are raw material. If they are fashioned in the factory of a Chinese family in China, they come out with slanting eyes and flat noses, and will adopt the mannerisms and dress of Chinese culture. A piece of American psychological furniture will be different. You can easily spot him, he says, okay, and go ahead, and is definitely American in his dress and behavior. Every kind of furniture has a use, unless it is ready to crumble. Even then it has value if some worthwhile memory or ideal is associated with it, as with the chair on which Lincoln sat. Similarly, the different kinds of psychological furniture produced by different nations all have their own special value and usefulness. Human peculiarities. This concept of human beings as different types of furniture is very amusing, isn't it? Why do women wear skirts and men trousers? See how we are molded into psychological furniture, every piece different and interesting. The Hindu furniture says, look at the American furniture. He wears funny trousers and eats with forks and knives. And the American furniture says, look at the Hindu furniture. He goes about with just a little cloth draped over his body, and eats with his fingers. The Hindu furniture, the English furniture, the American furniture, the Chinese, French, Russian, German, we should learn from and appreciate the distinctive qualities of them all. Observe their different characteristics. Every nation has some predominant ones. There is some good to be learned or enjoyed from each nationality. Take for instance the difference in foods, they characterize a nation. When I came to this country, I heard so much about apple pie, I was eager to try it. The first time I ate it, I liked it. Most Americans like apple pie. Hindus like curries and mangoes. Italians like spaghetti. Chinese like their dried meats and rice. Eskimos like raw fish. So you see, in every nationality, there are some particular characteristics that may seem very strange to others, yet are natural to those people. They are molded, like furniture, to exhibit those traits. What we should do is seek out from different nationalities those qualities we ought to follow or adopt in our own behavior. For example, I like the American's go-ahead temperament. In spite of difficulties, he has the enthusiasm and the spirit of marching on. And I like the English tenacity, and the freedom from race consciousness of the French. I like the exactness of the German mentality, the scientific mind comes primarily from Germany. I like the Chinese morality and the Hindu spirituality. The Hindu mentality is able to chisel or mold the soul so beautifully that it produces saints who make this earth a better place in which to live. We are meant to learn from all different nationalities, to select their best qualities and adopt them in our own behavior. When we combine those ideals with the best that is in our own unique nature, we become psychological furniture of exceptional quality and value. Just think. If people would stop hating each other and learn to appreciate and adopt what is good in every nation, a millennium would come on earth. Never deride or ridicule anyone of any nationality. That person may have cause to think the same way about you. Remember, some of your traits seem just as funny to those of another culture as theirs may seem to you. One can even laugh at his own kind from times past. For instance, you laugh at the huge skirts, the long mustaches, and checkered trousers of the gay 90s. But people of that era would laugh at the way you dress today. Your modern styles would appear equally outlandish to them. Even though we consider ourselves an advanced civilization, we have lots of peculiarities. And, speaking of peculiarities, have you ever noticed the hats that some ladies wear? Each style reveals a certain kind of mentality. There are women who wear attractive, conservative hats, and others who wear incredibly flamboyant styles. Those who buy such hats have a conscious or unconscious desire to attract attention. And it works. I have also seen some unbelievably crazy modernistic paintings. Yet those who admire them expect everyone else as well to think they are wonderful. And there are monstrosities in furniture, too. The idea is, there are certain things that are unattractive to the majority, and certain things that are attractive to the majority. We reveal something of our mentality by what we are drawn to, by our tastes. Some mentalities make themselves ridiculous or repulsive to people of all nations, even their own. If the majority find you an unattractive personality, analyze yourself. There may be some traits in your makeup that are repugnant to others. Perhaps you talk too much, or you make it a practice to put your finger into everyone else's pie, or you have the habit of telling others what is wrong with them and how they should lead their lives, and you won't accept any suggestions for improving yourself. These are examples of psychological characteristics that make us unattractive to others. Dangerous psychological furniture. Now, just as there is unattractive psychological furniture, there is also dangerous psychological furniture. There are certain behavioral traits that make one a danger to society or to himself. You wouldn't want any furniture in your home that is unsafe to use or have around. Similarly, dangerous psychological furniture is to be feared and avoided by all. Such furniture should be mended before it can harm anyone. One dangerous trait that all should avoid is treachery. He who is treacherous psychological furniture will betray friends, family, everyone. He does not know the meaning of the word loyalty. I say to you that treachery is the greatest punishable crime before the tribunal of God. Jesus prayed for his crucifiers, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." In other words, he urged God to forgive those whose psychologically misguided mentalities made them misunderstand him and what he stood for. He also forgave the woman who was accused of adultery. But what did he say about Judas and men like him? Woe to that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed, good were it for that man if he had never been born. Treachery is the highest sin, because it is a deliberate act intended to harm those who trusted the betrayer. It is a deliberate stabbing of the soul. Suppose someone professes great friendship for you, and trustingly you confide your troubles to him. If he takes advantage of this, and for his own ends, or out of spite, tells your problems and faults to others, that is a sin of treachery against God in man. One who accepts a guru, and then breaks his vows to the Guru and betrays him, is guilty of the deepest treachery. There is no greater sin before God than for one to turn against the messenger sent to him by God himself. So never profess loyalty or friendship for anyone unless you mean it. It would be better to tell him what you truly think. Never talk against a friend behind his back. If you have something to say about a friend, say it with kindness in front of him, or to his face, or else don't say it at all. The knife of treachery reaches the soul, and anyone who uses that knife will be forsaken by God and by man. Never allow yourself to become treacherous psychological furniture. There is no necessity or excuse for treachery at any time. Shun those persons who are traitors. You can speak up and try to show them the error of their ways, but if that only makes matters worse, then just remain away from their company. Though a treacherous person may hurt you a little bit, he hurts himself far more. He is like a valuable piece of antique furniture that is infested with termites. It is hard to restore rotten psychological furniture that gives evil for good and returns hate for love. If ever you encounter a treacherous person, you will remember this definition. Friendship should be unconditional. If you give that kind of friendship to others, and are never in speech or action disloyal to them, you will be surprised to see how God comes to you through true friends. Conversation pieces. There are some furnishings you call conversation pieces. They don't serve much purpose other than to be the butt of jokes. Similarly, there is a type of psychological furniture that no one takes seriously. No matter what such persons are saying, others don't really listen to them because they have a reputation for being comical and light-minded. No one really wants to be thought of as funny all the time. He wants to be taken seriously by his friends. Furthermore, to be always joking and light takes away his inner peace. Make constant effort to increase in value. Don't be a stationary piece of furniture, either. I have seen some people again after 10 or 20 years, and they are still just the same, going on in the same old rut year after year, never any change for the better. Always strive to be better. Quality furniture that receives proper care becomes more valuable as it gets older. Psychological furniture should also improve with age. Habit-bound people are stationary psychological furniture. The selfish ones hold on to their miserliness to the last day of their lives. Others are greedy, and no matter what you say to them, they will continue to eat themselves into the grave. Some are oversensual, dwelling so much on the plane of the senses that whenever they are with the opposite sex they want to make love. They go on drowning themselves in sensual pleasures until the end. Why lead a life of slavery like that? We should keep on striving to improve ourselves. Businessmen and other creative people are progressive psychological furniture. They shape themselves according to the ideals that will enable them to realize their ambitions. That is good. But I feel very sorry for a person who doesn't change through the years. Such people are like valueless antiques, they just get older, but never better. To remain bound to habits is to remain in slavery. Of course, it is beneficial to adopt good spiritual, emotional, physical, and mental habits, and to be constant in them. But never allow yourself to be a slave to any bad habit. No matter what you have been or done in the past, don't worry about it or brood over it. Just continue to strive to be better in every way. Those who never change, but grow old in their same fixed habits, I call psychological antiques. Among them there are some spiritual antiques, such as Grandma and Grandpa, who lead an idealistic, peaceful life, but fail to grow in understanding, and therefore remain set in their ways. They cannot appreciate the needs, the enthusiasm, and the interests of the younger generation. That is all right to a certain point. But when they blindly condemn the younger generation, it merely shows they have become antiques mentally. On the other hand, many young people fall needlessly into error because they don't respect these spiritual antiques. They think that grandma's and grandpa's ideals are old-fashioned, and therefore won't listen to what they have to say. In their zeal to be modern, they break every old rule they can. But they should remember that antiques do have their value. They have been around a long time, and have seen and learned much. The younger and older generations should make more effort to learn from one another, for antiques and modern furniture both have their uses. Strive to understand the intrinsic characteristics of others. In your relationships with others, it is extremely necessary to recognize and appreciate the characteristics that they have chiseled out in themselves. If you study people with an open mind, you will better understand them and be able to get along with them. You will instantly be able to tell what kind of person you are dealing with and know how to deal with him. Don't talk to a philosopher about horse racing, or to a scientist about housekeeping. Find out what interests an individual, and then talk with him about that subject, not necessarily what interests you. Always avoid being critical or sitting in judgment while striving to understand or deal with other people. But do be critical of yourself. Every day look at yourself in the mirror of introspection. That is a much clearer mirror than the one before which you groom yourself every morning. Not a day passes that I don't look in my own mental mirror. And I don't spare myself. If there is anything reflected there that I have done which is not up to my standard, I admonish myself severely. That is the way you can become flawless in the spiritual mirror of your soul, a living asset in the kingdom of God. Wisdom is a chisel, love is the sandpaper. The best instruments you can use to fashion your life into a beautiful quality piece of psychological furniture are the chisel of wisdom and the sandpaper of love. Man needs intellectuality, but intellect must be tempered with love. When carving a piece of furniture, you have to smooth it with sandpaper or it will remain rough. Love is the sandpaper that takes away the harshness of intelligence, and smooths your intellectuality. With both wisdom and love, you become a useful, practical piece of furniture that is admired by all, and loved by God, and that is what you are seeking to make of yourself. You must not shape yourself into a valueless psychological antique. Instead, every time you look in the mirror, and especially in the mirror of introspection, ask yourself, am I developing better habits? Am I being more positive? Am I smiling more sincerely from my heart? Am I improving every day? You must strive to be spiritual psychological furniture that will be used for decorating the kingdom of God. Wouldn't you like that? Some pieces of furniture are so beautiful that they don't require any more work on them. So be thou that perfect piece of psychological furniture that needs no further change. That time will come when you are one with God. All great saints who have come on earth have chiseled their lives with wisdom and love and meditation into perfect spiritual psychological furniture that will forever serve mankind and decorate eternally the kingdom of God. The unknown potential of memory. Memory is an important human faculty. Just imagine what it would be like if we could not recall anything. We would not remember the results, good or bad, of any of our actions. We could not remember names, or how to walk, or how to do the simplest task. Throughout life, each act, each bit of information would have to be learned as though for the first time every time we needed to do or know it. Without memory we would remain like children. The word remember comes from again, and memorare, to be mindful of. Memory is the original mental note made of every thought, act, or experience when it first occurs. Each memory is recorded in the brain as a particular thought pattern. To remember is to recall to conscious awareness any one of these countless records. All our experiences of past incarnations, as well as those since birth in this life, are present in our subconscious mind. Yet most people do not remember past lives, who they were and where, and what they did, or much from the early years of this life. But you can easily recall even minute details of your immediate past, such as what food you had yesterday, and where you ate it. A similar total recall of all your myriad experiences in this life and in previous lives would so crowd your conscious mind that you would have no peace. Fortunately, memory is selective, enabling you to remember the salient features of your experiences without having to relive them in complete detail whenever you think of them. Recollection of past lives comes only as you develop a very strong memory. The memory of a spiritually enlightened person operates in an entirely different way from that of the average human being. To illustrate, you are aware of every part of your body without remembering or reproducing that awareness in your consciousness. You do not have to recall the fact that you have a body, you know it, because your consciousness is awake throughout your body. Similarly, on a grand scale, God is in everything, and everything is in Him. He has no memory, He has no need for memory, because He is omnipresent in all past, present, and future experiences. In His eternal conscious awareness He has nothing past to remember. In my own experience, I find mortal memory fading away. The divine consciousness of my eternal omnipresent soul nature has become predominant. In this consciousness all knowledge and perception comes to me, not through mental processes or memory, but as intuitive experiences. Memory reproduces in the consciousness those experiences that are past and forgotten. We do not need memory for that which is happening in the now. Here in this temple, as we consciously look around us, we are aware of the windows and drapes and other details of the room. But to see similarly any other part of the temple, we must turn to memory to reproduce whatever we have previously observed there. Limiting effect of man's mortal nature. Because of the predominance of his mortal nature, man is cut off from the universal consciousness and the full potential of his human brain. He remains unaware of his divine intuitive consciousness and has to rely on his all too poorly developed faculty of memory, which cannot even recall all the early experiences of this life, much less past ones. He may remember his childhood home and a few outstanding experiences of that time, but most of what happened then has been forgotten. Of course, some persons remember more than others, because they have developed a greater ability to retain the facts of their experiences. A minister who had lived and preached in Boston for many years had a sudden loss of memory. Oblivious of his name and profession, he moved elsewhere and remained for 3 years in his new environment, working as a grocery clerk. Then one day he suffered a blow on his head. The shock revived his consciousness in that tract of his brain which was connected with the past, and he remembered his real identity. Memories of past lives. The memory of your past lives has vanished similarly from your mind. If all the brain cells were awakened, you would be able to remember everything. I recall many of my past incarnations. It is not mere belief. One can test such memories of the past, and I have verified these recollections. Quite a few people have heard me mention a previous life in which I lived for many years in England. Experiences of that life come clearly to my mind. There were certain details about the Tower of London that I remembered very well, and when I went there I saw that those places were exactly as I had seen them within. From childhood I knew also that in one incarnation I had lived by the ocean. As a little boy I used to see in my mind's eye many places and events of that incarnation. When I spoke of these things some laughed at me, but they don't laugh now. I was able to prove to them that those past life experiences I had seen inwardly as a child were factual. If you are calm, and concentrate deeply enough to attain the state of cosmic consciousness, you can recall the very faint etchings of all past experiences, for every one has been recorded in your brain. The habits you cultivated in past lives have substantially created your physical, mental, and emotional makeup in this life. You have forgotten those habits, but they have not forgotten you. Out of the crowded centuries of your experiences, your karma follows you. And whenever you are reborn, that karma, consisting of all your past thoughts and actions and habits, creates the kind of physical form you will have, not only your appearance, but your personality traits. It is these individually created past life patterns that make one person different from another, and account for the great variety of human faces and characteristics. The very fact that you are a woman or a man was determined by your self-chosen tendencies in previous lives. Most people do not analyze themselves, and so never realize how bound they are by influences of past actions. Day in and day out, they remain in the same physical and mental ruts. When you say, "I like this," and "I don't like that," it is because certain experiences in the past helped to create an affinity for the one and a distaste for the other. In the ashram of my guru in India, Master taught us to be guided by wisdom, not by likes and dislikes. Begin to analyze yourselves more, to understand why you are as you are. You may have noticed that some children are born with certain moods and habits. They brought these tendencies from the past, for in this life they have not yet had time to form such patterns of behavior. From childhood I was interested in creating buildings. My first attempt at construction in this life was the renovation of a little mud hut in Calcutta when I was a young boy. This interest was prominent because I had done much building during my incarnation in England. So many experiences I recall from other times. Although I had never learned anything about music in this life, I have played many Indian instruments and have been told I would make a fine musician. This aptitude is a result of knowledge carried over from the past. If you analyze yourself, you also will recall tendencies of early childhood that are indicative of a previous life. Select only the good habits of past lives. Habits can be differentiated between those created in this life, and those brought from past lives. Most habits created in this life are results of the influence of past life habits. In this incarnation I nurtured only those habits that were good. By constantly watching and correcting myself from early childhood, I was able to throw off bad habits from the past and become free. Through the right use of memory we can reproduce those experiences of our past lives that are beneficial for the increase of knowledge in this life. Remembering the good and bad effects of past experiences, we are better able to discriminate and get rid of habits that are causing us pain and sorrow in this life. We should all be able to do this. Side by side in man's memory are the good and bad habits he has created. They are all present in his brain, whether he remembers them or not. Every time you do good to someone, the memory of it is stored in your brain. And every time you do harm to someone, this likewise is added to your mental storehouse. Anything you have consciously done to others, good or bad, will be remembered. Your present actions are unconsciously influenced by these past actions. When a good person with good habits from the past performs a good act, the influence of his past goodness causes that action immediately to become a good habit. Similarly, when a wicked person performs a wrong act, the reinforcing influence of his past evil habits causes that action immediately to become a bad habit. Make up your mind to rid yourself of bad tendencies brought from the past, as well as those created in this life. Try to remember only your good deeds. Even a little bit of goodness, no matter in what incarnation performed, is never lost to you. Use those good memories to influence your present actions. Remind others, also, of their potential goodness. Forget past errors. Avoid dwelling on all the wrong things you have done. They do not belong to you now. Let them be forgotten. It is attention that creates habit and memory. As soon as you put the needle on a phonograph record, it begins to play. Attention is the needle that plays the record of past actions. So you should not put your attention on bad ones. Why go on suffering over the unwise actions of your past? Cast their memory from your mind, and take care not to repeat those actions again. Reflection on negative things is not the purpose of man's God-given memory. Some people go on remembering all the suffering they passed through, and how terrible the pain was, from an operation that took place 20 years ago. Over and over again they relieve the consciousness of that sickness. Why repeat such experiences? To deliberately recall painful or evil experiences is a misuse of memory and a sin against your soul. By nurturing unpleasant memories you will carry them into the future, and this is not good for you. If you feel a deep resentment towards some person, and every day you recall that feeling and retaliate by mentally striking him, it will take you incarnations to erase the remembrance of that hatred. To become the victim of a memory filled with ugly recollections is dangerous. Cultivate forgetfulness of past wrongs and vengeful feelings, and encourage only the remembrance of good. Few people in this world try consciously to develop the potentials of body, mind, and soul. The rest are victims of circumstances of the past. They plod on, pushed by past wrong habits, helplessly going down under their influence, remembering only, I am a nervous man, or I am a weakling, or I am a sinner, and so on. It lies with each one of us to cut with the sword of wisdom the cords of our bondage, or to remain bound. God has given everyone freedom to act as he will. Never impose your will on anyone else, but if you would persuade someone to do what you humbly believe to be best for him, influence him by love. When Mahatma Gandhi was in South Africa, he was stabbed and lay near death. The officials naturally wanted to prosecute his assailant, but Gandhi refused. No, he said. If I put him in prison, he will be a greater enemy. I will win him by love. When the attacker learned of Gandhi's forgiveness, he became his disciple. Concentrate on the true and the good. Nearly everyone is familiar with those three little monkey figures that depict the maxim, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. I emphasize the positive approach, see that which is good, hear that which is good, speak that which is good. And smell, taste, and feel that which is good, think that which is good, love that which is good. Be enthroned in the castle of goodness, and your memories will be like beautiful flowers in a garden of noble dreams. If you continuously add to the good things you can remember, you will in time remember the greatest good, which you have forgotten, and that is God. In the awakened memory of Him lies the key to freedom. Use your memory to recall what you are, an immortal soul, and forget the evil memory of mortality. This is why self-realization teaches you to constantly remember the truth, you are spirit. Every morning, repeat to yourself, I am not the body of flesh, I want to remember my real soul. Nature, invisible and formless spirit. In the daytime your habits perpetuate the false memory of your limited physical being, but at night the heavenly angel of sleep reminds you of your formless divine being. God gives you sleep, in which you blissfully lose all consciousness of body and form, to remind you that you are spirit, and your nature is bliss. Ways to improve memory. It is true that man's mental capacities are inherited according to his past karma, but memory can be cultivated. Various practices help to improve this faculty. Diet plays an important role. Fresh milk and milk curd, yogurt, are conducive to keen memory. Overeating adversely affects it. An excess of fat in the diet impairs digestion and ultimately affects memory. Fried and fatty foods may be eaten once in a while, but only in moderation. Strictly avoid pork or pork products. Memory can be ruined by their excessive use. Perhaps you are thinking, I eat pork products, but I still have a good memory. My response is that you have brought that good memory from the past. Continued regular consumption of pork will undo it. Cold showers are beneficial to the memory and to the nerves. Cooling the nerves helps to promote mental calmness. A calm mind becomes an instrument for reproducing experiences clearly. To be overactive sexually is detrimental to memory, draining its power more than any other factor. Those who have self-control can develop tremendous power of memory, tremendous power of mind. An example of this was the extraordinary memory of Sir Isaac Newton, who lived as a celibate. Memory can also be developed by making a conscious effort to recall things you have learned or known. Try to recollect details of past experiences. It is helpful, also, to add and subtract figures mentally. Unfortunately, many people never exercise their memory in these ways. Another method for developing the power of memory is to gently tap the top of the head with the knuckles. Learn to do everything with deep attention and concentration, but do not be like those people who apply such concentration that they become overly fastidious, nagging and fussing about unimportant details. Most people perform their duties absent-mindedly, they do not always know what they are doing. Writing poetry or prose develops memory. As a rule, you are able to recall quickly what you have written, because you have put much feeling and attention into it. The stimulation of feeling that accompanies some experiences helps you to remember them. Whatever you have done or experienced with deep emotion you easily recollect. Even a man of poor memory recalls his sorrows. Last of all, make it a point to recall only good things of the past. Never misuse your memory to bring evil thoughts into the temple of your consciousness. Keep that temple holy with the remembrance of God. Allow not the robbers of evil memories to enter this inner sanctuary. Open it only to angels of goodness. There is happiness in the divine soul temple within you. There is goodness there, and loyalty, hope, courage, peace, and joy. All these qualities you can garner in your temple within, by remembering only the good. Remember your oneness with Spirit. If you keep your brain, your mind, your body filled with happy memories, the greatest good of all, God, will come and remain with you. Remembering only the good experiences of the past, you shall eventually remember your oneness with Spirit. You will remember that you have come down from spirit into this flesh, into this little cage of bones which is a prison of disease and trouble. Get away from mortal consciousness. Remember in meditation that you are one with the vast Spirit. Go on remembering, and expanding that remembrance. There is no end to your consciousness, all things are glittering like stars in the firmament of your being. Suddenly you will find that your memory has subtly become intuition, the infallible insight of the soul. You no longer have to make the effort to remember anything, because memory has metamorphosed into all-knowing, omnipresent intuition. In that omniscient light of divine recollection, you shall not only remember, you shall realize that you are the infinite Spirit. Harmonizing physical, mental, and spiritual methods of healing. This evening I want to talk to you about healing, as the inspiration is coming through me now. Those who are suffering from some physical trouble feel that the pain will never end, while those who are not ailing think they are fine and never expect to be unwell. If you are in good health, be grateful, and whenever you see someone in trouble, mentally say to yourself, "But for the grace of God, there go I." The human machine is most imperfect, and therefore unreliable. Yet see how it lasts for so many years. Have you seen any car run as long as the human body does? Nevertheless, this wonderful machine that God has created is anything but perfect. We must know the characteristics of the human machine. Just as a car needs water, gas, and electricity, so does the body. Your gas and water supply come from the solids, liquids, and oxygen you take into your body. To utilize them, the energy of life, prana, must be present. That is the electricity. Without this life electricity you couldn't digest your food or assimilate oxygen. You can liken the body to an automobile battery, both require inner electricity to produce electricity or energy. A battery is better, because when it dies you can recharge it from an outside source. But when your physical body is dead, you cannot revitalize it. The stomach is the weakest part of the human machine, and often the most abused. When digestion malfunctions, owing to overeating or wrong eating, it causes all kinds of troubles in the body. Ordinarily, when you see yourself in your mirror in the morning, you think you are quite all right. You don't realize that you are carrying many poisons in your system. The body is full of them. If you don't know how to get rid of these poisons, and the system can no longer handle them, disease results. In the American diet, protein poisoning, from the toxins in undigested protein, is usually the most at fault. In the East, the diet is often lacking in protein, but in the West it is overstocked with protein, because you eat too much meat. One of the effects of undigested protein, in addition to serious consequences such as heart disease and cancer, is that the toxins work on your nasal membrane and make you susceptible to catching colds. Bad colds affect the whole body adversely, and even obstruct the mind so that you cannot think clearly. Colds are extremely disruptive to the yogi's meditation, preventing correct practice of pranayama techniques. Therefore Satan seems to delight in getting into the nose and throat area. All those who need their voices, such as singers and lecturers, are usually susceptible to throat troubles because they are more or less sensitive about the throat, and this mental fear makes it easy for Satan to establish himself there. So when a cold first starts in the nose, you should arrest it immediately. If you don't, it gradually settles in the throat and lungs. Do you know why? The heat of the body becomes unbalanced. Speaking of colds, let me give you some practical suggestions. Gargling daily with a glass of warm salt water is a very good preventative for colds, as are right diet and exercise, and daily sunbaths for 10 to 30 minutes, depending on the intensity of the sun and the sensitivity of the skin. If you do get a cold, it is best to stop it while it is only in the nose, before it goes down into the throat and chest. The best way to quickly bring the cold under control is to fast. It will arrest the condition. There is nothing that kills a cold as quickly as fasting. If you can fast 24 hours, the cold usually goes away. But if the condition is chronic, you must eat plenty of fruits and vegetables, and also have plenty of fresh air and sunshine, and exercise. Many people believe in drinking lots of water when they have a cold. This is good if they have a fever, or congestion with thick mucus. Otherwise, excess water may make the mucous membrane very active. One of the worst things you can do when you have a cold is to drink hot beverages. Cold contracts, and heat expands. The heat may feel good for a little while, but it expands the cells and disturbs their normal function. And don't take ice-cold drinks either. If you get a chest cold, dip a Turkish towel in very hot water, wring it out and rub the chest with it. Then wipe the chest area with a dry towel. Repeat this 5 times, 2 or 3 times a day. Keep the chest well covered after each treatment. These are the physical ways of preventing or getting over a cold. In spite of precautions and remedies, colds as well as other diseases sometimes linger, and sometimes they go away quickly. The reason for this may be karmic. That is, the state of the body as determined by the law of karma, cause and effect. The cure of a disease depends in great part on one's karmic condition, the sum total of the effects of his past actions, plus the antidote taken for that illness. Some people think that since our karma predestines us to suffer, we might as well give up and accept the inevitable. But it is not right to be fatalistic. To try to help yourself and then give up when you don't get immediate results is foolishness, because every effort you make will help to break down that karmic pattern. God helps him who helps himself. The 3 basic methods of healing. The physical, mental, and spiritual laws of healing are all God's laws. They are not separate, but different aspects of the same divine principle of healing. The division created by supporters of each method is caused by ignorance. Each of these laws gets results when practiced rightly. Why deny that doctors can cure? Or that mind can heal? Or that faith can restore health? Lahiri Mahasaya was so great because he was not one-sided. He was balanced. He never ridiculed doctors, in fact, he had many doctor disciples. Lahiri Mahasaya would sometimes give an herb to a sick disciple, and to others he would merely say, "You are all right." Occasionally, he would recommend a doctor. It depended on the nature of the ailing person. I have sometimes told people to go to a physician. God can work through them. One must have a sane view. After all, who created all the plants and chemicals from which medicine is made? It is God who is the sole creator of everything, and it is He who works through His physical, mental, and spiritual laws. I also know of ways to use simple herbs that are very effective in healing the body. So there are various methods of healing in this world, and the quarrel between the mental and physical healers is unnecessary. Tremendous healings are being accomplished in the field of medical science. Its scientists do not claim to have found all the laws of healing, but they have developed antibiotics and vaccines and other treatments that are curing and eradicating many diseases. They are on the verge of discovering a ray that will destroy some types of cancer cells. We must give credit to medical science. Doctors understand the mechanism of the human body better than the ordinary layman does. On the other hand, do not depend solely on pills, but learn to rely more on the power of the mind. It is ignorance to deny the effect of material things on the body, and it is false reasoning not to recognize and develop the power of the mind. If you depend too much on material methods, the mind will not work. It is better to learn how to use the superior power of the mind. But if you don't know how to operate that mind, the sane view is to use common sense material methods while gradually developing the power of your mind. Self-realization followers do not deny any of the 3 methods of healing: physical, mental, or spiritual. We accept the truth as discovered by medical science and by mental science. We only say that in some cases medical science works better, and in others mental science works better, depending entirely on the individual. The spiritual method of healing by God's power is the greatest, and it can be instantaneous. But if your karma is not good, and your faith is lacking, it will take time for the spiritual methods of God to work upon your body and mind. Even if you think you are receptive, that doesn't necessarily make it so. A farmer may think that his land is fertile. He sows seeds upon the land, but they do not bring forth plants, because the farmer didn't test and condition the soil first. Merely thinking that you have the receptivity to be healed may not be enough. Possibly there is some mental kink lodged in the subconscious mind. Only when the subconscious, the inner superconscious, and the outer conscious minds are convinced, do you have the sprouting of the healing plant of life. Everything is thought force. In the ultimate analysis we find that everything is thought force. Your body, the house you live in, the light of day, everything you behold, the glasses you are wearing to help you see better, all are nothing but condensed thought. Suppose you fall asleep right now and dream you are walking in a garden. Suddenly a snake darts out and bites you on the leg. You suffer great fear and terrible pain. You are taken to a doctor who gives you an antidote, and gradually you feel all right. There is no more pain. Now, what happened in that dreamland? You enjoyed the beautiful garden, you experienced fear and pain, you appreciated the sense of well-being after being treated by medicine, yet all of these experiences were nothing but the fruits of your thought in your dream. When you awaken, you say, "Oh, my goodness, there is no bite on my leg. There was no medicine. What happened to me? It was nothing but a dream." In the dreamland, the snake, the bite, the pain, the garden, the medicine, all seemed so real. In order to cure that dream bite you had to take some dream medicine. But in the dreamland, what was the difference between the bite, the pain, the medicine, and the garden? Nothing. They were only different thoughts. But your imagination gave them such strength that when you were bitten by a dream snake, you felt a dream pain. And when you took a dream medicine, you felt a dream relief from that pain. Similarly, you are dreaming this finite world and this physical body, and you have to admit the relative reality of all things that are happening. You cannot say that everything is a delusion and be unaffected by that delusion while you are dreaming this cosmic dream. The body does exist in this dream of creation, and so long as you are in the body, you have to admit its existence. You cannot say that matter is not real. It is real, in the relative sense. If it were not so, one could drink poison and not be affected by it. But for the ordinary man who takes poison, the result is death. It is folly for him to believe that matter has no reality. He is in delusion to say so. A man on the East Coast told me of a woman who boasted to him about her superior conviction of the unreality of matter. "This fire is a delusion," she said. "It can't hurt me." He said nothing. But one day he saw his opportunity. When she wasn't looking, he warmed the poker in the fireplace and touched it to her back. She cried out, "Ow! Why did you do that?" He answered calmly, "Well, fire is a delusion. Your body is a delusion. The pain is a delusion. So how could I hurt you with a hot poker?" She was very angry. But he proved his point, that so long as you are in the delusion, you cannot say that matter is not real. When you have a pain in the body, it is very hard to realize that the body is a delusion. So we must not be fanatics. We must proceed moderately, and gradually develop our willpower and the power of the mind until we come to that state where we actually perceive that everything in this world is the dream thought of God. Mind works if you know how to control it. The mind is a very strange thing. When it is right, though all the world think otherwise. And when it is wrong, not all the power of world opinion behind it will make it right. If you want to see how the mind works, you must bring it under your control. Without a controlled mind, you can't realize anything of what I am telling you. This requires gradual development. Mind power is not a simple matter. It works very subtly. To understand its subtlety is to know its power. Mind works in everything. If you know the secret of the workings of the mind, you will find this to be true. Once a student in my classes in Minneapolis asked for help. She had been in a car accident. Her hand was all crippled, with a growth on it, and the thumb was sticking straight out. She couldn't bend it. The doctors had not been able to help her. Right before the whole audience I took her hand and pulled the thumb. It became free, she could move it. Her hand was healed. The following day, in gratitude, she gave a large donation to this work to help carry it on. So you see, mind power does work, but there must also be faith, as she had faith. It is not God's desire that the mental scientist and the physical scientist should fight. Both are dealing with laws of God. The body is nothing but mind in action. There is no difference between the body and the mind except in their manifestations. The body is a grosser manifestation and the mind is a finer manifestation. In its elemental form, H2O is invisible. Condensed, these gases become water, a liquid. When water is frozen, it becomes ice, a solid. However, the invisible H2O, the water, and the solid ice are essentially not different. And as Ho can appear as water and ice, so mind can appear as life and body, electrical or fluid life, and the solid physical body. Mind is the invisible man or soul, life or prana is liquid mind, and the body is gross or solid mind. A simple philosophy, but a realization very hard to attain. With the power of your mind you can work changes in the life in the body as well as in the body itself. Who but your mind is giving strength to the body? By healthful stimulation of the body you can make the mind feel better. By stimulation of the life, you can make the mind and body feel better. They are all correlated. The physical affects the mental and the mental affects the physical because they are interrelated. Therefore, you can affect the body through the mind, or the mind through the body. Thus, many people think they have to have a drink in order to feel happy, again, interrelation between the body and the mind. But 1,000 bottles of wine could not create the intoxicating joy that I can produce just by mind power, and without devastating side effects. Mind can enable you to do anything you want, but you must experiment first in little things until you fully develop that power. If you don't constantly work at developing mind power, don't try suddenly to depend wholly on it. Never discredit the effects of the mind on the body, but remember that you have to gradually train the mind until you know that its power works. People who take medicines all the time become dependent on medicine and doctors. And those who are fanatical and refuse medical help when they need it often do great injury to themselves. You will not be forgiven for your ignorance of God's laws, you will have to suffer the consequences. You must use common sense. To know and use little remedies such as putting iodine on a finger when it is cut is all right. What is the sense of risking infection by saying that mind will heal it? When you break your finger, does your mind straighten it out? Common sense tells you to have it set properly so that it will grow straight again. In either case, it is the mind that ultimately heals. Common sense remedies merely cooperate with and support the laws that promote the healing process when mind power is not yet perfectly developed. Mind can produce negative as well as positive results. Mind is very tricky, it can produce negative as well as positive results. I remember one time when my sister had a sore throat. I never saw such a terrible infection. She couldn't eat, she couldn't swallow anything. She cried to me, "Please do anything you want to help me." I said, "It is your mind that is creating this sore throat." I brought some food and told her to eat. She was unaware of my hand on her throat as I sent the power of my thought there. But the first thing she knew, she was eating, and didn't feel any pain. She was so happy that her throat was healed. After I left, she got up and looked at her throat in a mirror. When she saw the ulcers still there, the pain returned and she let out a shriek. When I came again to the house and saw her suffering, I asked, "What did you do?" "I looked at my throat," she answered. I said, "I saw your throat perfect in the light of God, and that is why you were well. But you saw the disease, and that is why you are feeling pain." Then I told her, "Drink this water." Because her mind was receptive, she was able to swallow the water, and was quite all right once more. She didn't. Look at her throat again. So you see, mind has a great deal to do with it. In nervous diseases, which are nurtured by wrong thoughts, the mind can promote healing very fast, when its power is correctly applied. On another occasion, the wife of a very dear friend in Long Beach came to see me. Her throat was paralyzed, the result of an accident, and she was seeking my help. "I can't eat anything," she told me. "I have to be fed through a tube." I asked, "Can you drink milk?" "No," she replied. "As soon as I try to drink liquids there is a spasm in my throat, and I cannot swallow." "But that is all in your mind," I said. "You cannot leave here today until you have drunk a glass of milk." She smiled. I asked for some milk to be brought. "Now drink it," I said firmly. Because of the limiting thoughts in her mind, put there by the doctors and her past experiences, she was convinced that she couldn't drink. But my thought was stronger. After all, the nerves and cells are all controlled by the mind. But hers was so poisoned with doubt that she firmly believed she couldn't swallow. So the first gulps of milk were expelled from her mouth. She was sure that I was wrong. Then I said, "I mean it, you cannot leave this room until you have finished that glass of milk." "It is impossible," she argued, but I used my stronger thoughts to counteract her negative thoughts. She tried again, and this time she was able to swallow. She was cured. Man is kept hypnotized with delusion. You see, this world is a world of Maya, delusion, and man is kept hypnotized with that delusion. Our mind has convinced us of so many limitations. Someone says, "I must have my coffee." Another says, "I must have my juicy piece of steak," and so on. It is a crazy world. I see it so clearly. But I follow the rules, as much as I want to, and then I say, "Down with rules." It is the mind that rules. And it works. Death was such a reality, life was such a reality, but they are no more real for me. Never was I born, though in my dreams of earth life I was born many times. And never have I died, though many times I dreamed the death of my body in this dream world. In this one incarnation I can sleep and dream that I am born in England as a powerful king. Then I die and dream I am born a devout man. And then I die again and am born as a successful lawyer. Again I die and am reborn as Yogananda. But they are all dreams. That is what I am saying. I used to find such pleasure in discovering my past incarnations. But that has lost its enchantment. They are just so many dreams. When I realized everything is mind stuff, and that it is God's thought which is creating all these things, all these dreams all the time, then it had a different meaning for me. God can dissolve these dreams anytime and bring them back again in better forms. But nothing is erased from the infinite mind, every dream is eternally imprinted there. Delusion is so strong that it is pretty hard to believe it is delusion when you have needs and no money to meet them. It is difficult to believe that this world is Maya when you are sick and suffering. But when you constantly keep your mind in God, you will realize that this world is His dream. This is why in India we don't pay as much attention to physical healing as to the healing of the soul's ignorance. To heal the soul of ignorance, that is, to remove the delusion that covers the soul, is the greatest of all healings, because that healing is lasting. And when you heal the soul, then you realize the body is nothing but a dream shell in which the soul resides. Suffering can be for the welfare of others. Although Saint Francis healed many others, he did not heal his own body, because it meant nothing to him. But that didn't mean his soul was suffering. He didn't care to wipe away the body's karmic conditions, because he willingly took that karma from others in order to heal them and create faith in God. He didn't ascribe that healing power or glory to himself. The more you want people to know how wonderful you are, the less great you will be. The more you try to demonstrate your powers of the mind and make a ballyhoo about it to show off, the less mind power you will have. Before your own conscience and the Almighty Lord you must stand immaculate, free of egoity, and then He will give you wonderful power and experiences. No one can escape suffering. Even Jesus suffered. Although He didn't have to endure a disease, He suffered greatly on the cross because He took on His own body the sins or karma of others. The doctor who is dedicated to healing others of diseases does not fear for the welfare of his own body. For example, my body will be subject to physical troubles, not because I have transgressed, but because I have taken on the karma of many people. Just before Christmas, I twisted my leg and threw this knee joint out of action. On top of that, yesterday I stepped on a rock and wrenched it more, so that last night this leg was so painful I had to be carried on a chair to get from one room to another. Yet see, today I am with you, and there is no pain in this leg. How? Through mind power. My case, however, is different again. Not that I have used mind power to heal this leg. I have given my body to God, and whatever He wants to do with it, He is welcome. Though this leg has troubled me since Christmas, when it is time for me to come to these services, God has taken all pain away without my asking. The devotees urged me not to come down to speak tonight because my knee was so bad. But I scolded them for asking me not to come. Whatever is God's will is my will, suffering or no suffering. And you see, here I am this evening. Through God's grace I walked down 3 flights of stairs to be here with you tonight. Awaken in God to be free from delusion. So that is the best way, depend more on the Lord. The power of God is supreme. The greatest key to His healing power is to believe in that limitless power, and at the same time realize that your body is a dream and pay not too much attention to it. Why be overly solicitous about it? Take reasonable care of the body, and then forget it. That is what Christ meant when He said, "Take no heed for the body." And be constantly watchful of the Lord, keep your mind on Him, that He may show you that this world is His dream. Be reasonable and sane, not denying the body, but so living in the thought of the Lord that He will suddenly pull away the strands of delusion and you will see that this frail body that you are afraid of hurting is a mental concept of His, and you have nothing to fear. This is the state of perfection. This is why Jesus said, destroy this temple, the body, and in 3 days I will raise it up. He realized what I have been saying tonight, that everything is mind. With most people, the suggestion of their karma is so strong that they cannot understand this divine principle. But think how many times you have been born on earth with a physical body, and have created and conquered bad habits, and have experienced joys and suffering, pleasures and disease, old age and death. How long will you continue to go through this self-hypnosis? Get out of it. Krishna taught, get away from this ocean of suffering, O Arjuna. Be one with the Supreme Lord. Awaken in God. As soon as you wake up in Him, there will be no more fear. The body that once used to be so real to me is nothing to me anymore. Sometimes I see my body lying still and lifeless. I am beholding one dream within another dream, the dream of this dead body within the dream of this world. But as soon as I look within and see the spirit, there is no dream at all. These are actual experiences. You can go on exercising mental power to get a little healing, only to find that another trouble has come. Wouldn't you prefer to make the supreme spiritual effort to be on the lap of God and see that the body is a dream, and that you are untouched by its experiences of health and sickness, life and death? When your soul is healed of delusion so that you actually realize the dream nature of the body, you will also find that God has healed the body. You will not suffer again unless, like Saint Francis, you are willing to do so to help others. This may be too deep for you to conceive of now. But you can understand this analogy. Two people are separately dreaming they are in the hospital. One is cured, and the other remains sick. The first thinks, "Oh, how happy I am! How well I feel!" The other thinks, "I feel so sick, how miserable I am." But when they awaken from their dreams, both realize that they were neither ill nor healed. In reality there is no disease or ill health at all. Delusion causes these experiences. As soon as you realize that everything is the condensed thought of God, the condensed dream of God, then you don't mind this play of His. You have awakened from that dream of duality, that dream of sickness and health. A miraculous healing. I used to do a great deal of healing in my early days, but I found that people wanted only physical healing. When they were cured, I never saw them again. Few people are interested in soul healing, which is everlasting. The joy of material existence comes and goes. The joy of spiritual existence never ends. But I will tell you of one of the unique experiences in my life. While I was in India, the wife of an acquaintance of one of my boyhood friends became very ill. He wanted me to come to his home to see her, but I said, "Please don't ask me. Do what I say, and she will be all right." He continued to insist that I go to see her. But inwardly God told me not to go. At last I said to him, "Please, do as I tell you, and see what happens." He went home and followed my instructions, and her fever went away. But the next day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon it came back. And every day thereafter, around the same time, her fever returned. One day he came and said, "Master, her fever has not left. Please, please do something." I replied, "God alone will heal her." He pleaded, "If once you come, she will be well." I relented. But when I went to the home, the fever raged in great violence. A few days later, I was in the car, just leaving to go somewhere, when the husband arrived, crying, "My wife is dying." I sat quietly in the car and prayed deeply. As soon as I prayed, I knew my prayer would be answered. I went to his home. About 25 people were present. His wife was lying death-like on the bed. Her husband was crying and shaking her, thinking it might bring the breath back into her body. It angered me that he didn't have faith in God. I wish that all of you had been there that day, for you would surely believe in the power of God. I put my hand on her forehead. Then I gently touched her chest. It looked as though there were no life in her body at all. But in a little while, as I held my hand on her chest, her feet began to quiver, and then her whole body. Her tongue, which had been hanging out of her mouth, receded, and she opened her eyes. She moved, and looked at me with a little smile on her face. It was one of the most wonderful things I have seen in my life. She was healed by God's power, and her fever never returned. I speak of this only to show you the glory of God. When you know God, you never give the glory to yourself. Her husband had heard that I had the power to heal others, but I was trying to convince him to have faith in God's limitless power. It requires faith in order to be healed. Without the cooperation of the mind, and without faith, healing does not occur. When his wife didn't get better, his belief was shaken. I was glad, because I did not want him to believe in my power, but in God. When he saw that miraculous healing through God's blessing, he was convinced of God's power and understood how God was testing his faith. Have more mental strength. Do you realize all I have told you tonight, that even life and death are dreams? Then what is the conclusion? Have more mental strength. Develop such mental power that you can stand unshaken, no matter what comes, bravely facing anything in life. If you love God, you should have faith and be prepared to endure when trials come. Don't be afraid of suffering. Keep your mind positive and strong. It is your inner experience that is most important. The self-realization view is that in simple things one should use common sense remedies to take care of the body. Self-healing depends on good karma, proper diet, sunlight, and exercise, and continuous faith that in the mind lies the omnipresent healing power of God. Gradually strengthen the mind so that you can depend more on its power, and you will be better and better every day. Think only positive thoughts, even in the face of contradictory circumstances. Practice even-mindedness in times of difficulties. Cater less to the demands of the body, realizing that you are not the body, but the soul. Learn to fast for 1 to 3 days at a time. The minute you think you should not eat something, desist. These are the ways to develop mind power. And above all, meditate deeply every day. Make actual contact with God, that you might in truth realize all I have said tonight, that delusion might be forever banished from your soul. If you live with the Lord, you will be healed of the delusions of life and death, health and sickness. Be in the Lord. Feel His love. Fear nothing. Only in the castle of God can we find protection. There is no safer haven of joy than in His presence. When you are with Him, nothing can touch you. Mind power can help you lose or gain weight. I have chosen this particular subject because someone noticed that I have lost a lot of weight. I have taken off about 40 pounds in less than 4 months, and asked if I had been sick. There are causes for our physical condition that are not known to many doctors and food scientists, who ordinarily think of the body as governed only by biochemical laws. The long history of the nature of the body involves more than just physiology, anatomy, nutrition, and medicine. What I tell you is from my own personal experience, and if you remember these things, they will ultimately help you very much. Don't think it is inevitable that someone who has a tendency to become heavy, or to remain too thin, is not healthy, or that the cause is necessarily or wholly physical. For instance, why is it that some thin people can eat 5 meals a day and still not get fat? In my early youth I wanted to gain weight, because in India, where so many people are thin from malnutrition, it is considered desirable to be heavy. I used to purposely eat everything that was fattening, but still I couldn't put on weight. Then the grace of my Guru Sri Yukteswarji changed my thought, and from that day on my body took a different turn. I have been heavy ever since. Before Guruji's blessing, my body was so terribly thin that I looked like a beanpole with a coconut on top. If you have a tendency to become fat, don't blame your eating habits alone. The mind has a lot to do with it. You must so train your mind that you will not have any tendency toward being either too fat or too thin. It is good to be flexible, so that you can put on weight or take it off at will. Of course you shouldn't ignore dietary rules, unless you have a divinely strong mind. If you want to lose weight or avoid gaining it, there are a few important points to remember. One is, never drink water, milk, or other liquids with your meals. It is best to take fluids a half hour before a meal or 2 hours afterward. When your body weight increases, the cells become very hungry for water. It is strange that sometimes the strongest urges we have are for those very things that hurt us. Drinking plenty of water and fruit juices helps to keep the body free from disease, just don't drink them with your meals. Take a glass of milk in between meals, it will help to keep your body healthy, because milk supplies your body with all the elements that are necessary. But avoid the cream in it, take skim milk. Another important point is to eat plenty of fresh fruits and vegetables, preferably raw. Cut out sugar and starches and fried foods. It is all right if you eat these once in a while, but it should not be an everyday habit. Remember, too much starch in the diet is very unhealthful, as well as fattening. When you are hungry for sweets or a snack, the best thing to eat is fruit. For extra nourishment, put on it a dressing of finely ground nuts mixed with fruit juice or some other base. Your body needs protein, but too much protein is dangerous to your physical being. Don't make a habit of eating meat protein, because it will create poisons in your system. One more important rule is to avoid fats, however, a little olive oil every day will help keep the joints healthy. In general, follow a moderate diet that contains all the elements the body requires, and eat only as much as the body actually needs. That is the way to stabilize the weight by proper eating. If you overeat, the sad fact is that ladies will get fat in back and gentlemen will get fat in front. So eat less, and get plenty of exercise to keep the muscles well toned. Never let the abdominal muscles get weak. It is always a good practice to hold the abdominal muscles in. When trying to lose weight, don't be over-anxious. There is danger in using drastic means to get rid of fat in a hurry. Excess weight is hard on the whole system, from the feet to the heart. For every pound of flesh there is a mile of blood vessels that have to be irrigated by the heart. Even so, you would be surprised how the mind can compensate for every condition of the body. Trailong Goswami of India weighed 300 pounds, and yet he was reputed to have lived 300 years. He could do that because he lived by mind power. Think thin. Mind will do everything for you. Along with proper diet you must also think thin. There was a time when I was trying to lose weight by following all the usual stringent methods of dieting, and still I saw that days went by and there was no change in my weight. Then I thought, so, Mr. Body, you are playing tricks with me. Some people have a tendency toward thinness, and some have a tendency toward fatness. If I want to lose weight, why not adopt that tendency? Why should I have to think all the time about diet, diet, diet? I really got impatient with myself. So I said, eat, and I started taking regular meals. I relaxed my mind, but I instilled the thought, you are losing weight. I held tenaciously to that thought. And it actually happened. I began to see that I was losing weight. Several times I even ate fattening foods, and still I found I was losing steadily. The thought was so strongly established in my mind that the whole body was working to throw off the weight that was not necessary to my well-being. After reaching 180 pounds, I stabilized myself to maintain that weight all the time. I have been eating normally, and still I have not gone over that mark. Until you can do it by mind power alone, losing weight is best accomplished by combining mind power, exercise, and proper eating. But do you know, after I had applied the power of the mind, I even stopped exercising, except for the energization exercises, and ate what I wanted, but still the body absolutely did not take on any more flesh. It remained just the same. And although I lost so much weight, my skin is just as firm as ever. Ordinarily, if you take off 40 pounds quickly, you find that your flesh becomes flabby. But when I used mind power, it stabilized the flesh. So mind has a great deal to do with gaining and losing weight. The important thing is that you must deeply instill the right thought in your mind. There are some people who eat anything they want, and still they remain thin, without any conscious effort on their part. Why is this? It is because their bodies are stabilized in this life as a result of right eating habits in their past incarnations. Therefore, they neither get fat nor thin, no matter what they eat or don't eat. But this doesn't necessarily mean they have corresponding health and vitality, or that they can ignore the simple rules of good health. You may have built up a certain physical stability from right eating and proper exercise in your past life, but it is very important to continue to eat right and apply the principles of healthful living. If you neglect your body and ignore physiological laws now, you will have to pay for it sometime in the future. My message to you is that I have proved, by every means, that mind power works. When I followed dietary laws alone, it didn't work. But when I applied mind power, then I began to lose weight. Now I have the ability to be thin or fat at will. That can only be done by applying mind power. You also must learn to regulate your weight at will, obey the laws of right diet, eat more raw fruits and vegetables and less fats, starches, and sugars, drink plenty of water or other liquids, fruit and vegetable juices, milk, and so on, but not with meals, and, most important, strongly think that you have perfect control of the body. Every morning and night, affirm deeply, I am the master of this body. It will obey my mind irrespective of any food I eat. Any tendency toward fatness or thinness must go. Don't be a diet fanatic. The point is, balance your diet, and then forget it. Once in a while it is even good to break your diet. If you have a craving for some food that isn't particularly good for you, don't be finicky, eat it. But don't make a practice of it, and thus let it become a habit. So many people are all the time fussing about their food. What is the use of having a body that you have to fuss about all the time? Your body should be your servant, don't allow yourself to become its slave. Think of the power of your mind, believe and know that it is the repairer of your body. Live by that mind power. How do you think the cow remains strong and healthy by eating only grass? Out of that simple food it gets all the elements it needs. Of course, there are good elements in the grass to begin with, but the main thing is that the mind of the cow has been conditioned by evolution to that way of life, and its body responds accordingly. You have an advantage over the cow, because you can consciously command your mind according to your will. Then whatever your mind strongly tells your body to do, it will do. Essentially, everything you think of as necessary to support the body is a delusion. I definitely know that mind is the supreme power, it will create everything the body requires. But until you actually have that realization, you must use your common sense. It is wisdom to obey the health laws of God, and believe without doubt that mind is the supreme force. You are the one who has created your present bodily condition, and you have the power in your mind to keep your body in good health. If iron is missing in my system, I suggest iron to my mind and the condition is corrected. When the body comes under your control, it will obey whatever you tell it through the powerful suggestion of your mind. God's will was strong enough to create the whole universe. Your little body is a product of that divine will. Your mind is an expression of that same will, and whenever you make a strong suggestion to your mind about your body's well-being, or even about your destiny, it will come to pass. Remember, thought is the master of this machine of creation. By strengthening your thoughts, you can reach whatever goal you want to attain. How to work without fatigue. To work without fatigue is a universal desire of mankind. Some people can work hard with little fatigue, others tire easily. In the absence of any other cause, it is often assumed that persons who have abundant energy must have been born strong, and that those who suffer from fatigue must have been born weak. There is some truth in this theory, that our normal energy level is the result of hereditary or congenital causes that have trailed us since birth. But when we begin to understand the total being that is man, we realize that he is no simple physical organism. Within him are many powers whose potential he employs in greater or lesser degree in accommodating himself to the conditions of this world. Their potential is vastly greater than the average person thinks. Man learns to work with whatever energy is at his command, usually without understanding whence it comes. He only knows that when he becomes fatigued he wants to rest or to have something to eat or drink, because these measures give him some relief. It is generally true that a tired person feels better after eating or resting, but as the body grows older, a time comes when no amount of food or rest restores strength. Clearly, something happens to the body that causes the material sources of life to fail us. Hence we should analyze and understand the physiology of the body, that we may know how it recuperates, and from what sources it derives energy and strength. The most commonly thought of source of bodily energy is food, which consists of solids and liquids. When they are taken into the stomach, the bodily machine breaks them down into simpler chemical substances, and finally into energy. Solids can be converted into liquids, liquids into gas, and gas into energy. Therefore all food, whether solid or liquid, is essentially energy. Fatigue means that too much bodily energy has been spent, it must be restored, and nourishing food is one source of energy replacement. God created in nature an abundant variety of edible vegetables, fruits, grains, and other foods, everything necessary for man. Man cannot bring forth even a grain of wheat, much less a new plant or fruit. Only God can do this. He has to originate the species first. Man can only modify what already exists, as Luther Burbank did. Cultivated tastes versus natural hunger instincts. God also gave man water, in the mountain spring, and milk to nourish him, in the cow and in the human mother. From the moment of birth man instinctively seeks these natural sources of sustenance. The impulse of hunger stirs the impulse to eat. Had God not given us the hunger impulse, we would not eat at all. Man unwisely perverts his natural hunger and sense of taste through misuse. The theory that hunger is the result of the habit of eating is true, at least, of the greedy person. Greed is a mental hunger. If one lives naturally, he has no desire to eat more than a normal diet, and his taste preferences are also normal. The abnormal appetite created by greed kills untold numbers of men and women. During the era of the Roman Empire, great feasts were indulged in by the wealthy. A special room was provided where, after eating, they could go to vomit so that they could continue their feasting. Such is the debasement of greed. We see all kinds of eccentricities in man whenever he becomes a criminal against his own welfare through misuse of the senses. When man forgets the purpose of an action and clings rather to the action by which the end is to be accomplished, he makes a grave mistake. Hunger and taste were given to man to help him select the proper quantity and right type of food to sustain his body in a healthful way, but wrong habits of living and eating have distorted this natural dietary instinct, creating preferences that are not always best for him. Something that tastes good and fills the stomach doesn't necessarily satisfy bodily needs. Since food is an important carrier of energy into the body, it is best to ensure a good supply of energy through proper eating. In a boiled dinner, most of the vitamins have been destroyed. You will tire easily on such a diet. Fresh raw food is better because the vitamins are still present. Many vitamins are destroyed by the heat of the cooking and canning process. Hence, a diet in which such foods predominate is not sufficiently nourishing to fill the needs of the body. The stomach and digestive tract distill the chemicals from our food and distribute them to the proper types of cells throughout the system. The body is composed of various chemical elements, and you should see that your diet replenishes these elements every day. A good diet should contribute as many of the necessary elements as possible at every meal. Eat sufficient protein, many vitamins and minerals, some fats and oils, and some natural carbohydrates, but few refined starches and sugars. Fresh fruits and vegetables vital to health. Meat protein is not the only vital source of energy. Some of the mineral salts that are found in fresh uncooked vegetables and fruits are important sources also. A large serving of steak will give plenty of energy, it is true, but a preponderance of meat in the diet, if continued for a long period of time, ceases to give strength. Overmuch heavy protein results in protein poisoning, a cause of fatigue and also disease. Too much protein is just as harmful as too little. If you want to be rid of fatigue, then one remedy is to eat properly. Remember that meat may give strength temporarily, but it loads the body with poisons. By eating more raw foods you will have less cause for fatigue, and therefore an abundance of energy. Whenever the body feels tired, drink a glass of pineapple or orange juice, it will give you much energy. Whole fruits and vegetables are even more nutritious than their juices, but most people won't take the time to consume them this way. An excellent energy provider is orange juice with finely ground almonds mixed in. Nuts are more readily assimilated in combination with orange juice. Remember, it is important to drink an abundance of liquids. When good water is unavailable, fresh fruit juices, coconut water, and watermelon provide an excellent supplement and partial substitute. In the future, more and more people will drink fruit and vegetable juices, to their benefit. Do not forget to include some butter and milk in your diet. Milk should be taken separately from meals, best not to drink it with other food. Milk has helpful laxative properties, but its mucus-aggravating tendency is not good for those who have sinus trouble. Orange juice, also, can be an irritant for those who have sinus problems or frequent colds. In some cases, too much orange juice may even cause colds. Many persons afflicted with these troubles have found great improvement by omitting regular intake of orange juice from their diet, upon my advice. Although lemon has excellent disinfecting qualities, it similarly aggravates sinus irritation. There is nothing more satisfying than bread made from freshly ground whole wheat. Although persons with a tendency toward phlegm should generally avoid starches, whole wheat bread may be taken, if thoroughly toasted. Constipation is another cause of fatigue, which is related to the accumulation of poisons in the body as well as to the energy from food. If you are constipated, use some kind of laxative, preferably a natural one. If you keep your body free from poisons, you will not be fatigued. It is the poisons in the body that make you feel tired. Any kind of drug, also, will fatigue you, just as the narcotic opium saps the work initiative of its addicts. They don't want to do anything but sleep and dream. A most important way to eliminate fatigue is to conserve the sex vitality. The single person should be fully self-controlled, and married couples should be moderate in their sexual relations. Tremendous vitality, both physical and mental, is lost through promiscuity or overindulgence. Exercise removes fatigue. Exercise daily. Lack of exercise causes fatigue. Regular exercise removes fatigue. When you exercise, you expend some energy, but you get back much more, if you don't overdo it. Proper exercise vitalizes the body, over-exercise and violent exercise cause fatigue. The body should be charged with only as much energy as it can stand. For example, volts of energy sent through an ordinary electric bulb will burn it out, but will not harm a bulb made to stand that much current. Similarly, the body absorbs a beneficial amount of energy from proper exercise, but over-exercise causes fatigue because it creates toxins faster than they can be handled by the system. After 40 you should be careful not to undertake any form of exercise for which your system has not been kept properly conditioned. Walking is good, and swimming is excellent, but strenuous exercise should be avoided. It will only cause greater fatigue, because it overstrains the capacity of the body to handle the sudden expenditure of energy. By gradually strengthening your body you can enjoy strenuous exercise, but a person of lifelong sedentary habits should not try to be an acrobat at 60, he will burn out his system. Sufficient sleep helps to give energy. I think 6 or 7 hours of sleep is enough. After that you don't actually sleep, you drug the body. It loses energy instead of accumulating it. Sleep 10 hours and you will feel depleted of energy. You won't want to work the rest of the day, you will just drag yourself around. Fatigue can also be removed by oxygenation. When you are tired, instead of heading for the kitchen for a snack, go out in the fresh air for 10 to 15 minutes and exhale and inhale deeply, off and on, several times. Don't breathe hurriedly, or with force, but in a relaxed way, very slowly and deeply. After this time spent in the fresh air, your fatigue will be gone. If you were to fast a whole day, and every hour get out in the fresh air for about 5 minutes and do some deep breathing during that time, exhaling poisons, and inhaling oxygen, you would not miss food at all. Because of habit, it may seem in the beginning difficult to feel satisfied without food, but after you get used to it you will find that you have received from the oxygen all the energy you need. Lahiri Mahasaya and other great masters knew how to operate the law that renders food totally unnecessary in sustaining the body. But he used to say that eating serves a good purpose, for God has created food in abundance and variety, and hunger is part of the plan that keeps the cosmic show going. Avoid wasting energy. Energy is continually wasted in useless activities, unrestrained emotions, and improper living habits. When you are at peace you use little energy, but when you are angry or hateful or otherwise emotional, you use a great deal of energy. Proper care is necessary in operating a delicate machine. The same consideration ought to apply in using the body machine. When you work, you employ your muscles, nervous system, mind, thoughts, feelings, and spiritual perceptions. Currents of energy are required in all these areas in any kind of work. When you are running, you are using about 4 or 5 horsepower of energy. If by removal of gravity you no longer felt the weight of your body, you would use very little energy in running. The greater the body weight, the greater energy required to move it. A very practical reason to avoid overweight. The battery of an electric wheelchair will move the weight of the chair and its occupant about 15 miles before its energy is exhausted. Did you ever stop to think that your body battery is wheeling this physical vehicle around all the time? Its energy powers not only the muscular motion of the limbs, but all other actions as well. When you are talking, for example, you are using thought force as well as muscular force, and thought requires energy. Without it you cannot think or transmit thoughts into speech. When you are thinking deeply, you burn up a tremendous amount of energy, exhausting the brain's reserves. Let us suppose you have 60 thoughts per minute. In a month, allowing 18 hours of wakefulness daily, you would have had nearly 2 million thoughts. In a lifetime of 60 years you would have produced more than 1 billion thoughts. After that many thoughts, most people would be dead. The brain's stored energy from food and cosmic sources would have been used up. When we ponder how much energy current we are using all the time, the wonder is how we live as long as we do. Nevertheless, by adequate replacement of expended energy, we can live longer and more efficiently. There are 2 sources from which man draws energy for his body: from food, which includes oxygen, and from the medulla or mouth of God. The energy thus imbibed is distributed to the body cells. Any excess goes to the brain, to be stored there for use as needed. Food is only a secondary source of energy supply. The greatest flow of energy into the body comes from the intelligent cosmic energy that is all around the body and omnipresent in the universe. It is drawn into the brain storehouse through the medulla. This intelligent cosmic energy or vibration is the basic substance of all matter. Scientific experiments conducted by Dr. Kreil have shown that the brains of dead calves continue to emanate considerable current. In death, the cosmic energy loses only the physiological channel of the nervous system. The secret of vitality. It takes hours for the body to convert food into energy, but anything that stimulates your will generates energy instantly. Will draws vitality from the electroprotonic center of the bodily cells and from the reservoir of the brain, where energy that has already been distilled from food is stored. Will also draws new energy from the cosmic source into your system through the medulla. The secret of vitality, therefore, is to conserve the energy you have and to bring new energy into the body by willpower. How? First, you must act willingly. If a thing is worth doing, it is worth doing willingly. When you work willingly, you have more energy because you not only draw upon the reserves in the brain, but also attract a greater flow of cosmic energy into the body through the medulla. A woman preparing an elaborate dinner for her beloved is happy and filled with vitality, but if compelled to cook when she doesn't want to, she feels tired from the start. Remember, will brings energy. The system of energization exercises that Self-Realization Fellowship teaches is based on the principle of using will to draw energy from the cosmic source, and to distribute that energy by will to the trillions of cells in the body. We draw most of the current for our actions from the physical supply of the body battery, energy distilled from food, oxygen, and sunshine. We don't draw enough energy from the invisible cosmic source, through the conscious use of will. Will and energy go hand in hand. There is a difference between consciously applied will and imagination. Imagination is a conception of something that one desires to manifest. By imagining day and night that you are feeling more vitality, you will gain some strength, because imagination requires at least a small degree of will. By contrast, when one wills vitality, the energy is actually there at once. Suppose you are angered and strike at someone violently, the will, stimulated by emotion, draws energy for that action, but immediately afterwards the energy is cut off, and your vitality is depleted. But if in a positive way you continuously will energy into your body and apply the principle of the self-realization energization exercises, conscious life force control, you can draw, by the use of willpower, unlimited energy from the cosmic source. Since the body is simply a cluster of cells, if it lacks energy and you thus energize the whole body with will, those cells are recharged instantly and continuously. Will is the switch that lets more energy into the body from the divine source. Will is thus a potent factor in maintaining youth and vigor. If you convince yourself you are old, the will becomes paralyzed and you do become old. Never say you are tired, it paralyzes the will and then you are tired. Say, my body needs rest. The body must not be allowed to dictate its limitations to your soul. The soul must rule the body, because the soul is neither caused by nor dependent on the body. In the soul's will lies all power. God willed, and there was light, the cosmic creative energy that condensed into the heavens, into our bodies, and all other forms. Will is light, for light was the first manifestation of God's will. And he saw that this light, or electrical energy, was a satisfactory unit out of which life forms could be created. The scientist ponders whether matter is light or whether light is matter. Light came first, and constitutes the essential structure of matter. Therefore, we must realize that energy and will go together. It is a very simple formula. We have been so conditioned to the idea that energy comes only from material sources, that we fail to believe in and draw upon the cosmic source, which responds instantly to will. If you learn the self-realization method by which you use your will to draw energy directly from the boundless cosmic source, you will not suffer from fatigue anymore. Those who know me know that I take only 2 or 3 hours sleep at night, and even if I don't sleep at all, I don't miss it. I can remain awake for days without fatigue. While I was writing Whispers from Eternity, I once went without sleep for 5 consecutive nights, and my body felt no weariness at all. You must awaken your will. As you begin to draw energy from the infinite, you will require less food as well as less sleep. You will begin to rise completely above the need for material methods of sustenance. You need not be limited by material laws. The magic method of working without fatigue lies in the use of your willpower. When you can draw energy from the cosmic source, you can eat breakfast or go without, and it won't make any difference, you won't feel any lack. You will be above that consciousness. Love is one of the greatest stimulants to the will. Whatever I do with the greatest love that I have in me. Try this, and you will see that you do not become fatigued at all. Love is one of the greatest stimulants to the will. Under the influence of love, the will can do almost anything. You can demonstrate this in your life if you depend more on willpower. Your body will not need 8 hours of rest, you will find that 6 hours of sleep will be plenty, along with 1 balanced meal a day, and perhaps fruit juice now and then. You will remain always well. Through God's grace I feel the same, and I think I look almost the same, as I have throughout these 19 years that I have been in this country. I obey nature's laws insofar as I can, I am not unswervingly orthodox or fanatic in anything. But I do believe strongly in willpower. I have proven it works. When I am with people, I am with them wholly, with the greatest joy, and when I am alone, I am alone with that joy. When I work with the greatest will and happiness. No matter what your task, do it joyously and willingly. If you don't, you only devitalize yourself. And remember to be always sincere. Through sincerity you can work more harmoniously with others. Develop sincerity along with willpower. Do some creative work every day. Writing is good for developing creative ability and willpower. I have never cared to do merely mechanical work. I am always seeking to accomplish something new. Being creative is more difficult, of course, than following a mechanical existence, but when your will battles with new ideas it gains more strength. When it becomes stronger still, so that it can work changes not only in your body, but in the universe, your will has become divine will. That power of divine will is what Jesus referred to when he said, "If ye have faith, and doubt not, ye shall not only do this which is done to the fig tree, but also if ye shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done." Why not? The Lord is whirling untold tons of universes through space by His will, divine will. Don't look on yourself as a weak mortal. Incredible amounts of energy are hidden in your brain, enough in a gram of flesh to run the city of Chicago for 2 days. And you say you are tired? A revolving wheel generates electrical current. When your willpower revolves around an idea, it too creates a current of energy that can be directed to heal, materialize objects in front of you, or make any other kind of change in the atomic structure of the universe. When your will becomes strong, united with divine will, you can indeed, as Jesus said, lift mountains and cast them into the depths of the sea. Our will is part of the divine will, and when we develop the will that is within us, we can create universes, and we can demonstrate that there is no death, no decay, but that all matter is eternal energy. Then there can be no fatigue. The purpose of life is to find God. Under no circumstances allow yourself to become buried in the debris of mortal habits and limitations and all the other humiliating experiences of delusion. Use your determination to wrench your will free, and attain mastery over your body and the universe. In the development of your will lies the ability to discover the hidden image of God within you. Ridding the consciousness of worry. Worry is a psychophysical state of consciousness in which you are caught in feelings of helplessness and apprehension about some trouble you don't know how to get rid of. Perhaps you are seriously concerned about your child, or your health, or a mortgage payment. Not finding an immediate solution, you start worrying about the situation. And what do you get? A headache, nervousness, heart trouble. Because you do not clearly analyze yourself and your problems, you do not know how to control your feelings or the condition that confronts you. Instead of wasting time worrying, think positively about how the cause of the problem can be removed. If you want to get rid of a trouble, calmly analyze your difficulty, setting down point by point the pros and cons of the matter, then determine what steps might be best to accomplish your goal. If you have no money, you feel forsaken, the whole world seems to be going backward. But worry will not provide a solution. Get busy and make this determination: I will shake the world to get my share. In order to keep me quiet, the world must satisfy my need. Each person who has performed some work, even clearing away weeds, has done something worthwhile on earth. Why shouldn't everyone receive his just share of the earth's bounty? No one need starve or be left out. The present money standard will go, remember what I say. Money creates a desire for power, and too often it makes the possessor heartless to the sufferings of others. Accumulation of wealth is all right if the wealthy person also has the desire to help others in their need. Money is a boon in the possession of unselfish people, but it is a curse in the hands of the selfish. I used to know a man in Philadelphia who was worth $10 million, but it never gave him happiness, it brought him only misery. And he wouldn't even buy a 10-cent cup of coffee for anyone else. Gold has been given for our use, but it belongs to no one save the Divine Spirit. Each child of God has a right to use God's gold. You must not admit failure and give up your right. Success or failure is determined in your own mind. God made you His son. You have made yourself a beggar. If you have convinced yourself that you are a helpless mortal, and you allow everyone else to convince you that you can't get a job, then you have passed the decree in your own mind that you are down and done for. No judgment from God or fate, but your own pronouncement on yourself, keeps you poor or worried. Success or failure is determined in your own mind. Even against the negative opinion of the rest of society, if you bring out by your all-conquering God-given will the conviction that you cannot be left to suffer in difficulties, you will feel a secret divine power coming upon you, and you will see that the magnetism of that conviction and power is opening up new ways for you. Do not grieve over your present state, and do not worry. If you refuse to worry, and if you make the right effort, you will remain calm and you will surely find a way of reaching your goal. Remember that every time you worry, you put on a mental brake, and in struggling against that resistance, you place strain on your heart and mind. You wouldn't try to drive off in your car with the brake on, because you know it would severely damage the mechanism. Worry is the brake on the wheels of your efforts, it brings you to a dead stop. Nothing is impossible, unless you think it is. Worry can convince you that it is impossible to do what you want to do. Worrying wastes time and energy. Use your mind instead to try to make some positive effort. It is even better to be a go-getting materialistic man and accomplish something, than to be lazy. The lazy man is forsaken by both man and God. Many fortunes have been made by enterprising people, but don't make money your criterion of success. Often it isn't the money, but the creative ability exercised in earning it, that brings satisfaction. It is foolish to try to flee from your worries, for wherever you go, your worries go with you. You must learn to face your problems fearlessly and with a clear conscience, as I have done. Now I have no more prayers for my soul or my body, for I have achieved eternal assurance from God. This is sufficient. For me, to pray would be to doubt. My conscience is free, for I have done no wrong to any human being. I know this to be truth. To be able to say to oneself, I have wronged no one, is to be the happiest person on earth. When I think of the many wonderful souls who have faith in me, not out of emotional blindness, but through intelligence and reason, I know I am very much blessed. Of all possessions, I love true friendship most. Be a friend to all. Even if your love and trust are betrayed by some, don't worry. Always be yourself, you are what you are. This is the only sincere way to live. Though all may not want to be your friend, you should befriend all, never expecting anything in return. I understand and love all, but I never expect of anyone that he should be my friend and understand me. On the strength of this principle, I am at peace with myself and the world, and never feel any cause for worry. The lesson we have come on earth to learn. The treasure of friendship is your richest possession, because it goes with you beyond this life. All the true friends you have made you will meet again in the home of the Father, for real love is never lost. On the other hand, hate is never lost, either. Whatever you hate, you also attract to yourself again and again until you overcome that intense dislike. Love is short-lived unless it is divine love. What of all the lovers through the ages who have promised eternal fidelity to one another under the light of the silvery moon? Their skulls are strewn over the earth, and the moon laughs at most of them and says, how they lied, for their love has not been forever. But if the love you feel in your heart is not of this earth, not worldly, if you have achieved love for all on a basis of divine friendship, and not carnal attraction, if you love others for themselves, and not for selfish ends, you have attained and expressed God's divine love. To develop pure and unconditional love between husband and wife, parent and child, friend and friend, self and all, is the lesson we have come on earth to learn. You must not hate even your enemies. No one is all bad. If you hear someone playing a piano that has a defective key, you are inclined to judge the whole piano as bad. But the fault lies in just one key. Fix it, and you will see that the piano is perfectly good. God lives within all his children. To hate anyone is to deny him in yourself and in others. This earth is the laboratory of God. We burn ourselves in the fire of mortal experience so that our divine immortality, which is buried beneath the dross of our consciousness, may be once again revealed. Love all, keep your own counsel, and do not worry. Give your troubles to God. When you worry, it is your funeral, all arranged by yourself. You don't want to be buried alive by your anxieties. Why suffer and die every day from worry? No matter what you are going through, poverty, sorrow, ill health, remember that somebody on this earth is suffering 100 times more than you are. Do not consider yourself so unfortunate, for thus you defeat yourself, and close out the omnipotent light of God that is ever seeking to help you. Just think what is happening in the lives of people in Europe today, and realize how much more fortunate you are. There is no excuse for this war. This is progress. This is civilization. Mother's Day should remind all mothers of their divine role to feel with a mother's heart for all mankind. I feel for those boys on the battlefield. If one is killed in action, he at least has freedom from this miserable world. But how cruel it is to have to live the rest of one's life in a mutilated body. Seeing an arm and a leg cut off in the viciousness of war, the mind has no desire to continue residing in that dismembered form. In my meditations I see souls groaning, some on the battlefield with their bodies torn open, others in hospitals, suffering from cancer, with just a little time to live. How tragic is this world! It is a place of uncertainty. But no matter what has happened to you, if you throw yourself at the feet of the Father and seek His mercy, He will lift you up and show you that life is but a dream. I have seen this truth. When I put my mind at the Christ center, I don't feel the body at all. No sensation or mental torture can affect you if the mind is dissociated from it and anchored in the peace and joy of God. Practice mental neutrality. Even-minded endurance is called titiksha in Sanskrit. I have practiced this mental neutrality. I have sat and meditated all night long in icy water in bitterly cold weather. Similarly, I have sat from morning till evening on the burning hot sands in India. I gained great mental strength by doing so. When you have practiced such self-discipline, your mind becomes impervious to all disturbing circumstances. If you think you can't do something, your mind is a slave. Free yourself. I don't mean that you should be rash. Try to rise above disturbances gradually. Endurance is what you must have. Whatever may be your trouble, make a supreme effort to remedy it without worry, and until it is resolved, practice titiksha. Isn't this practical wisdom? If you are young and strong, then as you gradually strengthen your will and mind you can practice more rigid methods of self-discipline as I did. If you are thinking that the winter weather is coming, and you are bound to catch cold, you are not developing mental strength. You have already committed yourself to certain weakness. When you feel you are susceptible to catching a cold, mentally resist, get away. I am following common sense precautions, but I will not allow worry about it to invite the illness by weakening my mind. This is the right mental attitude. In your heart, sincerely do your best at all times, but without anxiety. Worry only paralyzes your efforts. If you do your best, God will reach down His hand to help you. Sleep is a blessing, because no matter what your troubles are, you are free from them when you are asleep. Learn to be free consciously, during your waking hours. If you haven't tasted sugar, you can't know its sweetness. If you haven't used the full potential of your mind, you do not realize its wondrous power. In Washington, D.C., a young lady came to me and said, "I have chronic heart trouble. I have consulted a specialist, but I am getting no better. Is there any way you can help me?" I looked into her mind and felt what the trouble was. You also can develop this intuitive power if you are calm and if you meditate deeply. There is no limit to what you can do with the innate power that God has given you. I said to the woman, "You have no heart disease. If ever I speak the truth, it is now. If you still have heart trouble tomorrow, you can say I was the greatest liar, and forget all about me. But I know that your ailment will be gone." "How?" she asked. I replied with a question, "Have you had a recent unhappy love affair, a very sad one?" She was surprised. "Yes, how did you know?" "Isn't it true," I went on, "that day and night you are thinking about that grievous experience?" She hung her head and admitted it was true. "You must give up your moping," I told her. "The milk has been spilt, why cry now? Find someone who will appreciate your love. There is no sense in giving loyalty to an individual who doesn't love you. Your former loved one is enjoying himself with someone else, and here you are hopelessly pining away for him." She said she would try to forget him. "Not just try," I insisted, "you must, this minute. Release this man from your mind." The woman was receptive. A short time later she came and told me, "You were right. The moment I stopped thinking about that man and about my unhappiness, my heartbeat became normal." If you counsel yourself in the way I have suggested to you today, if you do not acknowledge weakness in the face of troubles, and if you refuse to worry about your problems, you will find out how much more successful, peaceful, and happy you are. Through my own effort, I have realized this in my life. You should do the same. Daily, make this affirmation, "I will be neither lazy nor feverishly active. In every challenge of life I shall do my best without worrying about the future." God can never forsake you. Remember that the mind cannot suffer any pain unless it accepts the suggestion of pain. Mind cannot suffer from poverty or anything else unless it accepts the unpleasantness of the condition. Jesus was severely treated. His life was filled with problems, obstacles, and uncertainties, yet he had no worries. Remember, you also are a son of God. You may be forsaken by everyone else, but you cannot be forsaken by God, because He loves you. You should never worry, because God made you in His indomitable image. Don't grieve for what you don't have. The most materially successful man may have the greatest worries and unhappiness. In contrast, I have seen in humble little huts and caves in India men who were true monarchs. The earthly throne of one such saint was a dried grass mat. If I could place him here before you, you would see a true king. He wore only a little loincloth and did not have even a begging bowl. Such are the real kings of the earth. Some of them I have seen in the Himalayas, no food, nothing at all, nor are they beggars. They are richer than the world's millionaires. Because they are the friends of all, people love them, and love to feed them. In bitingly cold weather, I saw one saint in the Himalayas who had nothing on. Won't you catch cold? I said. Sweetly he answered, if I am warm with God's love, how can I feel the cold? Saints like him are greater than any crowned king. If without food, without any visible means of security, such men can be like kings, peaceful and without worry, why can't you? Realize that the infinite presence of the Heavenly Father is ever within you. Tell him, in life and death, health and sickness, I worry not, O Lord, for I am thy child evermore. If God is free from karma, why aren't we? Karma is the fruits, the good or evil effects, of action. If you swallow poison, your action produces the evil fruit of death. If you eat wholesome food, your action yields the good fruit of better health. Today I am speaking primarily of evil karma, that which brings pain and suffering. If we are made in God's image, as the scriptures tell us, and God is free from karmic suffering, why aren't we also free? Evil karma is the result of misuse of our God-given power of free choice. Animals are free from individual karma. They can do no evil because they have no power of discrimination. Their lives are governed by instinct and by mass karma, the effects of their environment. Although sexually indiscriminate, they are not punished for it, since their behavior is not self-determined but instinct-bound. So animals don't suffer from the effects of their actions as human beings do. Man has the gift of reason by which to choose all his actions, and is thus accountable for them. Then the question is, why is God eternally free from the fruits of actions, and we are not? Let us go deep into the subject and you will understand it as never before. God is spoken of as eternal existence, eternal consciousness, eternal bliss. As such, he has never suffered. Why then did he conceive suffering for us? Isn't that strange? I know the answer, but still I argue with him, Lord, if you wanted to create this little play world, why did you have to make suffering a part of it? What is play to you is death to us. Why didn't you create this earth with beautiful flowers and no weeds, with life and no death or pain or other sufferings of karma, and no mass karma to plunge us into the terrors of war? Why, Lord, didn't you create a world without delusion? What can he say, except that we are free, only we don't know it? The fact that God did create delusion should not make us pessimistic. I am the greatest optimist. Optimism doesn't mean being happy so long as everything goes well, but when pain comes, turning gloomy and saying, God, you are terrible. God had nothing to do with our present state of misery. When he created us, he gave us freedom to suffer or to rise above it. Optimism means being able to laugh at both pleasure and pain, to mentally get away from the hurtful effects of duality. Pain has three causes. Pain is the greatest curse of the soul. For those who are suffering, it is dreadful. Even if you are all right now, how do you know that you won't someday be a victim? So long as there is any possibility of suffering, you must try to remove its causes by the roots. There are three factors behind man's sufferings. First comes delusion, second, the effects of man's own wrong actions, and third, the effects of mass karma, such as the destruction of both good and evil individuals when Hiroshima was bombed. Delusion causes identification with the flesh. From the beginning of life, the child thinks of his body as himself, that he and the body are one. This is why he cries if you pinch him, and why he likes it when you soothe his hand. The delusion of identification with the body came with the creation of man, and that identification increases by pampering the body. In India, our training is different than here in the West. We are taught to conquer the flesh, to mentally rise above body consciousness. If you love the body too much, you become unduly sensitive, you suffer whenever the body is uncomfortable. You have been taught to suffer, because you have been taught to depend too much on physical comfort for happiness. The desire for all sorts of comforts is a major source of pain. This is why the saints say we should not be attached to anything. If plain food is served, don't miss your favorite savory dishes. Never be so attached to anything that you become dissatisfied or unhappy or pained over the absence of it. Human beings suffer because they relate to an ego, the consciousness of self as a physical being. Animals suffer much less than man because they are not egoistically identified with the body. They cannot relate to an ego as humans do. We also relate to others according to the degree of our identification with them. Seeing a stranger with a broken leg, you say, "How unfortunate." You feel sympathy for him, but you are detached from the pain of his injury. If you had broken your own leg, you would be suffering with the pain. In the same way, a mother who sees her neighbor's child killed doesn't feel as sorrowful as she would if it were her own child. In each case, identification is the cause of suffering. You identify yourself more closely with your own body than with someone else's, and you relate more readily to those persons or things that are nearest and dearest to you than to those that are not personally close to you. The connection between you and bodily pain is only mental. The fact is, if you learn to live in your body without thinking of it as yourself, you won't suffer so much. The connection between you and bodily pain is only mental. When you are asleep and unconscious of the body, you feel no pain. Likewise, when a doctor or a dentist gives you an anesthetic and performs surgery on your body, you don't feel any pain. The mind has been disconnected from the sensation. On the other hand, by strongly picturing in your mind the suffering of another person, you can experience his pain in yourself. The best anesthesia against pain is your mental power. If your mind refuses to accept it, pain will be greatly lessened. I have seen, at times when this body got hurt and felt severe pain, that if I put my mind at the Christ center, that is, if I identify myself more with God and less with the body, there is no pain at all. So when pain comes, concentrate at the Christ center. Be mentally apart from pain, develop more strength of mind. Be tough within. When you are feeling pain, inwardly say to yourself, "It doesn't hurt me." When a hurt comes, recognize it as something to be cared for, but don't suffer over it. The more you concentrate on the power of the mind, the more your body consciousness drops away. And the more you love the body and are overly solicitous of it, the more limited the redeeming power of the mind will be. You heighten suffering by imagination. Worrying or feeling sorry for yourself won't ease your pain, but rather increase it. For instance, someone wrongs you, you dwell on it, and your friends talk about it and sympathize with you. The more you think of it, the more you magnify the hurt, and your suffering. When someone wrongs you, it is far better to love him spiritually, give him your blessing, and forget it. God is conscious of our suffering. Certainly He feels our aches and pains. Didn't Jesus say that not one sparrow falls without the feeling and knowledge of God? When the sparrow is being killed by the hawk, the Lord knows the little bird's sensations. He also knows your pain. Do you think it makes him happy to see you suffering? No. He is affected when you are in trouble. So he is not as happy as you think. When God dwells in his absolute state beyond all creation, he knows he is the happiest being there is. But as soon as he feels the desires and sorrows and troubles of his children, he is not so happy. You can sympathize with somebody else's sufferings without actually feeling the same sensation, but if you become completely identified with that person, you will feel his pain as your own. The idea is, God knows what is going on in his creation, but still he is free from the delusion of identification with it. So even though God feels your suffering, and mentally suffers for you, his suffering isn't the same as your delusion, because he is not identified with this universe of dualities in the same way you are. He wants you to become like him. That is, you should live in this body, but not be affected by it. Then you will see that you are free from karma. It is not God alone who is free, you, as the soul, made in his image, are potentially free also. Be like God, who is carrying on all the work of creation without being identified with its delusive nature. In sleep you are free from karma. How to know that state of non-identification with your troubles? I will tell you. Even if there is a serious problem you can't solve, or your body is in trouble, when you are asleep you are free within, free from karma. Do you see? Even by just closing your eyes and shutting out the sight of the world and your body, it is possible to separate yourself to some degree from identification with the body. You begin to understand that you are consciousness, you are thought. Thought cannot be invaded by the sensations of the body unless you permit it. Close your eyes and you can feel this truth within. Try it out. It will work. When with closed eyes you remain fortified within yourself, and do not allow your mind to be excited by the sensations of the body, you become free from karma. Isn't that a marvelous thought? See the compassion of God, that for 8 hours every night, while you sleep, you experience no pain, no suffering, no knowledge that you have no money in the bank, no difficulties at all. In this way he shows you that when you free your mind, you are free from karma. Many drink or take drugs to forget their troubles, but that is not the way. Liquor and dope only add to your troubles. So when you have a problem, one way to help yourself is to sleep it off. Death is a reward. Sleep is pleasant because you forget the worries of the day. So also the deeper sleep of death is very pleasant, when it comes. But don't wish for death in order to fly away from your hard lessons in this school of life. That would be wrong. Whatever your tests in this life, you must pass them bravely. When you conquer here, death comes as a reward. It is the end of suffering. When someone is in great agony, people think, how dreadful. And if he dies, they feel very sorry that he had to go. His friends and loved ones collect about him and lament, oh, how sad. But they have the wrong idea. Death has rewarded him with freedom from all suffering. He is much better off than they are. He no longer has to endure pain and discomfort. He is happy, he is free. So when your time comes and you are told you are going to die, smile and reply, is that all? Fine. I will be free from all travails and responsibilities. I once wrote about a vision I had of a dying youth, in which God showed me the right attitude toward death. The youth was lying in bed and was told by his doctors that he had just 1 day to live. He replied, 1 day to reach my beloved, when death shall open the gates of immortality and I shall be free from the prison bars of pain. Don't cry for me, ye who are left on this desolate shore, still to mourn and deplore, it is I who pity you. There is no reason to dread death, pain is what we are afraid of. The pain of death itself is very little. But why didn't the Lord give us the power to change our old worn-out body as we change our old clothes? Wouldn't you like to come out with a young body when this one grows old or weak, without having to die and be born again? This is what some yogis do. Once in India a very old yogi came to the cremation grounds. Upon a funeral pyre was a young man's body, ready to be cremated. The old man cried out, "Stop! I need that body." And even as he said it, the young man's form, enlivened by the spirit of the yogi, jumped up from the pyre and the saint's old body fell dead. Wearing his new physical habitat, the yogi ran off and soon disappeared in the crowd. The astonished mourners cremated his old body. On a little island in the Bay of Bengal there lived a saint. One day his devotees found him sitting on a pile of wood. He spoke wonderful truths to them. After he had finished his discourse, they asked, "Why are you sitting on the wood?" "To save you the trouble of cremating this body," he answered. "I have stayed here long enough, and have decided to give up this body now." As he took a match and lit the pyre, he remarked, "Lest you think I am burning alive, please come and see for yourselves that this body is dead." And he consciously left his body. The devotees rushed forward and found that his form was indeed lifeless. Lahiri Mahasaya left his body in a similar manner, announcing to a group of devotees assembled around him that he was going. He lifted up his eyes and was gone. The saints say this is how you must treat the body, as a temporary residence. Don't be attached to it or bound by it. Realize the infinite power of the light, the immortal consciousness of the soul, which is behind this corpse of sensation. How glorious is life after death! No more will you have to lug about this old baggage of bones, with all its troubles. You will be free in the astral heaven, unhindered by physical limitations. The astral world is not off somewhere in the clouds, it is another dimension of infinite beauty and variety hiding just behind the grossness of this physical universe. On the inner side of my consciousness, I am in that astral world all the time, so I know. In comparison, this earth is a bedlam. In the astral world you can order things according to your wish. In your astral car you can travel any distance instantly. If you desire flowers, they are there immediately, just by willing them. And when you no longer want them, remove the thought and they are gone. You do these things subconsciously in dreams. You can do them even on this physical plane, but you have to develop much greater mental power in order to create as God does. In the miracles he performed, Jesus demonstrated he could do it. And he said, "He that believeth on me," the Christ consciousness, or universal intelligence of God in all creation, "the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do." So remember, death is nothing to fear. You are in the movie house of God, and when the show is over, don't cry about it. Once I saw a movie in which the hero was killed, and I felt so sad. Then I thought, well, he will come on the screen again in the next showing. I will wait until he comes back to life. Then, before he got killed once more, I left the theater. So it is with souls who die and awaken on the astral plane. They leave the physical movie screen and reappear on the astral movie screen, they never really die. Many, many devotees who have died I have seen again. This is why I don't sorrow. When you know God, He shows you everything, and you will no longer miss anyone. Sometimes the astral form of a person will be sitting right by your side. You won't see him, because you can't see an astral being with the two physical eyes, but I can see him. You need the X-ray vision of the third eye, the spiritual eye, to see souls in their astral forms. You have to develop that spiritual eye. You are living here on earth in a dream. This is the Lord's world, only when you become one with Him will it be yours. Be like the maidservant living in the home of her employer, looking after the children. She is thinking, this is my home, this is my family, but inwardly she knows it is not so, because her real family is in another town. You have duties to fulfill in this world, but it is not your permanent home. When you die, you won't even be an American, or an Indian, or an Englishman anymore. Live with the consciousness, Lord, this is your world, I am not attached to it, and I am not willing to be attached to this body or my other incarnations. I want first to know you, and why I am sent here. And I want to be free from karma now. Being made in thine image, I am not affected by this world or by this body. I will perform my duties without being identified with them, even as thou art not identified with thy cosmic work. I am free. Destroy bad karma with right action. Don't allow yourself to think you are forever bound by karma. Deny it. Whether your karma is good or bad, don't accept any karmic limitation. You have to have good karma to destroy bad karma. Then rise above them both. Give your karma to God. He will help you if you ask Him to. It isn't that we should seek special privileges, but if we have faith in God, all things are possible. It is His grace that counts, and that grace comes when we do our part to behave like children of God. Whenever you see you are not able to control your pains and troubles, keep trying. If you don't try, you will never get anywhere. Never yield to pain and trouble. Every time something gets you down, get up again and say, I am all right now. The minute you admit you can't do it, it is over. You have given the verdict that you are bound by karma. You are the judge. It doesn't matter what your troubles are. If you say, I am all right, you can overcome. But if you say, I can't do it, you remain jailed behind the prison bars of your karma. If you recognize a mistake and resolutely determine not to make it again, then even if you fall, that fall will be very much less than if you had never tried. You will see in time that you are a master of yourself, and free from karma, even as God is. Why be forced to change by repeated deaths and rebirths? Why not change now? Why not give up moods when you know they are wrong? Why not rid yourself of anger? When you get mad, it is because somebody has put salt on your wounded ego. You will be a much better and happier person if you remain calm. Let others slap you or hate you, but never show anger in return. You will see then that nobody can touch you inwardly. Whenever anyone points out your mistakes, quietly correct yourself. That is the way to self-mastery. That is how my Guru Sri Yukteswar was, like a little child. Hate no one. Have no likes or dislikes. Have no attachments. A child plays with a toy, but if he breaks it, he soon forgets it. If you have a possessive love for anything, you will suffer. The impulses of evil come not only through your own inclinations but are sometimes tests of God. Pray to Him. Lord, I know what virtue is, but I don't seem to practice it. I know what vice is, but I can't stay away from it. O Creator of all my senses, do Thou guide me. Thou hast created both good and evil, and yet Thou art free. I am made in Thine image. I am surrounded by good and evil, but being Thy child, I am free. The justice of God is that He has given us the sword of reason, which we can use to free ourselves from this world of delusion. But you have to apply that God-given power of discrimination to choose right action in preference to wrong action, and to be mentally above your troubles. Let nobody tell you your suffering or problems are your karma. You have no karma. Shankara said, I am one with spirit, I am he. If you realize this truth, you are a god. But if you keep mentally affirming, I am a god, and in the background of your mind you are thinking, but it seems I am a mortal being, you are a mortal being. If you know you are a god, you are free. The Guru's help. The Guru will help you. God talks to you and guides you through a Guru, one who loves God day and night. His one duty is to plant love for God in your consciousness. He seeks nothing from you but your own spiritual effort. Whether you curse him, or whether you praise him, he is not affected by it. But if you tune in with him, he will be able to help you remove the veil of ignorance from your consciousness. When you follow the Guru's advice, you will see you are free. Even when Master Swami Sri Yukteswar told me something that I felt certain could not be so, right away it came to pass. Many times he warned others of the consequences of their intended actions. Those who didn't listen found their lives shattered by disappointments. A true Guru warns you only to help you avoid the pitfalls along your path. Some lesser teachers fly off the handle when their disciples are not obedient. But Master would only say, don't you think this is right? I repeat a thing twice, Master used to say only once. And those who didn't take the advice would find out that they should have. 3 ways to rise above karma. If you want to rise above karma, try to realize these 3 truths. 1. When the mind is strong and the heart is pure, you are free. It is the mind that connects you with pain in the body. When you think pure thoughts and are mentally strong, you cannot suffer the painful effects of evil karma. This is something very cheerful I have found. 2. In subconscious sleep, you are free. 3. When you are in ecstasy, identified with God, you have no karma. This is why the saints say, pray unceasingly. When you continuously pray and meditate, you go into the land of superconsciousness, where no troubles can reach you. You can be free from karma right now, by these methods. Whenever karmic troubles plague you, go to sleep. Or, think pure thoughts and make the mind like steel, saying to yourself, I am above it all. Or, best of all, in deep meditation go into the divine state of superconsciousness. The bliss of that consciousness is the natural state of your soul, but you have forgotten your real nature by being so long identified with the body. That untroubled, blissful state of the soul has to be reacquired. Ordinarily, you are free from consciousness of the body only 8 hours of the day. During the other 16, you make yourself miserable through your bondage to body consciousness. By keeping your mind happy, and by not dwelling on your troubles, you will suffer much less. But if you can remain in ecstasy, you will see you are free from karma all the 24 hours of each day. Kriya Yoga sunders the prison bars of karma. So, dear ones, get away from this world, not by flying away to a cave in the Himalayas, but to the cave of your mind, where you are free of the body and of the world. Practice Kriya Yoga, and you will surely succeed on the spiritual path. That is my own experience. The liberating power of Kriya Yoga sunders the prison bars of karma. I have never found in East or West such a great technique as this. Everyone who is a follower of Kriya and of this path of self-realization fellowship will go far ahead. Meditate and see the results in yourself after a few years. Give yourself a little time. Don't expect results in a minute. You can't make health or money overnight. You must give time. It requires 8 years to form a habit. If you meditate and practice Kriya deeply for 8 years, you will see you are on the way to self-mastery. As a part of your meditation each night, make this affirmation, repeat it over and over again to yourself: Father, thou art free from karma. I am thy child. I am free from karma, now and forever. That is what I want you to feel. What has been said today is one of the greatest messages I have given to you for the overcoming of all misery. I don't want you ever to forget it. Material remedies, medicines, physical comforts, human consolation, have their place in helping to remove pain, but the greatest remedy is the practice of Kriya Yoga and the affirmation that you are one with God. This is the cure-all for every trouble, pain, and bereavement, the way to freedom from all individual and mass karma. This world is not our home is on the other side, in the cosmic consciousness of God. There, behind the atoms, we are safe and sound in the kingdom of our Father. I pray for you all. Lord, it is thy light I behold. I deeply pray for all souls on this path of self-realization, that soon you release them from the terrible delusion of their karma and mass karma. For all the errors of our conduct, for all our omissions and ignorance, still we are thy children. Remind us of this evermore, that even behind the prison bars of karma, we are one with thee. As soon as we close our eyes, as soon as we are in ecstasy, we know we are made in thine image. We are free. O Lord, thy love is overwhelming. We bow to thee. The yoga art of overcoming mortal consciousness and death. Yoga is that science by which the soul gains mastery over the instruments of body and mind and uses them to attain self-realization, the reawakened consciousness of its transcendent, immortal nature, one with spirit. As an individualized self, the soul has descended from the universality of spirit and become identified with the limitations of the body and its sense consciousness. The Bhagavad Gita says, the Supreme Spirit, transcendent and existing in the body, is the detached beholder, the consenter, the sustainer, the experiencer, the great Lord, and also the highest self, the self, though seated everywhere in the body, is ever taintless. The soul remains essentially untouched and unchanged by its confinement in the body. But, through Maya or delusion, it becomes subjectively identified with change and mortality, until the consciousness evolves and, through self-realization, reawakens to its immortal state. Yoga is a complete science, encompassing the spiritualization of each aspect of man's threefold nature: body, mind, and soul. The yogi sees the human organism as a gross condensation of subtle spiritual forces under the control of the soul. He realizes that the body, and the life or consciousness within it, are distinct entities, and that man is not the mortal body, but the transcendent immortal consciousness. He learns that the efferent and afferent nerves are the means of the soul's communication with matter, and by spiritualizing this communication, the soul expresses through the body its divine potential. The yogi learns that by means of imagination or visualization, will, and pranayama, life energy control, he can dim the lights of the senses, sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, whenever he doesn't wish to be disturbed by their messages. He has full control over, and can enter at will, the waking state, the dream state, the deep sleep state, i.e., the psychological, the subconscious, and the supersubconscious, and the superconscious state. The yogi masters the art of mind control. He shuts off mental restlessness and imagination, and avoids absent-mindedness by practice of the following: a. Passivity, or even-mindedness under all conditions. b. Positive concentration, keeping the mind on one particular thought at a time. C. Negative concentration, using discrimination and will to eliminate unwanted thoughts. D. Transferring consciousness from feeling to will or ideas. E. Transferring consciousness from emotions, such as love or hatred, to self-control, or creative thinking, or pure feeling. F. Holding the thought on one sensation, sight, sound, smell, taste, or touch, at a time. G. Visualization of mental images, and creating and dissolving dreams at will. H. Mental anesthesia, receiving sensations of pain as informative reports rather than experiences of suffering. Physiological methods of self-mastery. The physiological methods employed by the yogi to gain self-mastery include: A. Outward relaxation and removal of physical restlessness by skeletal, nervous, and muscular discipline. B. Relaxation of involuntary organs, such as the heart and lungs. C. Fasting to cleanse the body and make it more dependent on prana or life force, the true sustainer of life and energy in the body. D. Learning to sleep and wake at will. When the yogi has mastered the processes of life, he is also a master over death. Is death a misfortune or a blessing in disguise? Death is a peculiar phenomenon, signifying cessation of all vital functions of the body without capability of resuscitation. It is cessation of the soul's residence in that bodily form. The very word death strikes terror in the hearts of human beings because of the following associations. A. The predominant dread thought of excruciating corporeal pain, supposedly accompanying death. B. The psychological pain of facing separation from family and friends, and from the joys of earthly life and possessions. C. The fear of losing one's existence. But natural death is nothing to fear. The indwelling soul is immortal. Natural death is a blessing, because it offers the soul an opportunity to exchange a dilapidated, tottering dwelling place for a new and sturdy one. The soul requires the successive instrumentalities of new and better organisms in order to express itself fully. If the individualized soul, cloaked in delusion and sent out to evolve itself back to God, didn't have a chance to express itself, to assert its nature, through various changing bodies, it would have to remain in a nascent or latent disembodied state. And imagine, if the immortal soul had to live forever in an old bent body, pallid and shrunken. No greater punishment could be meted out to this great one, the soul, than to behold and express through the same decrepit organism forever. Instead, the inhabited organism undergoes the soul's discipline, as the soul experiments with it, and when the soul's work is finished on that particular form, it works on another. Matter is wrought with change, and the spirit within it, though essentially unchangeable, superficially undergoes change by its subjective experience of that phenomenon. As subjective consciousness of sameness of identity is retained from early childhood to old age, except, perhaps, in the less perceptive earliest stages of infancy and the last stages of extreme old age, so also there is no reason why that subjective consciousness cannot be retained before birth and after death. With that continuity of consciousness, death is seen truly as the soul's best friend, giving it infinite opportunities to wrestle with matter and finally overcome it, even after a million defeats. This true friend teaches the soul to manifest its unchangeable nature by transcending the consciousness of change. The human mind prefers change in environs, tastes, habits, and possessions, not because it cannot stick to one thing, but because it is constantly finding out that its attention has been misplaced and misdirected. Its craving for something unknown does not remain satisfied with the acquisition of possessions of the world of changing things. Through new opportunities afforded by death and changing conditions, the soul is seeking its innate changelessness, and so never feels satisfied until it acquires and becomes re-established in its natural state of oneness with spirit. Hence death, or change of the condition in which the soul temporarily resides, is conducive to the soul's growth and development. The growth and education of life mean nothing more than that the manifesting consciousness in matter evolves to ultimately express its full potential, thereafter to be sifted from matter in order to know and free itself as an independent entity that can stay without the agency of matter. During the learning process, before the self-pushing diligent soul realizes its superiority and transcendental nature, it is strongly attached to the bodily instrument through the compelling sensory and egoistic ties created during its residence in the body. Hence the soul watches its new body in each new incarnation with the care and possessiveness of a man with a newly bought automobile. Consequently, death that is brought on prematurely by disease from unnatural living or bad karma, or by so-called accidents and other misfortunes, involves mental and bodily pain, because the manifesting soul becomes extremely worried when it sees its vehicle of expression being taken away before the expiry of the natural term. The spiritual psychology of pain. The pain produced on a human organism by a pinprick is beneficial. As a warning, it reports to the soul the punctured condition of the skin, needing repair. The sensation ought not to vex the soul, but should serve as a matter of academic information. It is possible to know each bodily or mental experience of ourselves and others without being moved or troubled by any of them. Vexation and suffering are born of strong imagination and the soul's bad habit of translating sensation into pain. If this bad habit and imagination, and the ensuing restless or excited state of feeling, were to disappear from human consciousness, man's bodily suffering would be cut down 100%. He would not even require anesthesia during surgery. But one should not venture to forego anesthetics if he is not sufficiently strong-minded. A sudden imagination of pain might cause such reaction as to produce death. In Indian ashrams in olden times, children were taught from an early age how to watch bodily changes with an academic interest. This doesn't mean indifference, or negligence in attending to a wound or treating disease, rather, it is denial of pain and refusal to suffer, recognizing that suffering is not endowed to man, either by nature or by divine fiat. Bodily pain is merely a sensation intended to give an intimation or report to the brain of a certain bodily state requiring attention. It should not cause suffering. Attend to bodily pain, but do not worry or weep over it. The suffering of death is self-inflicted. Ordinarily, to the animal man, one living unnaturally, out of harmony with his soul nature, untimely death is a terrible thing, it does produce great agony. But this so-called suffering is brought on by the soul's bad habit of magnifying and changing an intellectual perception into feeling. For example, suffering that comes from belief in goblins and spooks, as in nightmares, or intense fears that produce traumas and convulsions, demonstrate that acute pain is experienced in the physical organism through mental agency only. Natural death, that is, in old age, or whenever the soul is ready to change its mortal form, is just like the falling of ripe fruit from the tree, of its own accord, without the resistance that green fruit exhibits when being pulled down by a storm or other great force. But in premature death, through disease, accident, or other causes, the soul puts up strong resistance, hence acute agony is witnessed in the body. In this tumult and struggle of consciousness, there is a great sorrow, a sense of helplessness, and the soul's deluded nature finally becomes unconscious as death occurs, like the onset of deep sleep. This helplessness during death is mistakenly supposed by some to be a punishment from God. As a matter of fact, it is just a working out of the soul's persistent, self-created bad habit of being identified with change, instead of regarding bodily changes as a means of expressing itself. Thus, the fear of death, acquired through social or hereditary agency, and the agony of untimely death, the result of identifying oneself with bodily changes instead of viewing them as a witness, are self-inflicted, which is despicable, terrible. Ordinary painful death is to be avoided by attaining self-realization. In that consciousness, the yogi a. experiences no pain in natural death. b. retains consciousness and identity after death. c. lives in his soul nature, and knows that nature is all-powerful and immortal. y. after death, the ordinary man forgets his former life. Unnatural death, and death in a state of bodily attachment, are not only painful, they also obscure memory. Of course, unless one is spiritually advanced, it is not always desirable to remember one's former life. The after-death oblivion of one's previous identity allows him to forget his past consciousness of failure, pain, and attachments, and to begin life anew. The only disadvantage is that if he has not learned from past wrong actions, he may repeat those experiences, ignoring the warning of their consequences, just as the inveterate alcoholic continues to drink the infernal liquid, even with the conscious knowledge of probable death from liver damage. Though the pure consciousness of the soul maintains a continuity of remembrance from one life to another, the body-identified consciousness does not. The fact is, memory after death cannot survive under the following conditions. A. If there is attachment to the body. B. If there is attachment for past possessions, family, or friends. C. If there is a strong entanglement in bad karma, and if one has not risen above the effects of both good and bad actions. If, as in A and B, the newborn soul remembered and was attached to its previous body, possessions, family, or friends, imagine the agony and frustration the soul would feel in a new incarnation. It would not like to begin a different life amidst a new environment, a new family, and new friends. The soul is a brother to all mankind. Imagine how narrow it would become if it loved only one small circle of human beings. It would not expand, and it wouldn't let those other souls expand, to reach the ultimate goal of unity. We must realize this oneness of our soul with all souls in the unity of the one Spirit, and it is impossible to do so unless the soul expands its sphere of family and friends to include all. In the case of C. above, the soul would be extremely discouraged, remembering past bad karma, struggles, and suffering, and wouldn't have the will to make new effort to progress. It would forget its transcendent nature. At the conclusion of each lifetime, death washes away all dark impressions, memories of failures and sins, and prejudiced conceptions, so that the soul can begin afresh to express itself in newer ways and make newer efforts to rise above and free itself from matter. How to cut the cords of the soul's attachments. Following are the ways to cut the cords of the soul's attachments in order to release it. Practice Titiksha, the art of remaining even-minded while watching and analyzing bodily changes. A. During extreme heat. B. During severe cold. C. During a fever. D. While suffering from a head cold, concentrate on the nasal cartilage and mucous membrane. E. During pain from a wound or other bodily affliction, don't try to ignore it, watch it as a diminishing feeling of sensation, manifesting to you only as a matter of knowledge. You will find that the greater your knowledge about its specific nature, the less will be the feeling of pain associated with it. Thus learn to distinguish between knowledge of a bodily condition reported by the sensation of pain and the terrible fear, or agony, that is self-inflicted by the idea habit of pain. F. During a sorrowful state of mind. G. During the state of mind when it is overjoyed to possess a longed-for object. The above teaches endurance and an objective non-attachment, and thereby produces a super-feeling, a superconscious phase of consciousness, by which changing bodily conditions are looked upon with an academic interest, and the restless excitement of sensations is neutralized. Analyze and feel how the sensations of color and form, sounds, odors, tastes, and touch are transmitted through the channel of the nerves to the optical, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactual centers in the brain. Watch the stimulus proceed from the tympanum as an auditory vibration in the nerves, or a vibration of taste proceeding from the mouth, as when eating tasty curries, or tactual vibrations coming from stimuli on the outer surface of the body. Feel the movements of the diaphragm, the expansion and deflation of the lungs, the beating heart. Feel the circulation in the body. It is strongly felt after a leg or hand has been asleep. It can also be felt rushing to the brain during anger or other emotions. A man of keen perception and concentration can feel even normal circulation. Learn to cause movements in each muscle individually through muscle will exercise. Analyze the sensation of thirst, then drink hot or cold water and follow the sensation from mouth to throat, through the esophagus to the stomach. Watch the body states during an hour fast, then observe how food goes into the system. Feel the closing of the epiglottis as the food passes over it and into the alimentary canal. Feel the movement of the stomach, feel the peristaltic action of the intestines. Notice how smelling salts or perfumes strike the olfactory region, stir the brain cells into action, and become elaborated into perception and conception. Try this with various odors and tastes. Feel the immediate thoughts generated by a given sensation. See if you can separate sensation, perception, and conception. Try to distinguish between a given sensation and the memory of it through association of ideas, that is, try to distinguish between the flavor of a specific apple and that of previously tasted apples. Don't mix the two. Distinguish in music, apart from its variations and undulations, the feeling engendered by it through the different notes, from lower to higher, its general vibrations on the tympanum, and on the whole body surface, its effect on the breath, and on the inner walls of the body, and its transmission through the tympanum to the brain. Feel the sensation of the ingoing and outgoing breath in the lungs. Observe how breathing is affected by your surroundings, your thoughts, your actions. Conversely, scrutinize the thoughts and feelings generated in you by changes in the depth or rhythm of the breath. Be aware of the perfect state and sense of well-being during good health. If pain of disease comes, before crying out, try to analyze what it is. Strive to separate the physiological malfunction from the mental process that translates sensation into pain through the habit of fear and imagination. Above all, the greatest method is to hold more and more to the calm, breathless, conscious, powerful state that follows a long period of concentrated prayer, or deep positive thinking, or repetition of hymns or affirmations, or, highest of all, meditation, stilling body and mind with the self-realization technique of concentration, merging the consciousness with the sound of Aum, and magnetizing the spine and brain by practice of Kriya Yoga. When the heart and breath are calm, when the heaviness of body weight disappears and you feel light, when sensations are neutralized and the mind is still, the soul begins to know itself as existing apart from the body. The object of all the foregoing practices is to separate the soul from matter. Sensations must be of intellectual interest, with non-attached feeling. You must be able to completely disassociate and distinguish your own existence and happiness from the pleasant or unpleasant feelings of your senses and other bodily experiences. When you change the center of consciousness, perception, and feeling from the body and mind to the soul, your true, immortal, transcendental self, you will have the yogi's mastery over life and victory over death. How feelings mask the soul. Then the beholder, the soul, is established in its own state. Yoga Sutras. If at this moment you could completely calm your body, your thoughts, and your emotions, you would instantly become aware of your true self, the soul, and of your great body of the universe, throbbing with the joy of God. The soul would be established in its own state. Isn't it strange, that the joy of God is there, yet you cannot feel it? The reason you do not know His bliss is that you are intoxicated with ego feeling, chitta. If I put a screen before me, I will still be here, but you won't see me. Take the screen away and you will see me. So the screen of feelings arising from the ego, ahamkara or body consciousness, hides God's joy. Remove the screen through meditation and you will behold that joy. Your real nature is calmness. You have put on a mask of restlessness. The agitated state of your consciousness resulting from the stimuli of feelings. You are not that mask. You are pure, calm spirit. It is time you remember who you are, the blessed soul, a reflection of spirit. Take off the mask of feelings. Face yourself. Whenever you become angry or filled with hate, you don a guise of evil. A person who gets angry enough wants to kill. He doesn't want to, really, that is, his soul doesn't want to, but because the soul has identified itself with feeling, his anger makes him think so. Therefore it is not good to remain in the ordinary state of human consciousness, subject to such violent emotions. You imprison yourself in various moods, and this is the cause of all your sorrows. To escape, you have to dissolve the feelings and emotions connected with body consciousness. Meditation is the way. Feelings and emotions obscure the soul. So long you have thought of yourself as having certain qualities, with their characteristic feelings and emotions. Patanjali says you are masquerading as these passions and desires because you have done it for so many incarnations that you have utterly forgotten your real nature. Once you realize that each day you are only impersonating different characteristics according to your changing feelings, you will not be the same person, you will be able to cast off these delusive states. When you realize that passion and anger are not part of your true nature, these emotions will no longer have any control over you. Every person is innately wonderful, he has only to rid himself of the mask of ego consciousness. Remember that. If you put a diamond near a black cat, the diamond will reflect black. Can you then say the diamond is black? No. As soon as you remove the black cat and allow light to play on the diamond, it dazzles with its own natural luster. The black cat is your restlessness, which darkens your consciousness with emotions and obscures the light and joy of the soul. The very nature of restlessness is such that by the time you are feeling pleasure from one thing you are already looking for something different, a persistent discontent stirred by feeling. But bliss, the joy of God hidden in your soul, is always new, always constant in your consciousness. Because it gives complete satisfaction, there is no more restlessness in you. I hope you understand the value of what I am telling you today. It is the way to freedom from all sorrow. Indulgence enslaves the soul. Perfect control of feeling makes you king of yourself. Never be addicted to anything or bound by any habit. Drinking coffee doesn't necessarily mean you are a slave to it, but if you have to have your coffee, then indeed feeling has enslaved you. As soon as you say, No, I don't need it, let that be the end of your bondage. I never allow anything to bind me. I can eat or drink something enjoyable, and then dismiss all desire for it, the thought of it is gone in that instant. Start by not catering to likes and dislikes. And give that same training to your children. You spoil your children when you say, "What would you like to eat? Do you care for spinach?" You don't have to eat it if you don't like it. By such indulgence you make your child a slave of feeling. You may say, if we do away with our feelings and likes and dislikes, won't we become like dumb matter, useless to the world? Is that what Patanjali teaches us? No. He says that when you have mastery of your feelings you abide in your true state. The true state of the self, the soul, is bliss, wisdom, love, peace. It is to be so happy that no matter what you are doing you enjoy it. Isn't that much better than to blunder through the world like a restless demon, unable to find satisfaction in anything? When centered in your true self, you do every task and enjoy all good things with the joy of God. Filled with His intoxicating bliss, you joyfully perform all actions. Many people think that the Hindus teach a sort of mental annihilation, the supposed result of the cessation of desire. On the contrary, the goal of Hindu philosophy is permanent bliss. There is no freedom or happiness in ceasing to exist. The very thought of it is painful. A joy that never grows stale is what you want, and that is what Patanjali teaches you can have, by becoming established in your true soul nature. A balanced attitude nurtures soul awareness. Then comes the question, how can we really take interest in anything if we neutralize desires and feelings? You have seen those who work without any interest in what they are doing. Their work and attitude show it. They don't care about the result so long as they can say they are doing their job. But the lover works very hard and conscientiously for his beloved. He will do more for the one he loves than he will for himself. This is the way to serve God, and this is how we will feel if we love God. We will work joyously for Him. At one extreme, there are people who have the idea that to get ahead in life they must work non-stop, like automatons. But the other extreme is just as bad. As soon as these people become interested in spiritual matters, they lose interest in everything else. That is the wrong attitude. It is one reason India lost her freedom. She misused the doctrine of non-attachment. She thought, so what if dirt accumulates in the hermitage? It is all right. Why bother? To do anything about it requires too much concentration on material concerns. Be non-attached. Renounce all material activity possible. Such an attitude hides mental laziness under a cloak of false spirituality. I found that truly great masters are very interested in the world, but without any attachment. When Master Swami Sri Yukteswar was given something nice he was conscientious about looking after it. But if it was broken, he would only laugh. My care is over. It has taken so much attention. He was truly non-attached. I also feel the same way. I appreciate whatever God gives me, but I don't miss it when it is gone. Someone once gave me a beautiful coat and hat, an expensive outfit. Then began my worry. I had to be concerned about not tearing or soiling it. It made me uncomfortable. I said, Lord, why did you give me this bother? One day I was to lecture in Trinity Hall here in Los Angeles. When I arrived at the hall and started to remove my coat, the Lord told me, take away your belongings from the pockets. I did so. When I returned to the cloakroom after my lecture, the coat was gone. I was angry, and someone said, never mind, we will get you another coat. I replied, I am not angry because I lost the coat, but because whoever took it didn't take the hat that matches it. 2. Don't let your feelings rule you. How can you be happy if you are all the time fussing about your clothes or other possessions? Dress neatly in clean clothes and then forget about them. Clean your house and forget it. Once I was a guest at a very nicely arranged dinner party. I had much enjoyed the dinner, but our hosts were so nervous lest things not go right that it marred the whole affair. Those who are sensitive feel your nervousness. Why worry? Do your best and then relax. Let things go on in a natural way, rather than force them. Then everyone around you will be relaxed. 2. Activity is not life, it is the expression of life. But some people are so constantly active that they make themselves miserable, exploding with emotion. The ordinary person is like a pendulum, swinging back and forth from one extreme to another, always moving, always restless. This is little more than an animalistic state. The yogi, on the other hand, is always calm, centered in his true nature, like a stilled pendulum. When he is active he can go very fast, but when he stops, he is centered again in inner and outer calmness. Work with keen but unattached interest. So we must learn to work in this world with interest, but keep relaxed and unattached. I don't know how I could work without joyful enthusiasm. It is natural to have interest. Without it we have no spring for motivation. Have the utmost interest in doing everything for God. Love Him so much that your greatest pleasure is to work and plan for Him. Doing things for God is a very personal experience, so satisfying. I find such joy in fixing up this building for Him. But when something goes wrong, I am not upset, not the least bit. Why should I be? I did my best. Yes, I will try to do better, but I won't let adversity disturb my calmness. Isn't that a wonderful thought? Why not? You didn't create this world, God did. Why should you think you live in this world only to please yourself? To live for self is the source of all misery. There was a time when I looked at the flower, and enjoyed its fragrance, for me and mine. I heard the call of the brook, and it was for me and mine. Now I wake from that dream and hear. It was only for thee and thine. The yogi's thought is always for thee and thine. He says, I am here in this world for only a little time. Why form strong attachments? I don't know why I am here, but God knows. I will work for Him. I will try to follow not my own will, but what He wants me to do. It was this surrender to the highest wisdom that gave Jesus the strength to say, Father, if thou be willing, remove this cup from me, nevertheless not my will, but thine, be done. From this, many religionists have the idea that one shouldn't use his will. But if you didn't use your will you would die, for willpower operates every physical and mental process. It is right to use your will, but with wisdom and direction from God. Otherwise, if you use your will wrongly you will fall into error and suffer the consequences. Krishna said, those who have mastered their minds become engrossed in infinite wisdom, they have no further interest in any fruits of actions. Freed thus from the chain of rebirth, they attain the state beyond sorrow. Motive is criterion of right or wrong action. Watch your motives in everything. Both the greedy man and the yogi eat. But would you say that eating is a sin because it is often associated with greed? No. Sin lies in the thought, in the motive. The worldly man eats to satisfy his greed, and the yogi eats to keep his body well. There is a lot of difference. Similarly, one man commits murder and is hanged for it, another man kills many human beings on the battlefield in defense of his country and is given a medal. Again, it is the motive that makes the difference. Moralists make absolute rules, but I am giving you illustrations to show you how you can live in this world of relativity with self-control of feeling but without being an automaton. Master used to give this example: suppose someone asks to borrow my nice field glass and assures me he will return it in 15 days. But at the end of that time he does not return it. When I ask him where my glass is, he counsels me, "You are a master, yet you are attached to a field glass." I wouldn't loan it to him again. Another man may ask to borrow the glass, saying he will return it in perfect order. He is kind and thoughtful, takes care of it, and returns it promptly. To him I will loan it any time. It is not that I care that much about the glass, but if something is mine, it is for me to care for in order to keep it serviceful. The second man understood that I was saving the field glass so it could serve others as well as himself. The first man did not understand my motive, so he not only deprived me, but everybody else who could have used it. I didn't want the glass for myself, I was thinking of it for all. Non-attachment gives great inner freedom and happiness. All the things I have cherished most I have given away. I enjoyed them through the joy of others. The joy I get out of whatever I do is impersonal, not for self. It lies in the joy of God and in making others happy. In India I used to have a motorcycle. I rode everywhere on it, especially to visit my master in his Serampuri hermitage. I enjoyed that motorcycle very much. So one day I asked Master, "Am I attached to it?" He knew every tremor of my thought and consciousness. "Certainly not," he said. Shortly after that, I gave the motorcycle away to someone who had a deep desire for it. And I never missed it. That is the kind of freedom Patanjali teaches you to have, so that at all times you are a god, absolute ruler of the kingdom of your consciousness. You let no dark forces enter your portable heaven. Through my mind's iron bars no evil dares to pry. Calmness is the parent of right action. When you attain freedom from slavery to feeling, you become spiritually sensitive, but you are no longer oversensitive to matter. You feel pain, but are untouched by it. You see this world, but know it isn't the ultimate reality. You are above every limitation of body and mind, centered in the calm nature of your soul. But what poor training the world gives us you can well understand. Either the father is mad and takes it out on the children or the mother scolds without cause. What an example for the young! What a picture to place before them! It is better not to produce children unless you are willing to give them proper training. By withholding the right kind of discipline you make them miserable all their lives. They acquire habits that prevent them from being themselves, their true selves. Of course, good habits are friends that help us, but wrong habits influence us to become demons. In the same house you may find one person tolerating everything with calmness and another who is all the time boiling with anger, jealousy, and other disturbing emotions. If you can always remain calm, isn't that much better? If God got impatient, think what would happen to this world. Fortunately for us, He remains calm. He has perfect control of feeling. One part of Him, His absolute nature, is never restless, even though as Creator He knows what is going on here, because He exists in all. So should we be, ever calm in our soul nature in spite of any turmoil around us. When someone comes to me in a violent state, dancing with anger, I can see that he is suffering. No matter what I would say, he wouldn't understand because of his agitation. But if I have control over myself, I can humor him until I have calmed him and made him receptive to reason. I have never lost that calmness of my soul. If I had lost it, regardless of what excuse my mind might have offered, I would have lost with God. With God, that is where you must win. Inside, you should always be anchored in perfect calmness. When someone comes to you in anger, remain in charge of yourself. I will not lose my temper. I will keep on expressing calmness until his feeling changes. Then you are demonstrating perfect control of chitta. To have calm feeling doesn't mean that you always smile and agree with everyone no matter what they say, that you regard truth but don't want to annoy anybody with it. This is going to the extreme. Those who try in this way to please everyone, with the desire of getting praise for their good nature, do not necessarily have control of feeling. It is good to be pleasant and agreeable if your behavior is sincere. But agreeing with others all the time because you are afraid to speak truth, lest you displease, cannot be called control of feeling. Whoever has control of feeling follows truth, shares that truth wherever he can, and avoids annoying unnecessarily anyone who would not be receptive anyway. He knows when to speak and when to be silent, but he never compromises his own ideals and inner peace. Such a man is a force for great good in this world. See yourself as a soul, not the physical body. The truth is, we have all become like the proverbial prodigal son. We have wandered away into the dark lanes of bad habits and have forgotten how to keep the joy of God centered in our hearts. When the soul is not in its natural state, it puts on the garb of moods born of human feelings. But if we learn to remain inwardly with the divine, we live and work in the blissful state of our true nature. In ordinary consciousness we think we are mortal human beings, but when we disengage ourselves from the ego, we see we are spirit. Delusion causes us to imagine disease, fears, and all other limiting conditions of the body and mind. Can you imagine that you are not a man or a woman? Yet this is the truth. In the divine joy of the soul, the consciousness of sex is entirely lost. Even in childhood I used to see that I was apart from my body. I remember one day as a young child I was in that state of ecstasy and came from my bath unclothed. When my aunt saw me, she slapped me. I didn't realize why she had hit me until she sharply reminded me I had forgotten to put on my dhoti. Nothing God has created is sinful. Man created sin by his wrong thinking and misuse of the potentials God has given him. The ordinary man thinks, I and my body are one. I am so many pounds of flesh, with senses and feelings. But the divine man thinks, I and my Father are one. He sees his body as a motion picture image. The picture on the screen is a product of a beam of light passing through a film. So the divine man sees his body as a product of the creative light of God passing through the film of Maya, or delusion. He knows that he is not the body, that he is one with God's light. An actor forgets he is acting and begins to live the part. We are like that. We have forgotten who we are and that we are only acting out a role on earth. When an individual doesn't remember his omnipresent blissful self, he masquerades in the garb of feeling and thinks himself a human being, limited to the body and subject to its suffering and death. See what a terrible transformation takes place. And throughout his whole life he searches for the happiness of that blissful self which he already is. The restlessness of the worldly man is such that he never tries to meditate. He never tries to introspect and know himself. To develop the mind is far better than to just work, eat, and sleep as the animals do. But to remain forever on the intellectual plane is also a sin against your true self, for although you may get to the door of realization through intellect, you don't take the next step and open the door. Spiritual development is beyond the intellect. You can open the door of realization only through deep daily meditation. Practice deep meditation and retain its effects. And what you feel in meditation you must keep with you all the time. Too often, people meditate half-heartedly as a matter of habit, and as soon as they are finished with the mechanics of meditation they go back to their old state. You must plumb the depths of the peace and joy of meditation, and then hold on to the calm after effects. Then only will you change yourself. The body reacts to the changes of the 4 transitional periods of the day: morning, the period around sunrise; noon, evening, around sunset; and night, between 9 and midnight. It is very beneficial to meditate during these times. Deep meditation and perfect control of feeling by holding on to the calm after effects of meditation, these lead to samadhi, the ecstasy of self-realization and oneness with God. But the ecstasy of sabhikalpa samadhi, in which you enjoy bliss within but lose external awareness of the body and the world, is not enough. What you want is nirvikalpa samadhi, or conscious ecstasy. That is the highest state, in which you remain outwardly fully conscious and active as well as inwardly fully perceptive of your God union. It took me a long time to achieve that supreme level of consciousness. Lahiri Mahasaya and Master used to be always in that state. In Nirvikalpa Samadhi you can perform all your duties and face all the tests of life without ever becoming disturbed. Thus success in meditation is the only answer to the mystery of overcoming the human nature so that the soul can become established in its own state, free from ego-created disturbances of feeling, centered ever in bliss.